His bloody hand, holding onto the stone with the last of his strength, he tried to lift his body. The divine demon stood in front and he, with many wounds, tried to resist him. It is clear to everyone in this world that humanity worships gold and believes that gold is their success. And humanity also treated the mysterious research with blessing. Until eventually she turned herself into slaves, it all looked like an apocalypse scenario. He stood holding a sword in his hands. He was ready to enter the battle because he thought it was completely unfair. The divine demon could not allow a lower one to dictate any conditions. That is why any resistance of his was meaningless. The divine demon was the winner in any case. And in this case, too, despite everything, the young man could not win this battle. He lost. He couldn't change anything and he couldn't stop anyone, and it led to the explosion. It was the best modern apocalyptic fantasy game. When he played it, he felt completely immersed in the game, and when it ended, he felt like he was still in the game. This game was called Mysterious Soul. This is the game the young man played. His name was Kim Jong-soo. He was 22 years old and a college student. He played this game on his phone non-stop. When Ubre played this time, he started to loudly swear that it was not fair at all, and that he was an ordinary F2P player who could never enjoy this game because he played it absolutely for free. When this game was finished, he was told that he had done well for a F2P player. His opponent in this game, a rich divine demon, told him that being him just sucks. He was always on autopilot. And then the divine demon added that it was quite funny. I had never seen a player of his level do such a good job. Kim Jong couldn't tear himself away from this game. He walked down the street and continued to play it. For him, it was a good beginner's game. He walked down the street cursing that it was just a casino and it was unfair because he was losing to a person who was spending very large sums of money. He told himself that he was an ordinary idiot and was wasting time on such bullshit like this game, and he felt like a person who had no personal life at all. So he needed to make a diary so that later he would not be distracted from household chores. On the screen, he saw that he could make another free spin. He thought that this would probably give him another warrior Kim. He approached the crosswalk. At that moment, he pressed the free spin. He didn't expect anything unusual. But what was it like for him when he saw that he had a chest with many prizes? It was a platinum chest. Kim Jong wasn't just surprised. He couldn't imagine that he could get a platinum chest. Everything in his head seemed to go cloudy, as if he had actually become really rich. When he clicked on this dress on the chest, he got a prize. It was a divine demon. He was a little rostron. He thought that he really got a divine demon. Well, on the other hand, he couldn't believe it because he thought it was crazy. The horned bastard was the best character in the game. The young man thought about what he had heard. The chance of knocking him out with a free spin was approaching almost zero. The very next moment, he was jumping for joy. He couldn't believe it. He thought he was very lucky. Now he had a demon. Then the young man thought that now he should move on to leveling up this demon. He could level it up by farming resources. But the fastest way to level up a character in this game, it was to use the already pumped up earlier Persian's young man, thought that he no longer had any envy for these whales bastard. He thought he was using his warriors to level up the divine demon. He took a step forward and stepped onto the crosswalk. He was so happy that he didn't look around. He thought that now he had a divine demon. The young man heard the screeching of the brakes of a car that was very close. He turned his head and saw a huge truck that was almost next to him, but he could no longer leave that place. He didn't understand what kind of nonsense this was. It seemed to him that this was some kind of deprived situation. At that moment, he dropped his phone. All the events that happened to him further seemed like it was only a moment. The young man opened his eyes. He was running on a bed in a hospital ward. He didn't understand how he ended up there and what happened to him. Raising his head and lying on the bed, he thought about what was happening to him and why he was in the hospital. The next thing he felt was a wild pain in his head, as if lightning had struck him straight in the head. At that moment, he remembered how he was standing on a pedestrian crossing and a truck was driving towards him at high speed. At that moment, he couldn't even move from that spot because the truck was so close he only managed to raise his hand. The next thing he felt was a strong blow and heard the screeching of the brakes of this truck. Kim Jong at that moment realized that all this had definitely happened to him. Vita had been hit by a truck. At that moment, a nurse came into the room, she said, addressing him as Warrior Kim. How he felt after he woke up. The young man did not understand what Warrior Kim meant, why they call him that. Come closer and look at the inscription. He saw that his name was written as Warrior Kim. His gender age were written correctly. The injury was a fracture and concussion due to an accident. When the young man looked at his medical history, he was very surprised. Were they seriously writing that his name was Warrior Kim? He thought it was a stupid mistake. Of course, it was not very pleasant for him to merge all his warriors into a demon, he thought. But on the other hand, he himself became one of them, not understanding how this was possible. He lowered his legs, trying to get up. When he lowered one of his legs that was injured to the floor and tried to get up, he also felt a very strong piercing pain. It seemed that it was simply unbearable to endure. He screamed so loudly that it seemed his scream could be heard not only inside the hospital but also around it. At that moment, the nurse ran into his room and shouted that he couldn't move. At that moment, the young man was holding his injured leg, swearing very loudly and saying that he was going to die. The doctor who came into the room said that the young man had been hit by a truck, but he was lucky that he got off so easily. In fact, the guy didn't think that he got off easy. The doctor added that he needed to do a few more tests. The doctor said that it was necessary to do an MRI and a test for magical vision. The young man did not understand what kind of test for magical vision it was or what he said there. At that moment, the young man thought that something was wrong here first. His name is Warrior Kim. Then they're talking about some kind of magic. It was unclear what they were talking about. After some time, he decided to contact the support service to understand what happened. The girl at the counter told him that the fee for the emergency department and medical care, MRI, X-ray, and other expenses that were incurred when he was in this ward. She tried to calculate it all on a calculator. After she counted, she said that the payment was more than 22 million S. When Kim Jong heard about this, he was simply shocked. He had never had so much money in his life. He smiled and asked what she meant, and why for the 4 days he tried in this hospital he had to pay 22 million S. The girl administrator told him that he didn't have insurance, so he would have to cover all the expenses himself, which made him even more outraged. He asked what he meant by he didn't have insurance because every Korean has national health insurance. The girl thought about it. She didn't understand what national meant and what he was talking about. She repeated that he didn't have Legion insurance or a magic tower. Kim Jong didn't understand what it meant. No Legion insurance or magic tower, he didn't understand what she was talking about at all. The guy thought about it because he had heard these words somewhere before. Now he needed to understand where exactly he had encountered them. Legion, Mega Corporation, Magic Tower, Sacred Order. He's heard it all before. These were the 4 factions that ruled Seoul. This was the setting for the game he had been playing lately. In a world where God abandoned humanity, secret science developed rapidly. The polluted land was full of monsters and people modified their bodies to survive in these conditions. When the young man realized all this, he could not believe that he was directly in this game. It was just a shock for him. When he left this hospital, he realized that it was simply unbearably difficult to survive in the world he had entered. He grabbed his head and started screaming loudly because this was the world he found himself in. At some point, he was already happy that he got the Divine Diamond in this game, but who would have thought that he would be thrown into this game himself? He thought that most likely this was God's punishment for the fact that he erased the powder of the Kim warriors. The room he came to and where he was supposed to live, this room was even smaller than his old apartment. He thought, how could there be a warrior like Kim, so poor? He sat on the bed and thought that his condition was very bad and he had no money at all. He needed to do something. Assess this whole situation. The young man thought if he really is inside this game and everything that is happening to him is true. Soon, nuclear wars and spatial rifts will begin all over the place. He has been through this more than once in this game. He also understood that the revival of the old gods who would turn this place into a living hell would happen very soon. He was lying on the bed with his arms spread out to the sides, not understanding how he ended up there. But he understood that if he sat with his arms folded, he would die 100%. Having thought about this, he decided that he really couldn't sit around doing nothing, so he needed to come up with something. Taking the pen that was lying on the table, he clicked it several times and wanted to check if his guesses were true. Putting his other hand on the table, he raised the hand that held the pen and swung it with all his might. At that moment, he thought he needed to check something before it was too late. The very next moment, he struck his hand with all his might with this pin so that it pierced his hand right through. At that moment, his pain was simply unbearable. It seemed to him that he would not be able to bear this pain. But after a few seconds, the pain began to decrease. He looked at his hand and watched as it left along with the pain. And after some time, the hole he made in his own hand became smaller and smaller. He thought that his suspicion and his guesses were correct. He knew that all this would work. At that moment, he got that he had a skill in this game. This skill consisted of the fact that he can heal wounds. He thought that this is the reason why he had such a huge number of warriors. Kim. In fact, Warrior Kim is a free tutorial character. It was the only character without basic abilities. But there is the ability to unlock skills and choose the right ones for a particular situation. At that moment, he realized that the variability of the game for Warrior Kim is more than for any other character for someone like him, who loves strategy. Warrior Kim is better than characters of a higher level. At that moment, he realized that all this meant only one thing, that now that he himself had become this Warrior Kim, then he was able to get absolutely any skill, as well as he activated the received skill of healing wounds. He was able to restore all the damage previously inflicted on him. The only thing he understood perfectly well was that he would not be able to survive for long in this world if he was without money and without strength, and he won't be able to survive for long if he's unlucky and falls to the level of the poorest. Therefore, having regained his strength, the young man decided that he could not allow himself to be killed. He decided that he should start fighting in this game. Ion started it from 115,689th place in the rating of this game. He was going to survive, so with each subsequent collision with his opponent, his place became higher, and it was already 7,784th. His opponent also became stronger and stronger, but the young man did not stop, and he rose to 158th place. He had knowledge gained for 10K spent on this game as a free player. After some time, he was in 9th place. He almost caught up with the leaders of this game. Moving up the ranking ladder and rising higher and higher, not only he himself, but also his body became stronger. At the same time, he opened up all the new skills of his character in this game. That is, he opened up his skills. In the player's staff, there was a man with a beard smoking a cigarette who was reading his questionnaire. He was surprised by what the Warrior Kim had written. He asked the young man if he really wanted to say that this was the first time he had been in this department for working with players. The young man answered him that he was indeed in this department for the first time, and he was planning to join the mana purification. He thought that he needed to earn money to somehow survive in this game that he got into, and this was his only way to quickly raise money, having only Warrior Kim. The man in that department lifted his one leg and placed it on the table right in front of the young man. The man said, "Can this really be called mana purification?" This person spoke so that he would understand what clearing the dungeon actually entails. It was the director of personnel, Choi Seon-soo. The young man lost his head and said that he was generally aware of what might follow. The HR director said, "Is this serious?" But there is nothing of this in his resume. In fact, the young man understood that he knew perfectly well how damn shitty the job was that he was trying to get. Infected mana was one of the dirtiest parts of this game. And that was one of the reasons why monsters could take over territory in this game. Clearing the dungeon was a waste removal operation that released a large amount of contaminated mana. If you stay in this area for a very long time, prolonged exposure to mana can lead to death. Many who had been at this job for a long time could not stand it and asked for help. They screamed for help. But there is something else that can happen to a person when he has been clearing for a long time. This could lead to mutation, which makes this work extremely dangerous. The young man understood all this perfectly well. The HR director said that it was good, and as soon as they had enough people, he would assign him to the team. After which, the director asked the young man again if he was really sure that he wanted this. After all, he had seen many young guys like this young man who came to his office for money and returned completely empty inside. The young man turned his head, looked at the director of the pop staff and told him not to worry. Then he added that he knew better what to do in this situation. The HR director was very surprised. The young man understood that he had to work hard as a player who had free access to this. He was just a specialist. His time spent in this game was 10K hours. After some time, he met one of the guys in the team he would work for. It was the leader of the team. His name was Deer. This guy said that he was really that shitty newbie who joined their team. The young man looked at the team leader and said that he seemed to be the one. Then he added that he was simply assigned, which is why he came. The Deer grabbed the young man by his sweatshirt and tried to explain to him that they didn't come here to play games, and he asked where his determination was. Then the Deer told him not to even try to ask for help when he starts to mutate. If he notices even the slightest change, he will kill him too. The young man answered him that he understood everything and would keep it in mind, but to himself, he thought that this guy was trying to intimidate the newbie, thinking that in the game and in real life, everything is the same. The only thing he didn't understand was that he had forgotten the R-rank character here, the Deer. He looked at this guy and thought, is this really how he looks before he woke up? He had normal legs. Suddenly, another guy ran up to them and asked Alina not to do that to the newbie. This guy said they needed any help. He asked for the Deer to cool down. They were short of manpower. This guy's name was Hedgehog, and he had 5 years of experience clearing out dungeons. The Deer was very surprised. He did not understand how the newcomer could help them, but he told the driver to look after him and make sure that the newcomer did not become a hindrance to them. The Deer raised his hand and started talking about the task. that they have exactly 4 days to clear 5 regions, and they need to hurry. The young man was very angry with this deer. He thought that in life he was much tougher than in the game. A hedgehog standing nearby put his hand on the young man's shoulder and told him not to pay attention to him. He added that the deer may look very prickly on the outside, but in reality he is a good guy. The young man had no choice but to believe the hedgehog's words. He decided that let it be as it will be. And after some time, they did not go down into the dungeons. They stood near the huge gates. They needed to get inside in order to clear the mana. When they got down and were there, everyone started talking about how badly they smelled, and one of the guys said he would never get used to it. The deer looked at his team and said that he was going to open the doors now and everyone would need to get ready. He then took out the card and held it up to the reader, at which point the door should have opened. The next moment the doors to this dungeon actually opened, they had to go inside. This was their first, where they had to clear the mana. The commander of this team, the deer, ordered everyone who was with him to take up a position. Since huge green creatures were approaching them, these were the first ones from whom they had to grow this dungeon. These creatures were on the ground, but when the team that came in was ready to attack her, these green monsters were low-rank monsters. They looked like dirty smileys. The young man understood perfectly well that in front of him were the basic bridge when clearing places from contaminated mana and the most ordinary contaminated smiles. And he also understood that although these monsters were very weak in battle, it was very difficult to deal with them, and they needed to be smashed with a shovel. What did the guys who came down start doing? They were ready to smash these monsters with a shovel several times. Because these monsters don't die until they find a small mana core. So the main task of this whole team was to look for mana cores. Some of these guys didn't understand how to do it. They were shouting that they risked getting under you here infected mana if everything dragged on. The young man saw that the entire team he came with was almost captured by monsters. When he came closer to them, one of the guys shouted at him to leave. I don't understand what he's doing here. The young man jumped up without thinking, holding a sharpened shovel in front of him. He hit one of these monsters with all his might that was right between the legs of one of the members of this team. His blow was accurate enough. He hit and found the very core that they all needed to find. When the young man saw what he had done and what the result was, he understood that his experience in this game was not letting him down. He looked at the core and realized that he had done everything perfectly. There was a smile on his face. After which he took his shovel and went. He thought, why not warm up, because he had work to do. The rest of the team heard certain sounds coming from the place where the young man was located. He could destroy the monster that was near him with one blow. He did it with such ease that it seemed he was a professional. He didn't just destroy them, but received the cores that needed to be collected. The young man gave a few more blows and almost destroyed all the green monsters. The rest of the team stopped, and their commander, the deer, asked everyone else what was going on, because this newbie guy had destroyed all the monsters with one blow. No one could even imagine that it was possible to do this, but the newbie was able to destroy all the green monsters with one blow. At that moment, he thought that of course it was possible, but only in one case when you had already done it many times. 2 days later, he opened his eyes and saw that he was lying on the ground. The young man wanted to understand where he was at that moment and where the rest of the team was. Raising his head, he wanted to find. He thought that she was somewhere here. He heard the voice of a child who said that the uncle was some kind of strange. Then the young man crawled a few more meters to find her. Not far away, he actually found a coin, and when he took it in his hands, he was very happy. At that moment, he realized that he had acquired a new skill, and that this new skill that he had acquired was treasure hunting. He stood up and thought that he had succeeded. Now everything was clear to him. This was his most important skill, Aeon Kim. He was very happy about it. The young man behaved quite strangely. He laughed and shouted that he found 501 and that he did this to the woman who was with the child. She told him not to look at this strange man. In fact, before clearing the monster, he had to learn a few things and also get some necessary skills. He walked through the trash cans and breathed in all of it. He felt sick and very ill. But despite this, he gained the skill of resistance to pollution. In all this preparation, this was one of the most difficult things. You had to somehow get used to it. Firstly, the talents received work the same way as in the game. You cannot get a skill until all the conditions are met. He was glad that his skills were earned with sweat and blood. Secondly, you can use 6 skills at a time, and before each of his missions, he chose these 6. The only condition is that you can switch between skills at any time. And he used the treasure poise skill. He could see the weakest point of his opponent. Thanks to this talent, he could see mana cores. It was thanks to the skills he acquired that he was able to go to the place where it was easiest for him to deliver the decisive blow. That's why he was able to destroy all those green monsters with one blow, doing the work of his entire team. The deer only had time to shout for them all to be careful, so as not to get hurt. The blow was so strong that it seemed that any of those present could get hit. At that moment, the young man was pleased. He thought that it seemed his work had borne fruit. At that moment, he thought that perhaps the warriors of Kim were actually amazing, and he decided to activate another skill, pollution resistance. In fact, he gained resistance to contaminated mana. After completing the job, he decided to go home. He thought that even with the skills he had, working all day was quite tiring. One of the team came up to him. It was a hedgehog. He told the young man that he was grateful to him because they were going home early today. The hedgehog told the young man that it was simply incredibly interesting to watch him. Does he really hope to wake up like the deer? The guy replied that no, he just knows how to use a shovel correctly, that's all. Then the hedgehog told him that he was just cool, and it was really interesting to watch him. The young man looked at the hedgehog and realized that there was something wrong with this guy. Since his mutation symptoms were getting worse, it looked like he was exposed to too much infected mana. The young man asked the hedgehog if he looked a bit out of sorts. Could he take the day off tomorrow? To which the hedgehog told him no, he'd rather turn into a monster than face the debt collectors. Now it was all clear to the young man. There weren't many reasons why people would take on such work. The work was really hard and you had to use a shovel. Just 4 days later, the young man stood at one of the locations and thought that he had finally finished. Everyone else couldn't breathe. He looked around and realized that the entire team looked tired after so many days of clearing. At that moment, something exploded in the area where they were clearing. Everyone looked in that direction. The hedgehog that was very close was kneeling. He couldn't hold back and coughed loudly. He looked like a monster already. The young man looked at him and thought that the guy was a guy because he had just talked to him and he had told him not to overwork himself. At that moment, a deer approached the young man and told the young man that he didn't look tired at all, most likely because he was a newbie. The deer added that he didn't think at all that the young man would cope with his part of the job. He said that the guy had worked hard. Kim Jong rubbed the back of his head out of habit, laughed, and said that the others had also tried their best. He thought that thanks to the new skills he had acquired while clearing out monsters, such work now seemed easy to him. And I also thought that the deer was also holding up well, most likely because he was of high rank, and at that very moment Ali said that he was damn tired. At that moment, some noise was heard. The young man turned his head and looked at what was happening there. The guys from his team stood near one of them. It was a hedgehog and were afraid to approach it. One of the guys asked the hedgehog what was wrong with his back. Imba, I wonder what's going on with him. The deer ran to find out what was going on there, because it was his command. A young man came up behind him, and he wondered if something irreparable had happened there. The deer ran up to the hedgehog and started shouting loudly for him to come to his senses. He told him that he needed to leave this place. But everything went completely wrong. The hedgehog who was kneeling began to rise, throwing everyone around him. None of the guys who were there could even imagine this. The young man covered his face with his hand and thought that this was definitely not what he wanted to see. He looked at the hedgehog's legs and saw how the spikes were coming out of his fingers and his feet. And also he becomes quite large in size. The hedgehog that just a few minutes ago was lying on the ground was already completely different. He turned into a mutant. His body was mounted. And he was no longer just a hedgehog. He was a mutant hedgehog who did not understand what was happening around him and who was ready to pounce on them. At that moment, the young man thought that it seemed that his mind had finally changed and most likely he had lost it. It was clear that if they did not defeat him, they would not be able to get out of this place. At this moment, the young man thought that he needed to choose 6 new skills, and they were deep breathing, mana absorption, pollution resistance, energy endurance, and wound healing. All the new skills that appeared to him are not intended to destroy monsters in battle. None of this will help. That is why he was in shock. What should he do? At some point when he was standing in front of this huge monster, he thought that he was doomed and he would never be able to get out of this. The young man stood holding a shovel in front of him. He thought that no matter how he looked at this situation, he was finished anyway. But he tried not to inflict damage on his opponent, to which the hedgehog monster struck him back. The guy was lying on the ground. He fell with great force onto the rocks that were very close. At that moment, when he was lying on the ground, he understood that the difference in strength was too great, and if he encountered him again, he would simply die. After some time, he received a notification that he had received a new skill. It was a skill for endurance. Later, he remembered that he definitely had skills and he had to use them. It was still too early to give up. In order for him to survive, he needed to think about how he could defeat this creature that stood in front of him. The first thing he decided was that he needed to replace some skills. He decided that he should keep the strength skill for himself. At the moment, it was very useful to him. He also decided to keep the mana heart for himself. This was supposed to help him control his mana. He also decided to use his skills of fortitude. This should reduce all damage inflicted. He also used mana absorption. This would allow him to absorb mana, and deep breathing would provide higher mana regeneration. And the last thing he decided to use was resistance to pollution, and that's what he pressed on. Then he stood up and thought that he had figured out the basics. Now he needed to figure out his opponent too. His enemy, the hedgehog monster, saw that the young man had stood up and was running to destroy him. When this monster was practically next to the young man and was ready to crush him with almost 1 foot, then the guy used the strength skill. He increased his strength 10 times, after which he swung the shovel to hit the enemy. When his opponent was very close to him, he delivered his blow so that the monster flew to the side despite the fact that he had quite a lot of strength. The very next moment, the young man realized that everything worked out the way he wanted. He was happy about it and thought that everything worked out for him. The monsters that tried to attack him were lying on the ground, but unexpectedly for the young man, he began to raise first his leg and then his hand. And in just a second, he turned into a huge hedgehog that rolled straight towards the guy. At this point, Chan Kim was a little confused. He already thought that this monster was finished, but it was not so at all. The hedgehog monster rolled and dug its huge needles into the ground and threw stones around itself. The guy didn't understand what was happening. Then this huge monster hedgehog Atab jumped up and jumped right above the young man's head. As he flew over it, the guy stood and held a shovel in front of him with his head raised up. He screamed for the love of God that this monster wouldn't fall right on him. That was what he was most afraid of. The monster fell nearby, breaking the stones that were gathered in one pile. After which the hedgehog monster turned around and headed towards the guy. He just wanted to destroy him. The huge fangs that were in the paste of this hedgehog monster were so huge that it was clear that he would leave nothing behind. When the young man saw this aggressive monster approaching him, he started to run away with all his might. At that moment, he activated his other skill. This is endurance. It was increased 10 times. The guy thought that even with this skill, well, it was still very painful for him. But on the other hand, he understood that if he stopped, he would have no chance. He would die immediately. So he decided not to stop and deal blow after blow to this huge monster. He had no choice but to attack further. But his opponent also started to attack. The next moment, he released additional needles that he could control. At first, the monster released one needle which almost touched the young man, after which the monster did not stand on ceremony and released a dozen of such needles from all sides at the young man. Kim Jong was lying on the ground. There were many needles in his body that got into him. It was very painful for him. He raised his head and looked at his opponent and thought that he had very little time left. Then, without giving up, he rushed towards his enemy, the monster. He believed that he still had a little bit left. As the young man ran up to his opponent, he swung his fist to strike. At that moment, he screamed loudly. But everything didn't go according to his plan. His opponent was much stronger than he was. After he tried to strike, he looked at his hand. It was completely destroyed. It was simply impossible to strike his opponent because he was covered in needles, and it was impossible to reach his body. After which his opponent struck the young man, and he fell. After one blow, the monster swung its 2 arms and delivered another blow to the lying guy. At that moment, the young man thought that everything happened as he expected. There was nothing unusual in all this. Tears began to flow from his eyes. He clearly understood that he could not win with the warrior Kim, so he had no choice but to die. The hedgehog monster struck, after which it seemed that everything was over and the monster had won. He held the phone in his hands and continued to play the game as always. It was his favorite game. Kim Jong, when he played, started talking about them attacking because he destroyed them all with only one warrior. Kim, before, when he played this game, everything was simple. In fact, all he had to do was click to hunt monsters. And at that moment, he never thought about the character's feelings. He always just squeezed everything out of the character that he could justify it with efficiency and training. Well, now he knew exactly how it all happened and what the characters in his game meant. He now clearly understood that he needed to suffer and do a lot to get at least a mediocre skill. And when it seemed that he had almost lost, the skill that he had acquired during this game came in handy. He was able to get rid of the clutches of this huge monster by jumping to the side and changing his skills. In fact, it seemed impossible to do, but he still did it, and he activated another skill of muscle and mutant. Now it was clear to him that it was simply impossible to win without paying any price. When he received this skill, his strength became equal to that of his opponent. After which he swung and struck his opponent, the hedgehog monster began to fall on its back. Now it became clear to him why the reason he went on a reckless attack, and receive so much damage. It consisted of skills that could be obtained by exceeding the limit of the heart of mana and strength. He did all this only in order to get another skill of muscle and mutant. Everything that happened to him had to happen for this mutant when he got up, tried to attack the young man. When the mutant approached, swung, and tried to cause damage, the guy put out his huge hand and blocked his blow. Everything that happened a few minutes ago no longer worked. The mutant couldn't hit him, so the young man went on the attack. The mutant concentrated his powers. His needles turned into huge metal spikes with which he was going to strike. After which he approached the young man and hit him with all his might. The guy fell to the ground. As he fell, he thought of only one thing, that this monster had just hit him with all his might. It seemed that the young man had no chance and had to give up. But everything went according to the rules of this game. The monsters were ready to continue to fight with their opponent. That is why the young man adopted a new skill. He now had a mutant body. He was the same size as his opponent. The young man thought that he had become even bigger now. He was grateful for it. Now he would be able to fight the enemy on equal terms. Pushing off with one foot, he attacked his opponent. When the guy approached the monster, he grabbed him by the paws and held them. Now they were equal now. They were the same size. At that moment, the commander of their team opened his eyes. He was lying on the ground. He wanted to know what the noise was. When the deer came closer, he saw the fight between the monster and the guy. Neither of them was inferior to the other. The deer was in shock. He couldn't even imagine that this could happen, because in front of him was an ordinary warrior, Kim. When he saw that this warrior was fighting back against monsters, he wanted to know if this was a superhuman or something like that. He wanted to understand how he could fight on par with a mutant like that. The mutant applied force and pushed the young man back, and he began to fall. Since the mutant also put a lot of effort into this, not only the guy fell, but he himself too. When the young man fell, he thought that it wasn't so, and of course he and the monster were the same size. But if everything continued like this, he would be at a disadvantage. He looked at the mutant who had already stood up and was shouting, calling him to continue the battle. At that moment, the young man thought that it was a bit of a risk, but he understood that he had no other option. When the guy got up on his feet, he activated another skill of his, resistance to pollution. When he activated this skill, he understood that this skill develops resistance to contaminated mana. He calmed himself down and said that he should believe in himself. That is why he decided to delete this skill. The deer only had time to turn his head and look at what was happening around him. The first thing he saw was a huge hand that was increasing in size. Then he saw that the young man's body was becoming completely different, and he was very quickly turning into a mutant. In just a few seconds, he was just a huge mutant standing and screaming. It seemed that the guy who had just been an ordinary warrior, Kim, had turned into a mutant in an instant, who was not just aggressive, but was ready to throw all his energy into his opponent, and who immediately rushed to attack his opponent in order to destroy him. So he dealt blow after blow to his opponent. It all resembled a game. The deer covered his face. I don't understand what's going on. He was very scared, because in front of him, another member of his team turned into a mutant. He was simply gigantic in size. The deer thought that this guy became a mutant to confront one of them, the same mutant. He didn't imagine and didn't think how it was possible. But this warrior, Kim, had another skill that he activated. It was a mutant. The team leader, the deer, when he saw everything that was happening, he shouted, "Fucking God!" In front of him was a huge mutant. It was one of his members, Warrior Kim, who used the mutant skill. Named so the commander of this team thought that he needed to get out of this place as quickly as possible. Raising his head and looking at these two mutants, he understood that his affairs were bad. The hand of one of the mutants was very close, and the deer did not have time to run away to hide from them. At some point, the deer closed his eyes and realized that his death was about to come. This mutant would simply crush him. He sat like that with his eyes closed for some time, and then decided to open one of his eyes. And I saw a young man in front of me who was the same as before. He turned back into a man. Well, despite this, the deer still kept his distance from him because he was simply afraid of him. At that moment, the young man said only one thing, that he did it and he succeeded. When he used the pollution resistance last line of defense skill, he knew perfectly well that if he got the body of a mutant and the muscles and the mutant, then he should succeed. And the most important thing at that moment was to turn off the resistance to pollution in time. Then he could turn into the same mutant as his opponent was. There is an opinion that once a mutant becomes a human, it is impossible to return to human form. But he had a completely different opinion. At that moment, he was thinking only about one thing, that he needed to change the skill, and he knew that he would succeed as long as he was able to think at least a little rationally. At that moment, when he was a huge mutant, and when it seemed that he had no way back, he realized that he needed to change one of his skills back. That's why he was able to change his mutant skill to pollution resistance. That's why he returned to his previous appearance. He looked at everything that was around him, and it seemed somehow extraordinary to him. He wasn't feeling very well, as I had been through a lot today. He had a very bad feeling. It was just terrible. He could not come to terms with it, and he understood that he would never agree to go through something like this again. However, everything he did today was all because of one thing. Because he got the core from the very monster that was trying to get to him. And this core was in his hands. It was because of this core that he changed his body and changed his skills. When he received the notification that he had received the mana core, he held this core in his hands and thought that it was worth it. After all, he received a first-level mana core, so it would certainly be very profitable to engage in cleansing, the young man thought. At this point, the rest of the team asked him how he was feeling and if he was okay. Deer asked him because he turned into a mutant. He wanted to know what happened. The young man thought about it and decided that if rumors were spreading, it wouldn't be very cool. So he started to make things up and says that he just hoped that everything would work out for him and that he would be able to return. He was just lucky. The deer didn't believe a single word he said. He didn't understand what it meant to just get lucky because it was too much. After which the young man extended and gave the captain his commands of the mana core that he had collected. And then turning, he said that they needed to go back because he really wanted to get some fresh air. The captain was holding a 0-level Yarrow man in his hand. He didn't understand how many of them were there. The young man thought that if he saved their skins and also gave the mana cores, they should keep his secret. The captain of their team, holding the mana cores in his hand, did not understand what was happening at all. After they returned and the young man decided to go to the office where he got his job, the boss who gave him the job said he heard the guy had some difficulties, and he asked if it was really that bad. The young man chuckled and said that it was indeed a bit hard towards the end of the job. He didn't understand why the boss suddenly started licking his ass, unexpectedly. But for the young man, the boss began to talk about the fact that in any case, it was necessary to say that he was superhuman. In that case, they would have given him something better than cleansing. The young man poured himself a glass of water, then made several smooth coffees. He wondered if he really thought the guy was a Superman. In this game, superhumans awaken an ability that allows them to gain powerful mana in a world like this, where power superhumans usually belong to the nobility. The young man took another sip of water and thought that in principle this was logical, because only a superhuman could defeat a mutant. In fact, the young man knew perfectly well that he could deal with this mutant. His skills helped him. Then the boss said that he was ready to pay him for this cleanup. He was very happy because it would be quite good, and he was even ready to agree that he was a Superman. His employer said that his group cleared out 5 regions. For one region, he usually pays 10 million. He takes 20% of the proceeds for giving work. The rest is divided between the members of the group, and if you divide the remaining tons of each person, it will come out to 5 million. His employer said that this time they would do it a little differently and put several wads of money in front of the young man. The employer said that he would take only 5% commission and would also give him a bonus of 12 million. After which the employer said that he was interested in further cooperation with the young man. At that moment, he thought that most likely being a superhuman is very cool. The young man came out with so much money and thought that he needed to spend it somehow, but he didn't yet understand how to do it. At that moment, someone stopped him and asked if he was in a good mood today. This guy looked at the young man and asked if he had received enough for his work. The young man smiled and replied that Down had received the money because they had already finished the job. He thought that the guy had been on the cleanup team with him. This guy started talking from afar. He said that he came here to ask him for a favor. This guy started crying and started talking about how his wife was really sick, so he thought maybe he could give him some money. He apologized for asking him about it, considering that they had only worked together once. But at that moment, the young man thought that it was not a very good idea to help others if you didn't know them at all. And most importantly, he thought that this guy could someday stab him in the back because he himself was really short of money. The guy who came over to him knelt down in front of the young man, who told him that it wasn't worth it because he was older than him. The young man reached out and gave him the mana cores. He said that there weren't that many of them, but that he should hold them. He thought that he shouldn't ignore this guy because it would be too bad for him later. After some time, in another part of the place where that same guy lived, in his room, he was happy that he got the mana cores. He thought this guy was just a dumbass. In order to get these cores, he just pretended to be a poor old man, and this newbie fell for it. The deer listened to this whole story. It was very strange for him, he thought. Could this newbie really be a completely green guy? He said that he bets that the newbie would give even more if he were told that his child is also sick. Then the guy looked at the rest of his team and said that it was all good. But what pissed him off was that this newbie got paid a lot more than them because of this bastard who pretended to be a Superman. They got very little. Len also noticed this and said that this newbie is not a Superman at all and they should teach him a lesson. The guy asked his team leader if he had any idea and if he wanted to share it. The deer smiled. He really had an idea. He was only thinking about how to bring it to life. At this time, the young man was lying in his bed and thinking that he felt great in his soul, and if everything goes at this rate, he will become a hero in this world. And the rest of the team only thought that he was a stupid little idiot, and he must have some strange ability. If they knew his secret, then it was worth explaining to him. After which the deer squeezed his hand with all his might, so that all the cannonballs in his hand flew in different directions. The deer told everyone else that he was ready to teach him a lesson and tell him how terrible the world could be. After some time, he was in one of the best establishments in the city. The young man thought that money is the best thing. He could never have thought that he would live to see the day when he could afford a massage. In a similar place in the game, it was better than in reality. The masseur who was doing the massage pressed on some points on his hand and his hand started to hurt. At that moment, the young man thought that he had spent 3 whole days relaxing in this hotel, but the pain still hadn't gone away. He decided that now he would think twice before using his mutant skills. The skill changes are not as omnipotent as they turned out to be. His body changed depending on the skills and the severity of the side effects of age as his body changed. The problem was how he could survive by limiting the use of his skills. His massage therapist continued to massage him. Raising his head, he saw the people who were below. They interested him. The man wondered if this was the same Iron Fist gang that everyone says they always walk around with such an arrogant look. In this game he got into, he understood perfectly well that local gangs are much more important than any law. And it was understandable because there are too many monsters around, the authorities can't cope, so ordinary citizens have to ask for help from superhumans. The young man was lying on the massage and thought that he had certainly managed to survive in this situation, but it would be stupid to rely only on himself in such a dangerous place. At some point, he came up with a few more ideas on how to spend the money he received. I enjoy the fact that he was in such a place now. He thought that everything comes down to only one thing, money. After some time, he arrived at the Seoul Flea Market. In this place, you could buy and sell anything you wanted. He approached the girl who asked him if he was there to sell or buy something. The young man replied that he had some monster byproducts. The girl looked at the young man very suspiciously and said that they warn you right away. The young man responded that they don't buy zero-level monocores, saying that he understood everything perfectly well and wasn't even going to suggest that to her. In that case, he thought what he could offer her in order to sell. He climbed in and pulled out a monocore from his pocket that he had received when he killed that same monster. The girl was a little surprised. The girl asked if this was a second-level monocore. The young man told her that it was. At that moment, he thought that it was nice to see her surprise, and it was not at all in vain that he killed the time to craft it in the hotel room. At that moment, he used everything he had, and now he had a second-level mana core. He understood perfectly well that the cost of any core depends and differs depending on the level, so in order to sell it at the highest price, he had to go exactly this way. The girl handed him the money and said that she was ready to pay him 4,770,000. The young man took the money and thanked her for it. He was pleased that everything worked out for him. After which he asked this girl if she was selling any weapons or protection. She said, of course, and told him to come through. She was ready to show him everything. In just a few seconds, he was on the other side of the counter. He was inside the store where everything was. When he went inside, he was very surprised because everything he needed was there. He looked around and saw that this store had absolutely everything he needed. There were all the basic items that he used when he played. The girl told him that he could take his time and calmly choose what he needed. The young man was happy because he could finally get himself in order. In the store there, he bought everything he thought was necessary for his further stay in this game. He walked down the street and thought that now that he had a gun, he finally felt like he was playing this game. At that moment, he heard someone's voice. It was very quiet and it seemed feminine to him, so the young man looked. There really was a girl standing in front of him. When she saw the young man with a gun, she thought that he was a mercenary by chance. The girl said that she needed help. The young man raised his 2 hands and began to say that he was not a mercenary at all, and that she had confused him, and that she most likely needed to find someone else. At that moment, she took out a wad of money from her bag and handed it to the young man. She said that she was on a business trip, but the Iron Fist gang was scaring her. So she asked the young man to accompany her home, and for this he could get 500,000. It was something like a daily he thought maybe he should try because he had just done some shopping. On the other hand, he looked at the girl and thought that he couldn't leave her in danger. The young man thought for a moment, turned to her and said that in that case they should go forward. The girl thanked him. They walked for quite a long time along small streets where there was practically no one. After a while, the girl said that they were almost there. They just needed to turn in this direction. The young man walked behind and thought why, if she came on a business trip, she stayed in such a deserted place because there was not a soul there at all. The girl pulled ahead a little and said that they now needed to turn the corner. When he approached this place and looked where she turned, he saw that it was very low. The girl stood not far from him and said that they were almost there and he should come to her. The young man felt something was wrong and he realized that it was very dark there and it was very suspicious. The next thing he thought was that he couldn't see anything at all and he needed to activate a new skill, night vision. After activating this skill, he began to see. Of course, this wasn't part of his plans, but he got this new skill. When he began to see, he saw that right in front of him was the barrel of a gun. This gun was in the hands of the most defenseless girl. She extended her hand and was ready to pull the trigger at any moment to shoot. At that moment, the girl said that he was much more careful than she expected. The young man tried to put together everything that was happening to him, the gun, the girl, and everything else. He realized that it was a trap. From behind, he heard the voice of the Deer Team commander, who asked him where he was going. All the other members of this team also came out from different corners. The young man was a little surprised by such a meeting, the Deer said. After all, it's cool that they met again. The guy didn't understand what he had done to deserve such treatment. Then the Deer answered him that he had done absolutely nothing. He had simply been too stupid. The Deer continued to talk about how he was just a frivolous bastard, that's all. At that moment, the young man did not wait for the end of their conversation, and pushing the girl away, quickly began to run away. The Deer got angry because he himself started the conversation, and now he was running away. The Deer ordered the girl to shoot. The girl fired several shots at the young man. One of these shots hit him right in the back. Blood sprayed everywhere. The young man couldn't stay on his feet and began to fall right onto the steps he was running down. The Deer got very scared and started yelling at the girl why she was shooting at him because she should have shot at his legs and not at his body. The girl said that it was better than him leaving them. The Deer thought that he most likely died. The young man was lying on the ground, and the guys who were standing nearby were thinking only about the fact that he had returned to human form after becoming a mutant. She was sure that some Mahashu would pay for his corpse. Although the Deer thought they could get more out of him if they captured him alive, one of the guys said that now they could take care of his bitch. The Deer added that he most likely won't need anything anymore, and it's unbearable for him to help, so you can take care of his bag. When they raised their heads, they saw that all that was left of this guy was blood on the ground. He was no longer there. What happened before their eyes surprised them very much. They didn't want to know where his body went and what happened at all. Right where they were standing and the lantern was illuminating this place, the next moment this lantern cracked. Immediately after this, something hit the guy who was standing next to the Deer very hard in the neck. None of them understood what was happening. The Deer stood in the darkness next to him was his team. He wanted to understand what happened here. The only thing he was afraid of was that this guy they just killed with a few shots survived. The young man could see perfectly in the dark and could see each of them. He told this Deer that he was really right, and he really survived because he couldn't die because of someone who repays kindness with betrayal. At this moment, the young man thought that when he was buying everything in this store, he just put on the armor before leaving the store. Thanks to the fact that he was wearing this bulletproof vest, he received a new useful skill. This skill has been activated, and this skill is to pretend to be dead. At that moment, the Deer started screaming that the young man had broken all the lights and he couldn't see anything. The Deer wanted to know where the young man was. He wanted to take revenge on him, but he was very close. He was standing right next to him. The young man asked him if he was really looking for him, after which the young man said that he had saved his life then, but the Deer tried to take it away now, but it was too late. The young man swung to deliver the fatal blow. Kim Jong couldn't leave Ali's behavior unpunished. He swung his arm to hit him. Oleni managed to dodge this blow and received a full-force punch right in the nose. Blood spurted in all directions. Immediately after this blow, another blow followed. The Deer lost his footing and fell to the ground. When the Deer lifted his head and began to rise, he wiped the blood from his face. He could not leave without answering his opponent. He considered the newcomer his opponent, so the Deer swung and tried to kick him, but the guy dodged the blow in time. The young man thought that the Deer should be grateful for saving him. He wanted to know if he really thought that I was trying to kill my savior. He was making the right decision. Kim Jong punched his opponent a few more times and then swung his arm to kick him. This kick could have been decisive for the deer because he was completely unable to resist. At that moment, the girl, seeing that another blow would be dealt to the deer, took out her pistol and fired from it. After she took her shot, she asked the deer if he was okay or what. The young man raised his hand to see what was going on with it, and he got his equal in his hand. He thought that he had been too careless. In this game, it wasn't the monsters or even the mutants that were scary. It was the people who were right next to you. The young man thought that he was too naive and easily trusted these people. He reached into his pocket, supposedly to get a gun. The very next moment, he had a gun in his hands aimed at her. He thought that he would not make such a mistake again and would not trust. That's why he pulled the trigger and fired his shot. The girl dropped the gun and her hands were injured. The next shot he made was at the guy who was standing next to him and who was on that team. He hit him in the shoulder. Two wounded people were lying on the ground. The girl was making some not very loud sounds from pain. The young man said that now it was all over. Hearing a strange sound very close to him, he turned his head to see what it was. Now it was clear to him that he still needed to finish off the deer, just in case. Since he didn't see it, he began to look around. The deer was standing right behind him. The man turned his head sharply back and saw his opponent standing behind him. Well, it was too late. Laziness swung and knocked the gun out of his hands by kicking him in the arm. Most likely it was no longer a leg. The legs of the deer had transformed, and it looked more like the hooves of a real deer. The young man realized that the deer had moved to the first level of superhuman, and he activated the awakened skill. Of course, it was a bit strange because he woke up superhuman. Right at that moment, the guy thought that the developers came up with this in vain, that you can wake up so easily. The awakening of the superhuman happened very quickly. All game characters could awaken and become superhumans. An ordinary warrior, Kim, could easily become an awakened superhuman with just one click of a button. This was considered the main development system in this game. According to the world of this game, a level 1 superhuman is strong enough to be dangerous to a normal person with a rifle in his hands. In other words, Kim Jong will have to deal with a Superman. While being an ordinary mortal, he will have to fight a deer. Therefore, the young man was a little confused by what had happened, and he was thinking about what decision he should make. Watching his opponent, he noticed that at some point the deer simply disappeared before his eyes. It was clear that his opponent, the deer, had activated the stereoscopic movement skill, and he had also activated the kick skill. Stereoscopic movement meant that the user could use the incredible mobility of their legs to move freely in any direction, which is what the deer did. He turned his head and saw how the deer was moving very quickly due to its legs and due to its skill on the wall, and was approaching him. The young man realized that his opponent had used this skill to climb the wall of the building. When the deer was almost above the young man's head, he shouted that he was ready to finish him off. At that moment, Kim Jong thought that he needed to quickly dodge. When the deer jumped from above, as it seemed to him, right on the guy, Kim Jong managed to jump to the side at the last moment. The deer was disappointed because his opponent was able to avoid his blow at the last moment. After which, without saying a word, the deer pushed and continued to attack the young man. He shouted that now he definitely wouldn't succeed, and he wouldn't be able to avoid the blow. The deer swung and struck the young man in the chest with his hoof. The deer was pleased that he managed to do this. His body continued to awaken, and he became more and more like a mutant. Again, at the last moment, the young man said that the deer should forgive him, but he had no intention of evading. He was too lazy and a little confused. Because the young man was able to stop his hoof kick with a club, Kim Jong told his opponent that he was a fucking animal and he was incapable of anything. He understood that buying a folding baton was a good thing, and it came in handy. A few hours ago, when he was standing in that very store where he bought all the equipment, he looked at absolutely everything that was on the counter. The first question he asked himself was whether he should buy a gun. But he answered himself that since the warrior Kim belongs to the warrior class, even if he becomes stronger, there is a limit to how effectively he can use weapons. So he thought that just in case he needed to get something for his class. And that something turned out to be a telescopic baton that he bought in that store and which came in handy. Each character has a weapon and skills that are more effective for their class, and this club was just such a weapon. And the man thought that this is precisely why he needs to defeat the deer at this very moment, and in this situation, when the advantages are on the side of this deer. He needed a weapon that suited his class and was more effective for him in this game. He needed to use melee weapons and skills appropriate for the warrior Kim he was at the moment. After he repelled his opponent's attack, he swung his club to strike his opponent. Right after he delivered this blow and his opponent fell to the ground, he received a new skill, It was strike. It was his first skill of this class. And it was a specialized skill of the warrior strike class. He was pleased that he moved to the next level. Right after he got his skill, he decided that he should move as fast as possible and strike. He made the first blow down, then made an uppercut, after which he lunged. His opponent did not have time to parry his blows. Immediately after this combination, the young man swung and struck from the side. The deer was perplexed because he was of a higher rank and class, but he could not destroy the young man. After Kim Jong's attack, his opponent also decided that he had to attack, so he swung his leg and tried to strike. At that moment, the young man thought that he had opened up in vain. He needed to understand whether he should dodge this blow. But he also understood that he couldn't stop when he had already come so far. He was ready to go to the very end. He understood that even if he broke something, in any case he couldn't stop. He had to continue attacking. That's how he would be able to defeat his opponent. So he dealt several blows right during the opponent's attack. When his opponent, a deer, tried to hit him, he blocked to avoid the blow. And at the same time, he struck his opponent with a club on his body, and he only managed to make sounds. The blow from his club was much stronger than the blow from his opponent. At that moment, he received a new skill. When the young man realized that he had received a new skill combo, he thought that everything had worked out for him. He really had the best warrior skill set for the early game. He had strike, and he had combo, so he was able to deal with his opponent without taking many hits. At one point, his opponent very pitifully asked the young man to stop. But the guy didn't stop. He continued to attack with his club weapon and with his two skills. After delivering several blows, the deer was unable to escape these blows, so he began to fall backwards. At that moment, the young man realized that he had defeated the awakened deer. His opponent lay breathless on the ground. Immediately after he realized that he had defeated the awakened deer, he felt his hands burning. The young man looked at his hands. He didn't understand what kind of feeling it was. He had never had anything like it before. At that moment, his whole body seemed to be torn apart by pain. He had a feeling as if something was filling him from the inside and wanted to break out. His body was in so much pain that he thought he was going to die. He didn't understand what was happening to him. After some time, he felt a sharp pain as if something had burst inside him, and it came out. The taboo that was in his whole body became less acute and began to recede. He began to come to his senses. He looked at his body, which I did not understand what was happening. At that moment, he learned the truth about the world in which he constantly played. He was now awakened. He was the first level, and he became a Superman. Jav his hand into a fist. The only thought that was in his head was that he had become a Superman. His joy knew no bounds. He shouted that he had finally become a Superman. His face was glowing with happiness. It seemed like this was the greatest joy in his life. He thought that now he would have not only an offer from a mercenary, but also loans from banks. He stood on his head with joy. At that moment, he heard someone's voice saying that he had done a really great job. Continuing to stand on his head, the young man tried to turn his head and see who was talking to him. In front of him stood a huge man who was holding a machine gun, and he had a lot of weapons with him. Behind him stood several more people. It was Kim Chol-kwon. He was the second main character after Kim Jong in this game. He was a fairly strong character who used firearms and specialized in shooting from a hand prosthesis. The problem was that Kim Chol-kwon was the leader of the Iron Fist group. He was cold-blooded and ruthless. The young man thought that there was probably a fight in the group, so he was probably very angry. Kim Chol approached the young man and asked if he had found out about this place and decided to start a fight. The guy tried to justify himself. He said that they had attacked suddenly, and he couldn't just die. Kim Chol reloaded his pistol and asked the young man if he was more afraid of these guys than the Iron Fist. When the young man saw the gun, he was really scared. If he fought in such a state, he would simply die. He understood this clearly. Kim Chol put a gun right to his chest. He said that he was wrong, and he gave the wrong answer. His opponent at that moment said that he was ready to show him what would happen if someone spoiled his territory. At that moment, the young man did not know what to do. He was practically already thinking that he had lost. But at the last moment, he asked his interlocutor if he was ready to show him and how he would do it. After which the young man took the enemy's pistol with his hand and pulled it aside. Kim Jong told your opponent that he is not so easy to kill, and at that moment he pulled the trigger of the taboo gun that was presented to him. A shot rang out. The bullet that flew out of the gun passed through the young man's body and flew out the other side. Kim Chol that this guy is not such a bastard anymore, and he was able to pull the trigger with his finger. What happened next left the young man's opponent in amazement. It seemed he should have died, but that did not happen. The young man raised his hand and brought it to the place where the bullet hole was. He said that it even tickled him at that moment. He received another acquisition. It was regeneration, and it was successfully obtained. Kim Chol smiled at that moment. He asked his people if they had seen it, and then added that this guy had interesting abilities. Regeneration was an improved version of the wound healing special trait that could be acquired at level 1 by a superhuman. The young man thought that these idiots who stood in front of him were afraid to overestimate him, so he decided to bluff. He pointed his finger at the guys lying behind him and said that as they could already see, he hadn't won because he was lucky, and if they were going to fight him, they'd better try really hard. Kim Chol continued to hold the cigar in his hand. He asked the young man's name again and added that he liked his persistence. After which he said that he would remember his name, and this time they would let him go, but he would still owe them. After which Kim Chol put his hand on his shoulder, which meant that there would be no fight between them. Well, just in case, Kim Chol asked the young man if he knows what this could mean. The guy replied that he agreed, and he remembered everything, and then he thought that most likely this meant that he was recognized. After these words, Kim Chol extended his hand and said that they had not agreed. Next time he would be with him. The young man understood that Kim Chol Kwan was not the type to betray, and there was nothing wrong with establishing contact with him. So the guy extended his hand and said that they had indeed agreed, and contact was restored. After which they shook hands and said that they would be glad to see each other again. A little later in another part of this game, namely in the magic tower where he went. When he played before, he didn't understand why this part of the game was needed at all, but now it all looked really cool. When he got to this part, he looked around and he liked it all very much. Everything here was different from his area. The polite girls thanked him for visiting the magic tower. There was a beautiful woman standing in front of him and she was asking the guy how she could help him. He looked at her and did not understand where he could see her. She seemed very familiar to him. The girl asked the guy if he came to get a superhuman certificate, and she showed him with her hand, and then said that first he needs to go there and measure his magical potential. The guy thanked her. After which he did what she told him. He went in that direction. He walked and thought that the girl had told him everything. He didn't even have time to answer. Apparently, she often did this. He thought no matter what, get the certificate, and he will be able to start a serious life in this game. Come closer, he was very surprised. Someone said that you need to look at the ceiling and shouted that Taya had come. The young man raised his head and saw if this was really a saint. When he raised his head, he realized that it looked more like an ordinary portal. The light that came from this portal was so bright that it was unbearable to look at it. The people opposite the guy stood in front of this light as if it were a saint. Everything that was happening seemed very incomprehensible and unfamiliar to him. When he saw the creature descending from above, he thought of only one thing, that this was most likely the religion of the ancient father. He looked at the one descending from above and thought what he would do here. Could it really be the boss monster? People standing on the other side started shouting that glory to the holy religion of the ancient father, glory to the young man, thought that now there should be a demonstration training, which means the boss should have appeared and not the saint. Well, in fact, in the course of history, it became known that this is not a real religious organization, but simply a sect, which was ready to attack all citizens and which was worshipped by quite a lot of people. Someone asked the saint if she would measure the magic dance and record the game level. In fact, she really came down here to measure her magical potential and show it to the players. For this, she used her superpower. It was nothing like she was spinning around herself, and it was quite noisy. The young man thought that measuring potential was such a noisy process that he could not have imagined that it would be exactly like this. For some time, the device measured her abilities and worked without stopping. After he stopped, it seemed like some information was being passed on to determine her abilities. Everyone turned to see the results of her ability measurement. People who believed in their saint stood and waited to see what the results would be. After which the board showed that the saint was 27 years old, type priest, magical potential, 8th level, special characteristics, 6. This was of course a very high level. The young man thought that now was not the time to rejoice, since the 8th level could be compared in strength to an aircraft carrier. In fact, she was a walking fighting force of national level in the future. This damn strong Superman will wipe out this whole soul. At that moment, the young man thought that if he had said all this, he would have been called crazy or stoned. He approached the device and thought that he himself first needed to measure his magical power. He thought that 6 characteristics were too eye-catching, so it would be better to reduce them to 3. Sviato turned her head and looked towards the young man who was measuring his abilities. She was asked if something was wrong or if there was someone special here. The saint approached the young man from behind and told him that he had very interesting abilities. The guy turned around and yelled at her because he thought she came up from behind very suddenly. Unexpectedly for himself, he thought that he shouldn't be so nervous and he should calm down. Most likely she felt that his characteristics had changed, which is why she tried to approach him from behind. His abilities really changed. He saw all the magical properties that were available to him. Nobody understood why she approached this guy. He seemed like an ordinary guy in their opinion. The saint took his hand and held his hand with hers for a while. She asked the young man, considering him a Superman, what his name was. The guy replied that his name was Kim Jong. He was very surprised because he could never have imagined that the saint of this game herself would ask him. She began to say that she represents the religion of the ancient father and wants to convert him to their faith. The young man thought that the ancient father was the owner of the throne of black gold, and he always needed me with ordinary powers. She talked about how she wanted to convert his faith so that he could find a place for himself and find paradise on this hellish earth. Those around were surprised. Does she really want to convert him? After all, she was the first daughter of an ancient father. The young man clenched his teeth very tightly. He was simply furious. He did not know what to do. If he accepts her virus, he will acquire a special trait and he will have to become an apostle of this religion. This set participated in the Korean War and allowed the major powers to defeat Seoul. He clenched his hand into a fist. He wasn't going to do that, so he was against accepting their religion. Tearing his hand out of hers, he thought that he was being forcibly sold shares that had already ceased to be valid. The people who stood around and bowed before the saint could not even imagine that the young man would behave like that. Having pulled away from her handshake, the young man said that he refused to be treated. The saint was very outraged by his answer. She couldn't even imagine such a thing, so she asked him if she hadn't heard. The young man told her that he says no, and he means it. Then the saint told him that she was ready to accept his choice because he had the power to serve God and reject him. But then coming closer to him, the saint said that the ancient father had already taken possession of his entire body and he could not simply refuse. She held him by the shoulders with her hands, squeezing them from both sides. The saint told the young man that he should always know and not forget that he had God's imprint on him, and if he could not get rid of it. Already leaving, she added that his tiny thirst for freedom, which he dreams of, it would be absolutely pointless at this moment. His whole body seemed to be burning again. The young man again felt a feeling of pain that he did not understand. It seemed as if his whole body was being torn apart from the inside. People who were watching all this started to give gifts. Did he refuse initiation? They considered him an unbeliever, and they felt very sorry for him. What was happening to him at that moment was the activation of the characteristic. It was a holy heat. Due to the refusal of the appeal, an imprint was received that causes burning pain. He was ready for this, but his whole body ached as if it was melting. Holy heat is one of the most serious punishments in this game. It caused a burning pain that prevented you from living normally. It was impossible to get rid of it until you took communion in the temple and converted. Despite the fact that he was in great pain, he clearly saw his future, and that is why he refused. At some point, he even thought that what was about to happen was that he should just die at that moment. Unexpectedly for everyone, water was splashed in his direction. This is not a large amount of water that fell on the young man's face and head. At that moment, a picture appeared before his eyes. He saw the girl who brought him to measure his strength. It was she who splashed water on him. The girl asked the young man how he felt. This girl helped him. In fact, no one can help the holy heat, but he was still grateful to her because she tried to help him. The young man thought that he needed to wait just a little while until he gained strength. Then he would be able to cope with this heat. The very next moment, he activated another skill. This is resistance to the Holy Spirit. He received another characteristic. He clearly understood that he did not refuse the appeal out of stupidity. He did it on purpose. The punishment of holy heat has the property of becoming stronger depending on the magical potential. He only has the first level, and he is also psychologically weak, so there are several options on how this problem could be solved. Firstly, having received all the resistance to the Holy Spirit, he could then increase his magical potential. If he can endure all this, his magical properties will increase several times. While it seemed to him that he was practically dying from this heat, the girl poured water from 2 bottles on both sides of him to reduce this heat. She asked him to just hold on. This water that she poured on him was like a life-saving source that threw the never-ending pain throughout his body. At some point, he realized that he needed to focus on this contrast and that it would make things easier for him. He understood that somewhere 2 elements must come together into one. On one side, it was fire, and on the other side, it was water. So he tried to concentrate and connect them into one whole like yin and yang, how he had to combine the burning suffering and the cooling mind in one. He understood that he had the magical potential to put out this fire. When he tried to concentrate, he felt that he could do it, and he started to succeed. Those standing around him and watching him felt a very great power that was being studied from the young man. In fact, he was able to cope with this heat due to the new characteristic he received. It was magical protection. When he realized that he had succeeded, he now had the characteristics of a first-level defense warrior and he had magical protection. The girl asked the young man how he was feeling. The guy replied that thanks to her, he was fine. People stood with their mouths open. None of them even imagined that this guy could cope with the holy heat. They thought that this couldn't be. The young man understood that what had happened to him was not forever, but thanks to protective magic, the pain had passed. At least for a while. He was freed from the burning pain. It seemed to him that the pain that was in him was shining with black flashes. The young man decided that he couldn't stop and that he really needed to measure his magical potential. That's why he came here. When he started measuring his magical potential, he was surprised that it was increasing. He stood waiting for the data to be displayed to him. The assessment was complete. It was revealed to him that he was Kim's son. He was 22 years old, warrior type, magic level first, special characteristics that he possessed. There were 6 of them. Everyone around started saying that this was the appearance of a super newbie because he was level 1, but he had 6 characteristics. Now it was clear why the saint approached him. The young man thought that there was too much attention. He wanted to do everything unnoticed. The girl who brought him here congratulated him on such data. For the first time in her entire career, she meets a super person with 6 characteristics. She asked him to come in to pick up his ID. He still had to spend some time in these towers in order to get a certificate. After some time, he was given a certificate with his photo, and it was written that he was a first-level superhuman. When he took this certificate in his hands, the girl congratulated him on receiving the official certificate of superhumanity. The young man thought how hard he had worked to get this certificate, and now it was finally in his hands. After this certificate, the girl said that she was ready to tell him about the benefits that a person above the first level could receive. The young man said that he already knows everything about this reduction in taxation, the possibility of carrying weapons, and as the level of exemption from taxes and arrests increases, as well as benefits for any movement and transport. The girl was very surprised, but she said that it was great that he knew all this. The guy answered her that he is a gamer, and he just has a degree in superhuman sciences. However, he said the only thing he doesn't like to do is waste time. He saw a crowd standing and waiting for him. Some wanted to get his autograph. Others wanted to invite him to join the guild. The third wanted to write an article about the super newbie. The young man asked if he could leave quietly. The girl laughed and said that of course she had already prepared everything. The young man did not understand that she could have prepared. He looked at the girl with confusion. He wondered if she really faced such tasks every day. In fact, when she got up, she said that he shouldn't worry. She was ready to see him off. As they very quietly left that place, the young man thanked her for taking care of him. Namely, because she was able to secretly lead him through this secret corridor. The girl said that they help each other, and life becomes much easier. At that moment, he received another characteristic, and it was stealth, which he received as a result of how he escaped from there. He also got a strange characteristic. The girl pointed her finger and said that he should go there according to the rules of this game. She can only give him instructions. The young man answered her that this would be enough and thanked her again. The girl wished him good luck. The guy thought that in this game there is such a kind person as this girl. He was very pleased about it. As he was leaving, he thought that when he became stronger, he would definitely repay this pretty girl who helped him. He wanted to see what her name was. He took the business card she gave him and started reading it. Well, when he read her name, he was very surprised because he couldn't even imagine who he had just talked to. On this business card, it was written that she was responsible for registration, and her name was Baekso Rin. He thought that Baekso Rin was a SSR-level warrior. One of the 3 main characters. She had a berserker class, so she always looked scary. At that moment, he realized why her face seemed familiar to him in all the games. She was so scary that he couldn't even imagine. That Baekso Rin could be so kind and say such words to him and help him. He didn't understand what happened to her. Immediately after he received this certificate, he returned to his work. He continued cleaning the cave that day. It was the last one he destroyed. It seemed to everyone around that everything should be very simple for superhumans. But in reality, it was not at all like that. After a week of hard work cleaning the cave, he was exhausted to death. She said that he had no strength left at all. He wondered if he had really only cleared 1 tunnel, but he was already so tired that he wondered if it was really effective. Having gone over all of them in his head, he realized that all of these characteristics that he possessed were aimed at strengthening his magical account. He thought if he had the demonic cave clearing stat, he would have finished much faster. Because of this debuff, he can't do anything. And he also knew that in order to get rid of the sacred heat that he would need the medicine nectar. He understood that it was very expensive, but he couldn't even clear the tunnel. He was so tired. As he was thinking about all this, he felt the phone ring in his pocket. He didn't want to pick up the phone, but the phone kept ringing. He wondered who was calling him so persistently. When he picked up his phone, he saw that it was General Choi calling, and he was ready to hang up because they had already finished. Then he decided not to do it because it was a good chance, and he decided to meet him again. After some time, a young man came to his office. Choi was glad to see him. He asked if he really overcame the sacred fever and received the 6 characteristics. He said that it was a great honor to meet the one about whom so much is said. The young man said that he didn't do it on purpose, it just happened. Then the guy asked Choi if he found the one he asked him about, to which he received an ambiguous answer. Choi started talking about how it was very hard to make the nectar that he asked for could only be found during the 5th level superhuman missions. Then the young man, hearing such an answer, said that means he can't do anything. Choi objected to him. He began to say that it was a question of an exclusive contract with him, so he had to find a way, and he still found it. The guy thought that he knew that Choi would do anything just to keep the agreement with him. After which the young man asked what request he was talking about and what he needed from him. Choi showed the photo and said he probably should know about primary public safety. The guy looked, he really didn't know anything about public safety. He heard for the first time that such a type of security company existed. It was a private military enterprise, a huge company that was among the top 10 largest. The CEO and vice president were a married couple. They came from families that studied martial arts, so they had a solid foundation. The young man did not understand what people who were born with a golden spoon in their mouth could ask for. Choi said that they are not asking for themselves. They have a son whom he showed him. He showed it one more time. Their son was already 20 years old and he still had not become a Superman. The guy was very surprised. This couldn't be, despite the fact that both parents were from military families. It was surprising. Choi said that you are there, and the riddle. They say he accumulated strength for the 8th level, but he still did not become a superhuman. Then he continued to talk about how they want a superhuman above the 1st level to join them, and for him, this is a wonderful opportunity. Kim Jong thought that this was a really good offer, and he really needed to meet these people. So he answered Shiva that first they needed to meet, and then he would be able to give a definite answer. After some time, they agreed on this meeting and arrived at the house where this family lived. Go inside, and they offered to sit on the sofa and wait until they came out to them. Choi told the guy that it seemed like the CEO and his wife were very busy, and that they were usually never late. The young man looked around and caught himself thinking that this house even smelled of money. They didn't have to wait long. After a while, the couple came out to them and asked for forgiveness for making them wait. The woman said that they were the ones who filed the petition and introduced herself and her husband as Seo Jung-ju and Lee Mi-ri. Choi got up from the couch, bowed, and said that there was nothing to worry about. He thanked them for taking the time to do so. When the young man lowered his head to greet the hosts, he thought that they were superhumans of at least the 6th level. He looked at them, and it seemed that they were simply unattainable. In his opinion, they didn't even have magical powers. The owner of this house looked at the young man and said that he was an ordinary youth. His wife tried to stop him. She said that he was talking and sent him to the office if he did not calm down. The owner continued to be indignant. He said that this was completely out of bounds. His wife invited the guests to sit down. She said if they have already come here, it means they agree with their proposal. The young man answered them that first he would like to check the condition of their son. If there is a special reason why he cannot awaken the superhuman in himself, he wanted to know. At that moment, the owner, with all his anger, hit the table in front of him with his fist. He started shouting how a newbie who came from nowhere knew all these details. His wife tried to calm him down. She said that he should sit down and understand that this guy is very worried about their son. Then she added that they don't tell strangers about things like theirs, and if they are ready to take on the job, she will call her son and explain everything. The decisive thing for you all there were her last words when she said, "Doesn't he need nectar?" The young man was ready to agree to everything. Kim Jong clearly understood that there was a problem that he couldn't tell his son about, and they knew exactly what he needed. They were completely confident in themselves. So the young man decided to say that he accepted their request and they should call their son. After a while, the door to this room opened very quietly. It seemed as if someone was not entering but sneaking in. A guy came into the room and said that his name was So-jin, and he looked at the young man with great apprehension. Kim Jong immediately stood up from his seat, greeted the guy, and said that he was very pleased. Then he extended his hand and shook his hand. At that moment, he did not feel anything suspicious. He lowered his eyes down and noticed that Seo-jin was wearing gloves on her hands. Seeing a pentagram drawn on this glove, he said that these are excellent gloves. Seo-jin confirmed that these are really good gloves and added that they are too much for him, but he still uses them. Kim Jong was a little surprised. He thought that maybe this guy needed a powerful romantic drink seal if he was wearing these gloves. The entire family present in the room did not understand why Kim Jong noticed the gloves their son was wearing. But the young man already understood almost exactly what the problem was and why this guy couldn't become a human being. Kim Jong asked permission to let him look at these gloves. Then he added that for children of high-ranking parents, especially for warriors, it is very important to request the overthrow of a first-level person. The blackmail he just received over the nectar was a call to him. At that moment, Kim Jong realized something. He asked Mr. Jin if the parishioners of the Church of the Ancient Father really wanted to make him one of them. That is why he believed that their son's power was not awakening. He refused to turn, and the magical seal helps to fight the sacred heat. In fact, the young man understood that he had not announced this publicly. But when they heard about a first-level superhuman who had dealt with the sacred heat, they immediately went to him. At that moment, Jin listened to every word he said. He understood that this guy was saying everything accurately. After which he said that it was incredible and he understood everything perfectly. Now he wouldn't have to explain everything from the beginning. He was just a detective. Kim Jong answered him that he simply understood what was happening. In fact, Kim Jong thought that if he knew the future, it would not be difficult to predict. As soon as he saw the photograph that was shown to him, an idea came to his mind. He decided that he needed to introduce Seo-jin to the future, and he saw that this guy would become a paladin of the Ancient Father's Church. His parents refused to convert him, which is why he lost his powers, but then he accepted the church and changed. At that moment, he saw the boots from the father of this family who came closer to them. The father asked if their son could avoid conversion and if there was a way out of this whole situation. Kim Jong thought that before these people treated him with such contempt and would have passed him by without even blinking an eye, he answered them that it was possible. After which Kim Jong put his hand on his shoulder and said that he perfectly understood the pain he had gone through. Then he told him to believe him, and only then he could help him. Jin was touched by these words and tears began to flow from his eyes. He called the young man sir. Kim Jong thought that now someone would become some pseudo-saint. Everyone looked at him as if he were something magical. All he had to do now was carry out his pseudo-sermons. He understood that the future him was now on his side. Hugging the son of the owners, the young man thought that he should benefit from all this. That's why he said that before his treatment, however, one condition must be met. This guy's parents wanted to know what these conditions were. Kim Jong said that the task is much more difficult than he thought. The hostess said that it is really so. It is not only about awakening the power, but also about overcoming the sacred heat. She told him to speak because they are ready to do anything just so that their son has health. In that case, the young man said, he wants them to teach him fencing. It was a very unusual request, so the owners of this house were a little surprised by this request. They weren't just surprised, they were perplexed. Even Jin, for whom everyone had gathered, was in shock. Choi continued to sit on the couch without saying a word. He smiled, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, the mistress of the house asked the young man if he was sure of what he had just said. It seemed at that moment that she became much taller than him and was much stronger than him. She was ready to crush the young man with just one look after such a request that he made. He stood there so small and looked up at her. He was just hot and small. It was then that the young man thought about the situation and that the vice president was much scarier than the president himself. The president asked his wife for calm. Her anger was entirely justified. In fact, fencing in the 21st century no longer had any power, but in the game, everything is different. Power is power. And any power in the game was perceived completely differently than in ordinary life. A superhuman effector could easily cope with and destroy an entire tank. It was precisely these high-quality martial arts techniques that were exchanged for fighter squadrons worth trillions of dollars. 10 overthrown person of the first level will train every day. Tofik Tamani can easily bring him to the 4th level. Knowledge of fencing was elite. It turns out that having asked from such, he nevertheless went too far. So the young man said that this would be a reward in case of success with their son. At that moment, their son turned to his mother. He wanted to tell her something. When she heard her son's voice, she was no longer as furious as she had been a few seconds ago. She stopped, calmer and calmer. The anger was leaving her. She said without turning her head that she agreed. Vitya, the president, said if everything works out, they are ready to give him nectar and chai memory in which the knowledge of fencing is stored. When the young man heard that they agreed, he was very surprised. But at the same time he was happy. He realized that he had succeeded. He bowed to the president and his vice president's wife and thanked them. At one point, he even thought he was about to die, but they succeeded. The vice president, after a pause, said that if he fails, however, she and her husband will be very angry. The young man believed them that this would not happen. He turned to Jin so that he would finally take off these gloves because they needed to get down to business. They entered the next room. It was a training room where all the magical energies were concentrated. Also in this hall, there were about 200 medium-level tinctures that could be useful at any moment. The vice president said that they had prepared everything according to their instructions. Kim Jong said that it was all wonderful, that during treatment it was better for there to be no strangers nearby, and asked the vice president to leave. She told the young man that she had been rude to him earlier and that she understood that she had done it without controlling her emotions. Her son was subjected to treatment before he even went to school, so it was a problem for him to make friends or even go for a walk outside. From early childhood, their boy suffered from the fact that he constantly had to sit alone in a room and look at the street. That's why the president told Vi that being his mother, she had become too harsh over time. But from that moment on, she trusted him completely and lowered her head in front of the young man. At this point, Kim Jong said that this whole family had fallen into the trap of the saints, and something had to be done about it. Jin approached his mother and said that everything was fine. He was ready to start work. The young man knew very well, because he played a lot, that this Jin let him become cold-blooded after a while and very easily turn away from his own mother. He even felt a little sorry for her because he knew how things would be in the future. But despite this, the young man told them not to worry. They would definitely succeed. When they were alone, Kim Jong was a little happy. He said that now only they can start. His student asked what to do. Kim Jong asked Jin if he is shaking. He just needs to take it and relax. The guy was shaking so much because he had the impression that he was supposed to be tortured, injected with drugs and beaten with electric shocks. This was all part and parcel of his awakening. "Look at your ward," the young man asked him, where he was treated like that. He didn't understand because usually the treatment of illuminated heat takes place after awakening. The use of nectar helps with this. But Seo Jin did not awaken, and there was a lot of magical energy in him, which is why even nectar was useless against the heat of such power. Kim Jong told his protege not to worry and to remember only one thing. Everything he sees today will have to be kept a top secret. The guy said that he understood. After which, Kim Jong knelt down on one knee in the hall bottle from the box and said that then it was time for them to start. They needed to expand the magic shield. After they expand it, it will have to weaken. It was quite painful, and he did it so that the heat would bring pain to his body again. At that moment, he began to drink from 2 bottles that were in his hands at once. Jin was very afraid for the young man whom he considered his teacher. After drinking 2 bottles, he threw them away and took 2 more of the same bottles from the box. After 2 more bottles followed, which he also drank. I drank every one of these bottles. He thought it was incredibly nasty and he was simply disgusted to drink it. There were a lot of these bottles lying behind him, but he didn't stop drinking them. At some point, he received another characteristic, and it was an addiction. It meant that the damage received and the amount of magic consumed increased, but the effect of the drug did not work properly. The young man understood that now he had a drug addiction, and he only needed to focus on the account now. He created a territorial shield in the specified area. After some time, he was able to come to his senses. He was the same as before, wiping his face. The sacred heat that he had was completely beyond this count. He felt great. Jin then saw all this and shouted that it was simply amazing. The young man said that he was rejoicing too early because now it was his turn. He told the guy to take off his glove, to which he didn't know how to react. He was afraid to go inside. Kim Jong told his student to immediately take off his glove, go inside and take his hand. Then his student said that the 2 sacred heats would start to conflict, and all this would lead to terrible consequences. He was afraid to do this. Unexpectedly for his student Kim Chan to leave this circle, he wanted his student, if he is afraid, then he himself will go inside. Kim Jong told Jin to come in and stay inside for now, and not be afraid of what would happen next. Kim Jong, being on different sides with his student, told him not to ask about the reasons, just do it without asking unnecessary questions. At that moment, Jin decided that he really needed to do what the teachers demanded of him for the first time since his appeal. He decided to take the glove off his hand, although it was not at all easy for him. Immediately after he removed this glove from his hand, a sacred heat engulfed first his hand and then his entire body. At that moment, the young man thought that his student had a lot of energy. Although he himself was very scared, he decided to reach out and take Jin's hand. He understood that it needed to be held. It had to be contained, just like all the energy that was inside this guy. It was incredibly painful, 1,000 times more painful than when the saint addressed him, but he could not refuse under any circumstances. At that moment, he felt such pain that it seemed to him that pieces of flesh were being torn off him alive. He bit his lip with all his might to keep from screaming, and to distract himself from this pain, he needed to stand. He cursed very loudly to himself. He thought that it was a fucking saint and this fucking sacred heat that was killing his whole body. He endured this pain, and at some point pushed his student away from himself. Jin, unable to stay on his feet, fell on his back, not understanding what had happened. Kim Jong was in an unclear state and did not say anything for some time, after which the young man approached his student, took him by that very hand and raised it up. It was damage absorption. The character of this game can absorb damage from others, which is what Kim Jong did. He succeeded. Jin looked at his hand. He said that he took off his glove, but the pain he felt was bearable. Kim Jong looked at his student and said that they had succeeded and that their efforts were not in vain. In fact, thanks to the brush, Jin transferred the sacred heat to him and he was able to absorb it. Kim Jong told his student that there was one last step left, and he approached the sword and took it into his hands. Then he held out this sword and gave it to his student and ordered him to attack until he got into a rage. Jin took the sword without question and agreed with every word of his teacher. He said that it was time to use the fencing skills he had been learning since childhood. He stood up and swung his sword, trying to attack his teacher. He understood that he only had one last step left to take. Swinging, he hit the bracers that Kim Jong had been wearing specifically for this purpose. After this blow, Kim Jong felt that his student was strong enough, and it would be difficult for him to resist, because he broke the steel bracers with his wooden ball. At that moment, the young man received a new characteristic, and it was protection. After receiving a few more blows, Kim Jong, what the hell is this new characteristic? He could have been finished off with one blow of a wooden sword. The swordsmanship of the guy who didn't have the awakened power was simply at the highest level. After each hit, the teacher wanted to know what technique this child was taught, but he was really strong. And the most important thing is that it was almost impossible to escape from his student in any direction. He still pestered his teacher. After some time, Kim Jong got another new characteristic, and it was dodging attacks. Kim Jong looked at his student and saw that he had a sacred glow on him. He realized that it had finally arrived. His student was beginning to awaken. This was what he wanted. Jin stopped at that moment. He stood motionless, holding a sword in his hands. Kim Jong, when he saw his student in such a state, he was surprised because the sword and Jin power were shining the same color. In fact, it was the SSR level, and it was a connection with the holy sword, the young man thought. Is this really the state when the sword becomes a person? It was exactly like that. It was a trait of the warrior class. His student did everything as his teacher told him. He attacked him until the enemy fell. Kim Jong realized that this guy who was standing in front of him, who was his student, had crossed all boundaries. Most likely he fell into a trance, so he began to swing his sword from side to side, not seeing any obstacles in front of him. Kim Jong thought, if he continues like this and comes closer to him, he will most likely end up in such a situation that he is just a corpse. That's why he decided to review all the skills he had. He needed to mobilize all his defensive skills. He concentrated magical defense in both his hands so that his student could not harm him. He thought if he does this, then he should succeed. He should take the magic concentrated in this training hall. And most importantly, he had to combine the magic shield and protection into one so that he could get this energy. He didn't have to wait long because the blow came very soon with great force. It seemed that after such a blow, he really would not be able to survive and would not be able to resist. But after this blow, when it started to flutter, it was clear that the defense worked. His magic shield acquired a new skill. He succeeded. He understood that by combining magical defense and counting, he would get a new skill that he was going to acquire. The only thing he understood was what it meant when a sword becomes a person, and he almost killed him. When it was all over, the young man raised his head and looked at his student. Jin sat opposite him. His head was down. It seemed like he had no strength at all. The next moment he staggered and began to slowly fall to one side. Kim Jong didn't understand what happened. He ran up to his student. He thought that he had just almost killed him, but he just lost consciousness. When he ran closer, he saw that Jin was simply sleeping. It looked like he had just fallen asleep. Kim Jong looked at him and realized that his student guy was crazy from waking up. In the game he always played with Jin, he was always a strong SSR level player, but this time he awakened not as a paladin, but as a superhuman warrior. It was precisely because he had awakened like this that he was given the skill of connecting with the holy sword. Kim Jong was a little worried at that moment. It turns out that he had now created not a paladin at all, but a completely different character. He had created a warrior monster. As he carried it back home, He thought about how these changes would affect future events. Well, on the other hand, this rich offspring was now definitely his debtor, and that was not bad at all for him. Bring him home. Kim Jong put him to bed. The parents were shocked. Could their son really overcome the sacred heat? They unanimously said that they were very grateful to him and called him a teacher. Kim Jong said that there is no need to thank him. In fact, it is just his job. Choi told the young man that he knew that he could handle it. Vice President and Mother Jean stood next to her son, placing her hand on his head. She said that she had not seen her son sleeping so peacefully for a long time. A real miracle happened in her eyes. After which, she looked at her husband and nodded his head, and he nodded his head too. The vice president said that the young man would receive nectar and knowledge about the effects as promised to him, but they still think that this is not enough. The guy said that this would be enough. After which the president asked the young man to accept from them at least a small monetary reward of 1 billion won. The young man thought that it was very impolite to refuse twice what was offered to him, so he decided that he would take the money and thank the president. When they were driving back in the car, Choi told the man that she thought he was just on top. He looked at him as if he were holding nectar in one hand and a flash drive with fencing lessons recorded in the other. It seemed to him that it was simply brilliant. Choi asked the young man if he was really going to take this nectar right now. Kim Jong answered him, why not? Besides, he was planning on going to the bottom for a while. Choi warned the young man if anyone from the ancient father sect knew that he had nectar, and if this rumor spreads among this entire sect, then they definitely won't leave him alone. And then he added that he was a little sorry because if he took the nectar in its pure form, it would be able to increase his magical powers. Kim Jong didn't know this. He looked at this nectar and said what would happen if he drank it just like that. Then he will not only be able to defeat the Sacred One, but also strengthen his own skills. At that moment, they drove up to the very hotel where Kim Jong was staying, and they had to part ways. Choi told the young master at parting that he would try to look for tools to purify this nectar, and he had to decide when he would use it. The young man came out with his car, thanked him and said that he would think about his words. Having gone up to his room, he definitely opened the bottle where the nectar was that he was supposed to drink. He thought he should drink it right away, and now he wasn't going to waste time. Even when he got into a dark alley and Aaliyah's team tried to destroy him, he perfectly realized all the cruelty of Secret Soul. It was possible that Director Choi, who gave him work, would also betray him. Having opened this bottle, he began to take it. He immediately developed a potion addiction to the absorption of magical energy and intoxication. He thought that he had skills that should increase the effects of nectar. When he drank all this nectar to the very end, he could not even hold this bottle. He dropped it. The pain in his whole body became impossible again. He felt as if every muscle was being separated and woven together again. He felt how a huge amount of magical power began to accumulate in him, which brought him such pain. It seemed to him that he would not be able to bear all this and would not be able to endure such severe pain again. The magical energy that had accumulated inside him burst out, and it seemed like it was about to tear his entire body apart. But immediately after that, he felt other powers in himself. He was the first to be born and received a level above human too. His level at that moment increased. The first thing he wanted to do was to restore his body after the sacred heat. He was glad that he received a first-level skill. It was a strengthening skill. He thought what he should do next, this fencing from black flame to knowledge fencing. It was quite encouraging. He took a deep breath and thought if he practiced these two skills together, there shouldn't be any serious problems. He could get more skills at that moment. He received an SMS. It was a message from Jin. He thought why this guy suddenly wrote to him, "You there?" The message said that he needed to talk. He didn't want to talk to him, so he decided he'd better go and practice. But the phone didn't stop ringing all the time, and this call irritated the young man a little. So he went to the phone in the hall and looked at the message. A little irritatedly, he wanted to know what was going on. His student wrote him several messages and wanted to help him with his fencing lessons. He found it very suspicious because this guy was not the type to write messages. It was some kind of nonsense. At some point, it dawned on him. He realized what was happening. He thought, is this really what he thought? There was something wrong with these words. He decided to read diagonally, and there was something written about daggers. The young man looked at the message again and realized that it looked like a secret message. He remembered the dagger group that was present in this game. They were one of those who see almost everyone as their enemy. He thought that if he wanted to set him up, he would have simply called and asked him to come to his place. And given such a coded message, this meant only one thing, that he had been caught. He thought about the director and that apparently they found out about his training for filtering nectar. He remembered his words when he said that he would try to look for tools to clean the nectar, and he had to make a decision when he would use it. The young man didn't like this whole situation very much. He understood that he wouldn't have to lie low as he wanted. On the other hand, he thought that he had already found the nectar, so he could just ignore all these messages. This game he was in, it was every man for himself. These were the rules of this game. In another part of this city, where there was a lot of scum and where they spoke completely differently, the guys from one group actually took Director Choi hostage. They wanted to know if that kid really couldn't use his superpower all night long. Was it like that or something else? The director said that the young man believed him and signed a contract with him, which is why he can't tell them anything. One of the thugs who captured him told the director that he should know before that he thought about leaving his limbs with him, but apparently he will have to act differently. After which he grabbed a huge axe and began to approach the chair where the director sat tied to this chair. "Come closer," this big guy asked the director which hand he chooses, right or left, or let him say which hand he eats with. This thug said if he didn't answer, they would start with his right hand, after which he locked the door to cut it off. When he had almost done his job, he heard an explosion behind him and he put his axe aside. The thug turned his head. He wanted to know what was going on and what that explosion was behind him. One of his guys who could still speak addressed him as a gentleman. He was ready to tell him everything. This guy said that there was some crazy guy who was not far from this place. He will bomb them and see the entire room completely, so they are in the palm of his hand. This crazy guy threw grenades into their building from a rocket launcher, and he's ready to destroy them all. The young man, when he fired several grenades, he said, "Hey, this group of daggers that they screwed up really badly." Because even in this damned world in which they were and in which everyone was for himself, he would never abandon a person loyal to him. So these daggers didn't have a single chance. Immediately after that, he pulled the trigger again and fired another grenade in their direction. He walked straight towards them, saying that a war was starting with them if they didn't stop now. Kim Jong, after these words, released a grenade from his weapon, and it achieved its goal, destroying everything around. The people from the Dagger organization were scared and started to run away. They didn't understand what was happening. They were running and shouting where the shooting was coming from. Their commander gave the order to immediately find the one who dared to shoot at them. Kim Jong, watching everything that was happening, thought that it was very expected they started running out like cockroaches. He understood that although their shelter looked like an ordinary house from the outside, everyone knew perfectly well who lived there. In this house, there was a real network of underground passages connecting 6 nearby houses. This was the Dungeon of the Daggers, which he had already cleared out once. The young man thought that he had completed this quest so many times that he could do it all with his eyes closed. After he hit the grenade, he prepared to go inside this building. He needed a little effort. Pushing off from the roof of one building, he jumped to another roof. He needed to complete the task of the former player. Down the street, there were men in masks and with guns, trying to find out what had happened. One of these guys said that this was probably all planned by the Dagger Group because no one else is capable of such madness. One of these guys in a mask said if they could catch one of the Dagger representatives, he was ready to gut all the information from him. They stopped because they heard a very strange sound. The guy in the mask said that he needed to check what the sound was. The other two went in the other direction to look. A man in a mask and with a gun decided to check what was around the corner. He tried to look. When he turned the corner, he realized that there was nothing there. At least, that's what it seemed to him. He didn't suspect anything. He didn't even have time to react as Kim Jong unexpectedly struck him, so that the guy in the mask hit his face with all his might against the brick wall. Kim Jong knew that these guys couldn't see him, even if they were to stand right in front of him. He knew that there was no better combination for an attack than pretending to be dead and stealth. So while the guys and the dagger were walking outside, he managed to jump inside. It was easy as pie for him. He was able to do this only because he knew where the entrance to the secret tunnel was located. He knew where to go. He got into this secret tunnel with minimal costs. He needed to figure out how to proceed further, because the hostage was on the 5th floor, in the office of the boss of the Dagger Group. He had a long way to go. He walked very carefully because he had to be extremely careful not to catch the eye of one of the daggers. As he walked down one of the corridors, he heard alarm sounds. It was an alarm because there was an invasion or an attack. A voice was shouting for everyone to come to the assembly point in full combat readiness. At that moment, the young man realized that his opponent had guessed that he was already here. Walking down a long corridor, he came to a door. It was the door to the next sector. He was a little worried because it was the exit to the hall, and the fastest way to get there was by the stairs. But he understood that he had a problem. Then he played. He always faced the fact that during the invasion of Ganja Lim, they put up barricades in the hall and form a line of defense. He understood that if he went out now, he would immediately find himself riddled with holes. He didn't want such a turn of events. Although on the other hand, he decided himself that he needed to go out into the hall because he had quite a lot of weapons that he had purchased. Opening the door that led to the hall, he really saw many fighters from the Dagger group. But instead of it, a huge machine gun appeared from behind the door that could destroy them all. Only after he started shooting with this machine gun did he come out himself. He shouted to them, "Hi guys," that he was glad to meet them, and he also shouted for them to catch the present. The people from the Dagger group thought he was some kind of psycho because it was a Gatling gun. They didn't have time to react to his appearance and began to fall to the ground one after another. One of these guys shouted for them to start shooting at Kim Jong, but it was too late. He killed those closest to him. The next thing he did was throw a grenade so that it hit where the distant representatives of the Dagger group were standing. Another loud explosion sounded, and the guys from the group scattered the dagger in different directions. They didn't even have time to react. Kim Jong was happy with how he did it because going the hard way was not his playing style. But despite this, he took out a few more grenades because he thought that one grenade would not be enough. After which he threw a dozen grenades in their direction. He said that this was another gift for them. Kim Jong was pleased with what he did. He said that he really adored these guys, but he decided to hide behind the door. When a few minutes had passed, he decided that he could open this door and move on to his goal. Coming out into the hall, he looked around. He needed to understand if everyone had been neutralized. Looking to one side, he saw that the guys were lying on the floor and none of them showed signs of life. He looked the other way. He needed to make sure that he really had neutralized them all. He understood perfectly well that there could be survivors among these guys, and he needed to make sure that this wasn't a trap. One of these guys actually survived and shot Kim Jong. The young man managed to move his head away so that the bullet passed almost next to him and almost hit him. At that moment, he got another new skill, and this skill was called premonitions. It was thanks to this skill that he was able to dodge that bullet. Kim Jong understood that this was very good, and he received a new skill of premonition now. He needed to understand what to do next. His opponent tried to scream that he was going to die now, but the guy calmed him down very quickly. He thought if he had already figured it out here, then he could go on. In order to go up to the 5th floor, he had to leave the hall and go to the stairs that led to the 5th floor. When he approached this staircase, he began to climb it. Looking carefully around, he climbed to the 4th floor without any problems. He understood that he had only one floor left. Now he had to be very careful, because on the way to the boss's office on the 5th floor, the gang members had set up a so-called camp in the gambling hall. Having climbed up to the floor, he very carefully began to move forward. Approaching the turn, he needed to make sure that there was no one on the way. He was very surprised because he really didn't see anyone. He thought it might be a trap. Coming out from around the corner, he looked and saw a long corridor, but there was no one in this long corridor. Yes, he decided to go into the first room. It was the same gambling hall. When he went inside, there was no one there either. The young man found it very strange that there was not a single security guard on the floor where the hostage was. Then Kim Jong thought that he needed to concentrate. Before he could think about it, he got a new skill called concentration. Only after receiving this skill, he heard some sound coming from above and raised his head. He saw that drones were being launched towards him through the ventilation pipe above. And after this drone was already low, it dropped a grenade right next to the young man. In addition to the fact that this grenade exploded very close to him, it also emitted a very bright light. Kim Jong has encountered these grenades several times in this game. It was a flashbang grenade. He covered his face with his hand. The release of this light noise grenade was needed to distract the young man and so that he could not concentrate and hear that someone had appeared during the day. This someone was ready to attack from behind. He had a huge knife in his hands. The next second, this guy's knife was near Kim Jong's throat. It seemed like he was about to be destroyed. These guys, the boss of the gang Dagger and Superhuman Killer, his level was the second he laughed because he thought he caught a rat. Kim Jong turned his head back and answered him that he had not caught anyone there yet. He used his defense skill. The Dagger boss was very surprised and did not understand how this guy managed to escape his blow. He was not even injured at all. At this point, the boss decided to step back to understand the situation he was in. Kim Jong told him that he should know that of the two of them, the Dagger boss is more like a rat and that he should call him that. The young man thought that the Dagger boss appeared on the 4th floor and that the deviation from the plot was fraught with problems, but he had long known the pattern of the game. When he saw which was falling right next to him and which was shining brightly, at the same time he could not see anything that was happening nearby. He understood that upon entering the boss's room, a certain system of attacks began. And in order to win before the battle with the leader of this gang, it was necessary to acquire a premonition and concentration of what exactly he did. After all, he understood perfectly well that the leader of the gang, Dagger, was an ordinary killer, and he also understood that he would need all five senses to understand where the attack would come from. The gang leader asked the young man how he stopped his attack. Kim Jong answered that he was simply not afraid of him, after which he pulled out a huge sword from behind his back and pointed it towards his opponent. The young man said that the gang leader would be afraid of him, and he would make him regret that he dared to target him. The young man got tired of listening to all this nonsense from his opponent and pushed him away in order to start attacking. He swung his sword to deliver his first blow to his opponent, but he didn't understand when his blow didn't reach the target. Then the gang leader said that the young man was pretending to be cool, but in fact he was very pathetic. The gang leader at this point did not continue their discussion for long. He swung and threw the butt that was in his hand straight at Kim Jong. The young man felt that the knife was very close to him, although he did not turn his head. So he turned around very sharply, and with his sword he deflected the knife to the side and avoided the attack. Kim Jong thought that, as expected from the leader of the gang and from the killer, he was very fast, and he survived only thanks to his premonition and concentration. He clearly understood that there was poison on this LCD that was flying straight at him. If he even just got hurt, that would be the end. He understood that in general, it was necessary to finish as quickly as possible. The gang leader said that the young guy was very unlucky, and if he surrendered right now, he would show him mercy and cut off only one of his hands. Kim Jong smiled after these words and said that he had enough of talking and that it would be better to let them attack. The gang leader looked at the young man and asked her if it was really possible to tell from his ridiculous manner of wielding the weapon that the sword was not his weapon and that he was most likely a shooter, and now he was simply ready to talk his teeth. The young man thought about his words and about the fact that he said that he was a shooter. Of course, he used mainly firearms, so it is not surprising that he took him for a shooter. The gang leader went on the attack and shouted for the guy to prepare for a long and painful death. Kim Jong, repelling his opponent's attack, understood that he had only one chance and he had to take advantage of it. When he realized that the leader of the Dagger gang had let his guard down and was sure that he had already won, the gang leader laughed at his opponent. He considered him very slow and thought that he could easily deal with him. At that moment, the young man realized that the time had come for him to start acting, and he had to act not with a weapon but with the sword that was in his hands and which he could wield. So the first thing he did was he swung and tried to hit his opponent. The blow he dealt caught his opponent by surprise. He thought that they were calling him a psycho, but a psycho can also be a killer. After the first blow, he delivered another blow. His opponent fell to the ground, fending off this attack. The gang leader began to crawl back. He was unable to fend off the young man's blows. All this happened only because Kim Jong changed his characteristics. He could now wield a sword. There was a strong blow, and also he used the combo characteristic. When he changed all these characteristics, he now became a warrior who was armed with a sword and not a weapon. After he swung, he decided that he needed to use his knowledge of fencing, and he needed to show the first move he hit his opponent with all his might. Blood sprayed in all directions. This first move was called Mountain Destruction, and it was the move that destroyed his opponent. The gang leader wasn't so confident. He could barely sit. His knife was lying somewhere nearby. The young man told his opponent that he usually loses when he lets his guard down. The gang leader, when he heard these words, pulled himself together, grabbed his knife with all his might and was ready to attack. He shouted that the guy was just a monster. The gang leader shouted, "Does he really think that this is it and he can let him win so easily?" He threw his poisoned knife at the young man. Kim Jong deflected the knife again and asked his opponent if he had really gotten a second wind, after which he performed another technique from his fencing knowledge. This time, the blood splashed all over the walls and windows that were nearby. The gang leader lay face down on the floor in a pool of his own blood. Kim Jong felt some pain in his side and he looked down. He realized that he couldn't block the knife that his opponent threw in his direction. He thought it was a curse and he managed to expose himself. When he executed this knife, he understood that the poison was already in the blood. He needed to change skills as quickly as possible. The next thing he did was find skills that could help him at that moment, namely wound healing, whole body regeneration, energy, and magical restoration. He knew he could barely hold on. It was very painful for him, but he had to move on. Approaching the window, he heard voices coming from outside. They were shouting to find him quickly because the attacker was somewhere here. When the young man heard these words, he realized that he couldn't delay. He needed to get away from this place as quickly as possible. In the fifth-floor torture room of the Dagger Gang headquarters, Director Choi is tied to a chair. Since there was no one near him, he tried to loosen the ropes that held his body. He understood that he needed to free himself, so any object could help him. He felt the glass with his hand. At that moment, he raised his head and saw a young man approaching him. When Kim Jong was very close, he asked how he was caught. At that moment, he untied his mouth. The guy said that he had to sweat for him. Director Choi was very surprised. Did this guy really come all this way for him? Kim Jong told the director that they had to run because the members of the Dagger Gang were already very close. The director stood up from his chair when he was untied and tried to walk, but he did it very slowly. The young man thought that most likely these freaks from this gang had crippled him, so he couldn't move. Then the young man told the director to climb on his back so they could leave this place faster. The director flatly refused to do this. Kim Jong tried to explain to him that everything was fine. They needed to leave this place as quickly as possible. The director said that he was doing this only this time, after which he climbed on his back and asked the young man for forgiveness for what he was doing. The guy thought that it was amazing that he was still faithful to him after such abuse. Kim Jong thought that this game he had been playing for so long was a terrible world, but at times it was very cute. After some time they were already there. They were sitting in the office where the director was used to working. In front of the young man there were many jars standing on the table with a green cross. At that moment he acquired a new skill resistance food. He understood that I am deduced when he drinks the recovery potion that stood in front of him. The director brought him another 10 of these cans. He said that he could drink them all, but the young man said that this was enough for him because he already had this skill. Then Director Choi told him that he was very sorry that while he was preparing the ingredients for filtering the nectar, there was an information leak and the employees could not be trusted. The guy said that everything was fine and he shouldn't have taken such a risk because he had already drunk the nectar. The director was very indignant and started shouting that the guy had already answered him that if he hadn't done this, he wouldn't have been able to save him. The director believed that he was to blame for everything. If he had not been captured, the young man would not have done so, although he knew that this was not the reason at all, but he decided to keep the director in the dark. At that moment, someone knocked very loudly on the door. This someone was impatient. The director was a little scared. He wondered if these were the same freaks from the Daggers gang. The director looked at the young man and asked him what he should do, to which the guy replied that it seemed they had guests and they needed to be greeted, after which the young man went to the door and opened it. He was ready for anything. But he was not at all prepared for the fact that in front of him stood the Iron Fist. In front of him stood the leader of the Iron Fist group, Kim Chulkwo, and his 2 assistants. The young man was very happy and asked the leader if he had really come so quickly. The leader of the Iron Fist looked at the young man and said that he was really an unusual guy because he was able to destroy the leader of the Daggers, and then asked why he called him. The young man thought that if he had worked so hard to complete the task, he could now receive a reward. According to the rules of the game, there were 2 competing factions, the Iron Fist and the Daggers, which controlled the areas of Seoul. In the game, the task was to help defeat the Daggers with an Iron Fist, and that's when the mission was considered completed. Because of trouble Matkin with stings, the Iron Fist gave out awards. These are the awards he wanted to receive. The leader of the Iron Fist asked the young man if he really wanted to create his own gang, to which Kim Jong replied that no, it was definitely not for him. The reason he called him was completely different. He said that he was offering them to take control of the territory that belonged to the Dagger. The leader of the group was a little surprised. Then he added that he was used to working alone, so he was not planning to join anywhere. The leader of the Iron Hand replied that he could not help but pay the debt. The leader added that such a deal is very profitable for them, but he does not understand whether it is too much to pay off the debt. At that moment, the young man smiled and said that the leader was looking straight to the root. He started talking about how thanks to him, the leader can become the master of Seoul, so he needs to fulfill one of his requests. The leader wanted to know what this request was. The guy started from afar. He started talking about how as a person who lives in Seoul, he only wants one thing. He wants his own house. He thought it was time to get a place to live. The leader of the Iron Hand was very surprised by his request. He did not expect that he would be asked for a house. The young man said that if he works alone in this world, he definitely needs his own base. At that moment, he thought that he had been killed almost recently, and his whole body still ached. The leader of the Iron Hand said that he agrees to this only if, because he destroyed the gang of Daggers, he is ready to make this deal. The young man said he was a pleasure to deal with, but in reality, he was simply delighted that he was able to get his own home. The leader of the Iron Hand asked what kind of house he wanted. He was interested in whether he wanted an expensive villa or an apartment in Novostroya. The young man said that he needed a single-family home with reliable security and soundproofing, as well as an underground training complex. This was the kind of house he imagined. The leader of the Iron Hand thought that he would agree to give him a single-family house, and even with a complex with an underground. In fact, he wanted one specific house. The leader said that he had one suitable place where he could live. It was a house on the ridge of Konubun Peak, and it was the outskirts of the area. The young man thought that the house on the ridge was the one that was indicated in the game as the first base. After a while, he was sitting in a deck chair under an umbrella and thinking that this is how people who have their own home spend their free time. He couldn't enjoy it at all. It seemed to him that the air that was in his house was somehow special and enriched him. The view from his balcony was simply murderous. All he could think about was what a wonderful house he had and how happy he was. He remembered that from the very beginning, when he got into this game and came to his apartment, he was depressed. He remembered that the hospital demanded 25 million from him. But now he not only has a house that looks like a palace, and he is happy that he can live in his own house, but he also has a lot of money, so he is doubly happy. He may not need anything. He thought that he could even stay in the hospital for a year and live there like a king, but now is not the time to go crazy with success. Because he knew the course of this game and the course of the plot of this game well. He understood that very soon another character should appear. These are the villains of the holy religion of the ancient father who will try to destroy Seoul. He stood up from his beautiful place and picked up the pickaxe that stood next to him. The young man understood that it was time to remember the real reason for the joy of this house. Namely, that he had to go down into the underground complex because he knew the plot of this game well. When he went down into the underground complex, he walked along the walls and began to tap on each of these walls. Hearing emptiness, he said that it seemed to be somewhere in this place. After which he swung and began to hit the wall with a pickaxe. He said that now the most difficult work would begin. After a few hits, this wall began to crumble into small pieces. He understood that he didn't need to put in much effort. Everything worked out so well for him. And he was also very pleased with what amazing skills he had. With these skills, he could finish much faster than he even thought. So he continued to work for several hours. His strength was running out, but he still continued to beat. He was no longer sure that he would finish so quickly. He swore because he didn't know that he would have to dig so deep into the game. These details were brazenly omitted. Well, the only thing he understood was that he should never give up. He was somewhere very close. Having made another blow, he thought that he had very little left. He had almost reached the end. Having broken another stone, water splashed right on him. The young man was very happy. He thought that this was the end and that he had made it. He took a few sips of this water and thought that this water simply tasted wonderful. After he took a few sips of water, strength began to flow throughout his entire body. He became stronger right before his eyes. The guy thought he seemed to have come to life. It was not for nothing that this was an unusual source. He watched as his energy was renewed. He had the feeling that he was recovering right before his eyes. He was happy that he had found a magical source. He made this passage on purpose because he had to get to a hot spring filled with energy. Even if the character loses knowledge according to the rules of the game and his health drops to 0, he will immediately recover if you apply a rag soaked in water from this source to him. This source had enormous power and was also capable of eliminating some negative effects from poison magic and other things, which is exactly what it did. Well, and the most important location of this source was naturally located right under the very house that was given to him. Unlike the game where you just need to click the mouse, in reality you had to apply real force. But when he bathed in this source, he thought that it was definitely worth it, and he was very happy about it. While he was taking a bath, he thought he should try another idea of his. He understood perfectly well that this source had an excellent restorative effect, so the place was perfect for his training. He clearly understood that even if he died right at that moment from fatigue, in 3 seconds he would be back on his feet. So he decided that right now he needed to start increasing the level of training efficiency for free and without registration. Time passed very quickly when he was the owner of this house and day followed night. He stood in his training room and thought about how it had been 2 weeks since he started training. He even used black flame activation in this state to make training more effective. He had to perfect every fencing move to become invincible. And most importantly, it had to glow just like his sword glowed so that they would become one. He practiced one blow after another according to the same lessons that were recorded on the flash drive. He felt his skill grow with each training session. He became stronger and stronger. The first thing he worked on was knowledge of fencing and the first technique of destroying a mountain. After he had worked out the first technique, he began the second one. It was a split in the mountain. The third technique he worked on was drilling a mountain. The guy thought that he had succeeded and that he had gotten used to both fencing and the black flame. In addition, during the training he managed to get new skills: flash, fire resistance, and one charge, as well as meditation and magical balance. The guy thought that now that the goal of the training had been achieved, there was only one important thing left: magical practice, which could not be obtained by doing ordinary fencing. He clearly understood that by taking the nectar one more time he could become a third-level Superman. But after reaching the second level, he still had excess magical energy. In order to fully absorb this power into his body and obtain the third level, magical practice was needed. If you get it legally, it would cost several million, so it wasn't that easy to get. The very next morning, the young man went to the Kim Chung-bok flea market, and the seller asked him if he really wanted to buy it. After all, it had been lying in the warehouse for more than 10 years. The young man replied that he would indeed take it. He came there to buy a method of magical practice, or rather to test it. When he played, he always used this store. He thought that he was probably the only person who knew that such a treasure was lying around in a junk shop. Therefore, without thinking twice, while already in the game, he decided that he should go to the flea market. He was happy that everything was working out for him, and that the level increase was practically in his pocket. But everything went completely wrong. When he came to the flea market, he saw a huge lock on the doors and an inscription. The guy didn't understand if the flea market was closed. This never happened when he played this game. He saw not only a closed door, but also a magical seal that prevented entry inside. This flea market was a place where there were most shops similar to a shop selling old stuff. He saw a sign saying that the market was closed for the time of stabilization of the credit market. He thought that in the game, it was a store that was always open at the right time. But here, everything was different. When he read this sign, he thought that it was not only this store, but all the others that were on this street were also closed. This Shinwan market was always very crowded, and there were always a lot of people. There were a lot of shoppers. But now when he actually came to this market, he found no one. There was not a single person. There was no one at all. At that moment, the young man thought that the game he knew was very different from the current game. Look around. The young man saw a guy who was sitting near the door to one of the shops, and light was coming from him. "Come closer," he asked this guy, "that it looks like things are going really badly in the market." The owner, who was working late, looked very unwell and seemed not at all happy with the way his business was going. This is what the owner told the guy, that he shouldn't look at him like that and that he should leave. Then he added that what kind of customers could there be in this market when gangs beat each other up every day? The young man was very surprised. Wasn't this the territory of the Iron Fist? The shop owner said that this is not true at all. After they dealt with the daggers, there were constant showdowns between the Iron Fist of Poison and the Naked. The guy didn't understand how this was possible and where these groups came from, but now something began to clear up in his head. He understood that the original storyline ended with the Iron Fist defeating the Dagger and occupying a new territory along with Shinwan Market, which were controlled up to this point by a group of bandits daggers, so everything in the game went according to plan. But this time he dealt with this gangster group, so other groups also joined the fight for control of the market. The guy understood that the responsibility was also on him, so he had to figure out what to do. The silence was broken by the sounds of someone swearing very loudly. Then other voices were heard. The owner of the shop said that it was starting again. The guy looked in the direction where the voices were coming from and thought it would be good to first look at the new characters. He decided that he needed to go and see what was going on there. He saw two groups standing opposite each other. The leader of one group said that others knew perfectly well that this intersection was the territory of the Poison group. The leader of this group is a girl. She said that the Dagger Rats should get out of her territory. She was called the Iron Scorpion. This was the deputy of the Poison group, a high-level character, a superhuman of the second level. The guy who was lying on the ground and had been beaten was shouting at her that she was just an ordinary creature. A third person got involved in the fight between these two and, approaching this intersection, asked what was going on here. When they turned around, they saw several practically naked men approaching this intersection. Iron Scorpion looked at these perverts and shouted at them, "Did they really crawl here to show off their ugly body?" The fattest one, who was in front of everyone, said that this crossroad was the territory of the Naked group. He was the deputy of this group and also a second-level Superman. The Iron Scorpion looked at him and said that he had enough of this nonsense. He had to leave here immediately. This naked man said that she was blaspheming here. When the young man came closer and looked at the whole situation, he thought that they were all crazy and they needed to get out of this place as quickly as possible. He understood that there was chaos in this market, and the fat guy who was beaten raised his head and looked at Kim Jong and said that he recognized him, and it was he who smashed the daggers. Kim Jong told this guy to get up already. Something needs to be done. The guy didn't understand what they wanted from him. The young man raised his one hand and shouted at the two groups standing at the crossroads that they were idiots and that it was enough to fight and that they should come to him. Kim Jong told the guy to keep quiet because he is helping him in this situation. In order to stabilize the market, it is necessary to build a hierarchy, and the best thing he came up with was to help the guys from the daggers. The Iron Scorpion turned her head and asked who was there to sign the guy, thought that all these super people who were here were all second level. The leader of the Naked Gang asked the young man if he wanted to make a donation. The only thing Kim Jong understood was that if he fought at full strength, he would easily defeat them, but then innocent people could suffer, which meant he had to make some other decision. He decided to review all his skills again, took out his ball because he had not trained in vain, and decided to show himself in the whole game. When the leaders of these two groups saw Kim Jong, they were very surprised. They did not understand that this was knowledge of fencing and, in addition, a sacred WR. And the most surprising thing they were surprised at was that most likely it was the same guy who single-handedly finished off the dagger. The young man turned to them and said that he was generous enough to make them an offer. He suggested that they fight one-on-one without unnecessary noise, and whoever wins will take this place. He asked how they felt about such an offer. Iron Scorpion immediately told him that he was crazy. She had no intention of fighting one-on-one with someone from the warrior class. He told her not to worry because he would give her the opportunity to choose any weapon that was beneficial to her. None of the leaders of these groups could agree with his proposal. They stood silently and thought about what would happen next. Then the young man approached the fat man from the group of naked men and asked him about his ability to control the mind. If he could withstand his onslaught, he would be able to win. The leader replied that he was handsome and well-informed. The fat guy from the naked group said that he doesn't want to fight. The young man can just join their goddess. The guy replied that it sounded disgusting and didn't understand why he needed it. Then he added that their cult is so weak that there are not even 7 branches, and the second level of influence was just a nightmare. The guy said he doesn't understand why he would join a sect that isn't even in the Treaty of Westphalia. This ugly, naked fat man told the young man that he was most likely not a believer and his goddess would help him to reason with him. After which he extended his hand forward and ordered one person to kneel down and accept the mercy of the goddess. The young man realized what his strength was and what his mind control skill was, and he was strong enough. At some point, he even wanted to bow down, but he was able to resist this force. His knees began to drop, and it seemed that his whole body would fall to the ground, and he would bow down. But everything went completely wrong. The young man swung and hit the naked fat man with all his might on the jaw from below, so that he fell on his back. After which this naked young man lying in a thong spread out on the asphalt asked him for forgiveness for the fact that he was not lying quite beautifully. Kim Jong was delighted with his strength and his skill of resisting the Holy Spirit. He realized that even the saint could not break him. After which the young man asked the leader of the naked group how he felt, but he told his assistants that they needed to leave as quickly as possible. After which the guy turned and looked at the Iron Scorpion girl. He said that now it was her turn. She asked if he was really going to beat her. Then she added that she was much stronger than this idiot, and he wouldn't be able to deal with her so easily. Then the guy asked her again and said, did she really think so? He asked her to double check. He asked if she could create poison and told her to poison him. The Iron Scorpion pulled out her huge long tongue and hissed that she would be happy to help him in that case. The guy from the Daggers group grabbed Kim Jong by the hand and said that he didn't do that so that he wouldn't think of the poison that she would release from her body. It's deadly. Kim Jong was very pleased that he was worried about him, but he still told this guy not to worry about it because he was confident in himself. The Iron Scorpion handed him a cup of drink and told him to drink it. If he died, then the victory would be hers. If not, then the guy won. When he took this cup in his hands, he realized that it was filled with loss from admiring flowers. It was a poison causing the most severe suffering. The guy said that the smell was so bad that he didn't even want to drink, but if he puts out poison after that, then she should get ready to get a response. The Iron Dragon told him to drink and not ask for an antidote. The young man replied, taking the first sip, that she shouldn't worry, that it wouldn't happen. After he drank the poison to the end, he felt terrible pain throughout his entire body. He couldn't stay on his feet and started to fall, and the same mug of poison fell out of his hands. Then he fought this poison. He understood that he could simply go crazy. It seemed to him that the blood in his whole body was boiling. The Iron Scorpion stretched out one leg and said if he kissed her boot and begged her, then she would give him the antidote. He thought that he needed to concentrate, and this poison that he drank was created by mixing different poisons. However, the resistance is not enough. He needs to somehow hold out using recovery. He didn't understand how to achieve this, but he knew that the solution would be very close and he would be able to cope with it. The Iron Scorpion was very surprised because she looked at the young man and did not understand how this could be because the poison was concentrated in only one place in his hand. At that moment, he got another new skill. It was resistance to medicine. At that moment, his hand went away and became the same. He succeeded. He sat on his knees, looked at his hands, and realized that now he could control the poison with magic. Now he only had the last one left. He needed to get all this poison off his body and off his hand. He turned his hand and threw all the poison that was in his blood from it onto the ground. Those standing nearby and watching did not understand how this happened, how he was able to remove the poison. It was simply impossible. The Iron Scorpion was furious. She couldn't even imagine that he could do such a thing. But the young man stood up and approached her. He said that she had given him just an abomination, but now it was his turn. He grabbed her hand. He held her so that one of her fingers was separated from the rest of her hand. And he began to squeeze her fist, and with all his might she began to scream very loudly. He simply took and tore off one of her fingers. After which he threw this finger on the ground. She continued to scream. Her people ran up to her and started asking her. The Iron Scorpion screamed that no one dares to do this to her. Kim Jong was very calm. He said that enough of this banality she lost, so she should get out of this crossroads. Iron Scorpion continued to scream that he was a bastard. But she had no choice but to leave this crossroads. She really lost. At that moment, the guys from the Dagger Group were happy. They thought they had won. They shouted, "Long live Kim Jong." The young man looked at them and thought that it was not difficult to win. Now he needed to do important things. People who were at the market did not understand what was happening. Some said that the Iron Fist Group had won. Others were wondering how much longer they would rob them. The young man turned and looked at the guys from the Dagger Group. He said that they should remember that it was he who won here. They began to thank him. Kim Jong said that now they have something to do here. They didn't understand what he was talking about. Then the guy said that from now on, the fee for maintaining order in the market will be half of what people paid before. They were outraged and said that then they would have nothing left. Kim Jong very calmly asked if he had anything against it. Then the guy from the Dagger said no. He understood everything, and the head would definitely agree with him too. The NK workers were happy because the payment was half price. They said that this market had a protector. He is a show, and all the owners of the lava said a big thank you to him and thanked him. The young man said that it was his duty, but they should give him a discount on their goods later. This market that he had just liberated was the place where almost everything was sold, which meant he could buy whatever he needed there. One of the sellers said that of course he would give him an 80% discount at any time. He liked it, and he liked the amazing sellers who gave him such discounts. The very next morning he went back to Kim Chung-bok's flea market, but this time the door was open. When he went inside, the seller began to say that he had already heard a lot about the young man from the traders. He was the hero of the market. The young man, as always, rubbed the back of his head and began to say that he couldn't just walk past the seller, who was talking about how he hadn't suffered much with these bandits. The seller also said that he had recently gotten into one of these showdowns and his arm had been broken, and he had no choice but to close his store. The guy asked him if he was taking medication. The seller told him that he had undergone treatment and he was already feeling much better. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have been cured in a month. The young man was very surprised. Is there really a doctor in this area who treats ordinary traders? The seller replied that there really is such a doctor, and he can introduce him to him. Kim Jong said that it was great, but he would like to buy something from the auction first. The merchant said that he could buy whatever he wanted and he could be at home. There was everything he wanted. The young man said that of course there are a lot of good things here, but he came here for something completely different. He asked the merchant to show him what was inside the store and not outside. The seller was a little surprised and asked the guy again how he knew that there was something inside. Then the young man answered him that he knew absolutely everything, because he had spent 10,000 hours on this game and he knew absolutely everything about it. Then the seller said that they needed to go through the employee-only entrance. The seller and the buyer started to go down. The seller said that he had never shown the basement to new buyers, but the guy was a Superman, so he was ready to show him something special. When they went inside, The seller said that there were a lot of magical items collected here and he could look around. Kim Jong thought that when he played and when he got into the game in this basement, there was always a big pile of unique things in it. And most importantly, he knew that in this basement there was something very important for him. It was the rock of an ancient god whose magical power was sealed with a magic seal. It was a truly excellent item. He thought if he had already taken it, then why did he come? Then maybe he should look at something useful. When the seller saw his choice, he thought that this guy, like a Superman, had excellent insight. He chose pizza diamonds, magic glasses, steel armor, and even the rock of an ancient god. All these items were very rare. And the most important thing is that altogether, they cost only 2 billion won. The young man was a little surprised because it was quite a lot. Then the trader said that this is the same amount that they take from new visitors, but he cannot demand such an amount from the market defender, so he reduced this amount to 500 million. The guy smiled at that moment and said that this seller is a very big joker, an 80% discount from benevolent characters. It was just great. Now all he needed was to find a superhuman priest who would help break the seal. Of course he found a good clue. When the young man was already leaving, he asked the seller to tell him the address of a doctor who helps traders. Immediately after he left the market, he went to the address that the seller of this shop gave him. Very quickly, he knocked on that very apartment several times and asked if anyone was home. But no one answered from behind the door. The guy put his ear to it. He wanted to listen if anyone was walking around the apartment had they all really left. Unexpectedly for him, the door of this apartment opened and the owner of the apartment asked who the guest was so early. The young man saw a sick man in front of him, his white hair and pale face. This was definitely the guy he was looking for. Kim Jong answered this guy that it was already 12 o'clock. Now it's morning. The owner of the apartment asked what he needed. Then the young man said that he was advised to contact him. One of the merchants said that he was a very good doctor. At that moment, the doctor was happy because it was just a visitor. He said that at some point, he thought it was bandits again and asked the guy to come in. After they entered the office, the doctor told the guy to lie down on the couch and asked what hurt. As he passed by, he saw a statue, and it seemed to him that this statue was very new and did not fit into the interior. The doctor once again told the visitor to lie down. He did not understand why he had stopped there. The young man turned to him and said that he came to him because of the treatment technology. The doctor was very surprised. After which the young man took out the very same sealed rock and asked the doctor to remove the seal from this object. The doctor didn't understand why he needed to remove the seal. He stood and looked at the guy. Then he said that he only heals and he has a sacred seal. It would be better for him to go to the temple with this thing. They will definitely help him. The guy answered that no, it is too expensive. They will simply take it away from him. Then the young man said if the doctor could remove this seal, he was willing to pay him 100 million won, and opened the bag and showed the money. These words surprised the doctor even more. He didn't even understand how to proceed. The doctor asked the guy if he knew his name. Kim Jong said that of course he knew his name. In fact, his name was Priest Kim. He was the third training character in the game. This character worshipped a forgotten god who died 3,000 years ago, and was also one of the few people in the game with a simple character. In this world of false priests, finding a true believer was like picking a star from the sky. The young man knew for sure that this boy who stood right in front of him was very useful. The doctor then asked him how he knew that he was not a healer. Kim Jong handed over the sealed piece and said that he promised to keep it a secret. The doctor replied that he thought it would be difficult to remove the seal, but that he would try anyway. After which they sat down on the floor, placed the rock in front of them, and began to perform the ritual. Priest Kim knew exactly how to remove the seal from objects. He needed some time to do this. And very soon this object began to move incomprehensibly in the hands of this priest. Very soon after he performed this ritual and spells, it was clear that they had succeeded. The priest said that despite the fact that it was not easy at all, he succeeded. And it was clear that the seal had been removed from this object, and pieces of the real object had already begun to appear. And then he appeared absolutely without an object. It was the fate of the ancient god. Perhaps the acquisition of his characteristics consisted of many years of experience of Einherjar. They stood and looked at this object together. The priest couldn't even believe that he really did it. Kim Jong understood that it was simply incredible. The priest asked the young man if this was really a collection of magical experiences. The guy answered that he understood everything correctly and thanked him. After which the young man in the hall, this rock in his hands, he needed to make sure that he could do what he wanted. When he blew into this a few times, he felt magical energy. He couldn't even understand what was happening to his body. He just froze. His body seemed to be beginning to be reborn, and it stopped even more. The power of this magical horn seemed to absorb the excess magical power. in the young man's body. He thought that this was a wonderful result, and he had acquired another skill, many years of experience of Einherjar, as if the calm of the Pacific Ocean had settled in him. After 15 days, he will completely absorb the magical energy and reach the third level. He was just happy with this result. The priest who stood in front of this guy was surprised because it was the first time he saw a superhuman warrior who absorbed magical energy. The guy told him that it was actually not that simple. The doctor told him that if he was tired, he could lie down on the couch. Kim Jong replied that it was hard for him only because too much information and energy had entered his body, so he needed to rest a little. The priest and doctor said that of course he can do whatever he wants, because he paid him a lot of money so he can rest as much as he wants. The young man thought that everything was going smoothly, just like in the game, but the fact that he found a good priest would help him a lot in the future. At that moment, he fell fast asleep. Maybe he would have slept for a long time, but the noise woke him up and he opened one eye. Getting up from the couch, he sat down on it. He did not understand what the noise was in this room. He saw a bag with money that he brought, which the priest was pouring something on. He asked him what he was doing, but the priest was holding a canister of gasoline in his hands. The father-in-law didn't say anything. He just put the canister near the money he had poured on. The priest began to mumble some words about the forgotten god. At that moment, he lit a lighter, after which he said that this forgotten god should accept his relationship and be resurrected. And then he threw the lighter from his hand straight into the money that was doused with gasoline. When the young man saw this whole situation, he thought that this priest had gone crazy. He didn't understand what he had thought up. The young man immediately jumped up from his seat and tried to grab the priest's hand so that he couldn't set the money on fire. Kim Jong pushed him aside and did not let him do it. He started yelling at him what he was doing. He wanted to know why he did it. The guy asked the priest what he was going to make a sacrifice to. The priest answered that usually people make sacrifices to God by burning money. Kim Jong was very surprised that he had money as a sacrifice. The priest said that his God does not accept anything else. This is the only way to obtain sacred power. The young man did not understand. Could this priest really believe in something like this? In fact, the god that the priest serves had more than 3,000 years in the game. It was a very weak religion and had no influence until the priest resurrected this god. In fact, he could never have thought that such a ministry existed, and therefore he did not take this priest seriously. At that moment, the guy told the priest that his method was wrong. In fact, it was not necessary to burn the money. It was necessary to melt the gold and dilute it. The priest looked at the guy and was very surprised. Gold, is this really possible? In fact, it seemed to him that only heretics could act like that. Then the guy said, "Has he ever tried to do this?" The priest told him not to talk nonsense and that their religion had been establishing the current norms for 1,000 years, the guy told him. Couldn't they bring back God in this way in 1,000 years? That proved the absurdity of this worship. The priest began to cry. The young man kept insisting that he melt the gold, but it was not easy, so he had to try this great method. Then the guy said if he helped him get magical energy, then he can help the priest too. They immediately went to the kitchen, put a saucepan on it, and started melting gold in the saucepan over the fire. They watched as it was being dealt with. The priest said that she thought that was enough, to which the guy replied that he should trust when the priest drinks. His sacred power will literally overflow its banks. And then he will have to listen to himself and hear whether God will answer him or not. The priest said if I advise him to do so, then he is ready to try. He took a cup in which molten gold was poured and drank it to the bottom. Instantly, his body began to transform. His look was completely different. It seemed that even his hair was no longer white but golden, and he was not as pale as he had been before. Having received a large amount of power, the priest could barely hold his body. He had to hold all this energy that was inside him. The young man asked how he was feeling. Then the priest replied that it was some kind of madness. He had never been in such a state. Then the priest raised his head and told the young man that he was absolutely right in everything. Instead of burning several dozen 1,000 bills, he just needed to use gold. Then the young man said that in the future, the priest should definitely do so, and then he will quickly achieve his success. The priest replied that he did not even know how to thank him. The next moment, it seemed as if a complete enlightenment had appeared in the priest's head. He said that he knew exactly what would suit the young man and told him to accept it from him. The guy looked and did not understand what kind of necklace it was. In fact, this thing was known for its healing properties. The priest said that if he had this thing, it would definitely bring him luck. Kim Chan thought that it was impolite to refuse gifts, so he decided to take this thing. He understood that it was just cool. And he also thought that in the game that he had been playing for so long, and that priest boy had a lot of good quests, after which the young man turned to the priest and asked if this was fate, then should he help him with prayer. He took him by the hands. At that moment, the young man realized that he really wanted to get this priest, and he wanted him to become his debtor. The communication between the young man and the priest did not end there. They continued their communication at the guy's house. The priest begged the young man that he could no longer drink this molten gold. It simply did not suit him. The priest said that his entire body was already made of gold. He wanted to vomit, but the guy said that he needed it. The priest told the guy that if he gets such a big power in such a short period of time, he will become dependent on it. He wanted to know who this guy is. Kim Jong looked at him and told him to pray that this would never happen. He held him so that the priest would open his mouth and pour gold into him. The young man knew perfectly well that each of the 4 training characters in the game had their own unique characteristics. The priest who sat in front of him was not dependent on magical power in any way, unlike his body, so he had the possibility of rapid growth. That is why the young man tried to pour some more molten gold into it, but the priest could no longer digest it. His body was actually already all glowing like gold. It seemed that it really was all gold. The priest received additional magical power, and he glowed with a bright light. The color was so bright that the boy covered his face with his hand and could not look in the direction of the priest. In fact, it was the awakening of a priest. He himself did not even understand how he rose 1 level, and he was already a priest of the 3rd level. He thought if he received a new level, could he really become an apostle? The young man thought that this was a great result and they could do it right now. The priest looked at the guy and said that he thought he was not yet ready to become an apostle. The guy answered that he felt God so well and that he was already quite ready. And if he now has the 3rd level, then it was necessary to create a meeting and receive recognition as an apostle. The priest thought that he was able to rise so quickly only thanks to him, and he will never forget it. The guy told him to his face that it was just ordinary help, but in reality he thought that he should never dare to forget it. He wanted him to quickly become an archbishop and bring him the church religion from the warehouse. The priest looked at the young man and said that it was probably shameless, but he wanted to ask him for a favor. The guy was talking about calling a meeting, but he didn't want to go there alone. He asked if maybe he would go with him because the bishop would be there. Kim Jong said that the priest should worry about her. He will take him. Everything went according to his planned plan. He thought it was just great, and now he will start a new quest called Priest Kim. The next morning, the priest and the young man went to church for a meeting. When the others saw the priest, they were simply delighted. They did not understand how he could reach the 3rd level, and no one expected this from him. The priest thanked all the parishioners who came to this meeting. At that moment, the young man thought what a miserable meeting. He could not believe that this was all that this church had. At that moment, the door opened. A man with security came in and started shouting that this was an outrage and simply disgusting. This man was the bishop of the church. He arrived with his guards also to this meeting. The bishop was very outraged that the priest had called the meeting without his permission. The priest tried to object. He said that, according to their rules, any priest can call a meeting of bishops. He interrupted him. He said that a priest can, but a traitor cannot. The priest did not understand what he meant by the glory of a traitor, and the bishop explained that a person who 3 months ago was at the 1st level and now suddenly became the 3rd level is impossible to become so strong so quickly. The bishop continued to say that it became obvious to him that the priest had received this power by selling his brothers in spirit. The priest did not understand what he was talking about. He had simply found a good way to increase his level. The bishop continued to shout for him to shut up. He didn't want to hear about living excuses and ordered the guards to seize him. The young man stood right in front of the priest, looked at the guards and asked them if they had come here to scare the children. The guards asked who he was. Then the guy replied that he was the guard of the priest Kim. The bishop became even more angry. He said that this was the business of their church and there was no place for outsiders here. The young man said that he was a security guard and did not understand what kind of nonsense the old man was talking. He was just shaking the air in vain. The priest tried to justify himself by saying that he drank molten gold to increase his level, and he is not lying at all. When the bishop heard that the priest drank gold, he shouted that this was the most terrible of deeds. He told the priest if he thinks that after something like this, he will run away from punishment. At that moment, the priest said that it is not an iris. God also gave him permission. The bishop was just a flint and steel. He shouted for the heretic to be silent. He would personally cleanse him and present his sinful soul to God. He shouted that the priest would burn in fire all his life and directed a fireball towards him that was supposed to burn him. Unexpectedly for everyone, At that moment, there was an explosion in the church from this fireball. All those present covered their faces with their hands because they were afraid that the explosion would affect them too. The guy thought that this had already crossed all boundaries, the attack on the priest. It seemed like blasphemy. He put up a shield to protect them. The bishop was very outraged. He did not understand how this guy could reflect the fireball. Then the young man told him that attacking a candidate for apostle was not allowed at all. The bishop did not understand what he was saying. He simply shouted that this was not an apostle, but an ordinary heretic priest hiding behind the young man's back. He wanted to know if he really was a candidate for apostle. Kim Jong turned to the priest and told him to be calm, held it out to him in his hand, and told him to just eat it and pray. The bishop continued to shout for the young man to get out of the way or he would die. The young man turned to him and said what he would do if the priest proved that he could become an apostle. At that moment, the priest's whole body began to shine, and he stood on his knees reading a prayer. Everyone present in this church saw the same thing as the priest, emitting divine light from his body. Even the bishop, who was sure that he was a heretic, was forced to agree that it was the coming of the apostle. The young man thought that this was the very reason why he had not made this doctor priest an apostle yesterday. In fact, he understood that this bishop who shouted the loudest had no power, but he said that it was simply impossible. This bishop was an evil character who always envied the priest, which is why it was better to get rid of him at the initial stage. At this point, the young man fulfilled the conditions under which a priest could become an apostle. He had to eat the golden religion of another religion. Well, while others will be sorting out with the bishop who is right and who is wrong, he will quickly make this priest an apostle. That was his plan. The priest raised his eyes, looked at everyone with a fiery gaze, and it was clear that he had truly become an apostle. At that moment, the young man lowered his sword and said that the coming of the apostle had come. Then he took a few steps forward, holding his sword and saying that it was time to get rid of the blasphemers. The young man said that the coming of the apostle had happened. The time had come to get rid of the blasphemers, and he looked at the bishop and his retinue. He said, turning to the gentleman priest to allow him to ask their God a couple of questions. The priest did not understand what he was saying. The young man continued about how, because of addiction, one bishop almost killed another priest and accused him of heresy. He wanted to know what to do with this bishop. He wanted the priest to say this, supposedly from the words of God. The priest Booktime sat on his knees saying nothing, only praying to his God. Then unexpectedly for everyone, he said only one word, that this bishop must be killed. The bishop was simply in shock. He did not understand what was happening, but the young man did not lose his head and swung his arm so that the bishop could not approach. The boy told the bishop that he had heard "thank God," and such a thing definitely cannot be refused. His sword was on his neck. With just one move, the bishop was already lying on the floor and their God's decision was carried out. The security guards didn't understand what kind of madness this was and what was going on there. Everyone else who was invited to this meeting was also a little shocked. They were not ready to see the murder. The only one who did what he needed was Kim Jong. He understood that he had to deal with the main villain. When the priest rose from his knees, he said that it was not worth doing because he was a bishop. But it was too late. The young man said that there was no need to feel sorry for him. He deserved to die. That is what their God said. The priest immediately after this said that their God ordered them to go to the Levant, where their cult was based, and bring gold there. Then the young man realized that he was saying everything correctly. Faith was justified and was gold, so he told the priest to go and increase his strength. The young man thought that this was the way he would be able to repay him faster if he became even stronger. The priest bowed and said that he still didn't know how to thank him. Well, the priest said that before they go there, he could take something from the church warehouse. Kim Jong tried to be very polite. He said that it was not necessary, but he thought that he would do it. Time passed very quickly and night fell on the street. The young man went home. He sat in front of the statue and watched it glow. He thought about whether this priest really wanted to thank him and let him continue to give him various trinkets. He was very happy when he got the sword. Finally, he got the first weapon rated R. It was a holy sword. This weapon is worth billions of other weapons. He couldn't even imagine that he could receive a gift of a statue of a god capable of creating a sanctuary. Shrines are a ski that helps turn any area into a safe zone. When an enemy invades the shrine, they are banished and have a deterrent effect. When he received all this, he thought that now he could be absolutely calm. Now he could train for his own pleasure without worrying about attacks from outside that could attack him. He went down to his training basement and thought that now was the time for him to train. After a very long and tiring workout, he decided that he should take a bath in the healer Nam Spring. Put your body in the water. He thought that he would be able to recover very quickly. But despite the fact that he was in this water, he was not able to recover as quickly as he wanted. He thought that it was a bit too much in his training. He was recovering poorly, even with the help of magic. And yet he was determined to find a way out of this situation. He was not going to stop at what he had achieved. He thought about how he practiced the Einherjar technique and fencing without even taking a nap, and felt that his magical power and skill had increased significantly. He decided that he needed to check the results of his hard work, so he picked up his phone to call Director Choi. The director was very happy because he hadn't called him for a long time. The young man said that he just wanted to take care of urgent matters. He asked the director if he had in mind the most reckless bandit who was bothering them. The director said that it wasn't even a question. He asked if the young man remembered the first training ground. Kim Jong replied that of course he remembers that. He couldn't forget that was the first time he encountered danger. The director said that several cleaners went to this landfill to check and reported that a new creature had appeared there, a new mutant. The young man said that in such a situation there was no need to contact the Cleaners Association. The director replied that the officials asked him not to talk about what was happening. They didn't want to make a mountain out of a molehill. The young man did not understand that if a couple of officials quit, wouldn't they start chatting left and right and everything would disappear anyway? He didn't understand what kind of mission this was. The director said that the prices here are not very good, 100 million for a first-level mutant and 300 for the second level, but they give an artifact, a magic pistol with a curse cancellation function. The young man became interested in the gun. He wanted to know what exactly this gun could do. The director explained to him that it was partly connected with him. They say that this is the name of the weapon that was used in the Church of the Ancient Father. Kim Jong thought that this was a mission that could not be abandoned. The church loved to impose black flames, which he had already dealt with. So the young man told the director that he agreed and he was already in business. After some time, he was near the very tunnel in which he was invited to complete the mission. He remembered this tunnel from the first time he went down into it to earn money. Walking through this tunnel, he thought that it hadn't been cleaned for only a few days, and everything around was already so dirty it was too strange. He thought that he couldn't see anything. He needed to prepare for an attack. So he used his sensitivity and concentration skills. The very next moment, his sensitivity increased tenfold and he became more focused. Now he could look around and understand what was happening in this tunnel and why it was so polluted in such a short time. He began to listen and realized that he could hear monsters somewhere very close. Now he just needed to listen and understand where they were. She took a few steps forward, thinking that one of these monsters would be somewhere there. Nose concentrated his attention. He raised that one of these monsters is behind, and he is ready to attack him. The young man turned around sharply and saw that indeed one of the monsters was behind him. Pulling the trigger, Kim Jong shouted for the bastard to die and fired several bullets at him. All these bullets hit the target, and green blood started spraying from all sides. This monster tried to escape the young man's bullets, but it was all useless. He simply shot him. When he realized that he couldn't kill this monster completely, he didn't understand whether he had failed and what was wrong here. He guessed that this monster had bulletproof wings so he could cover his body with his wings. After which the monster began to attack the young man. This monster released a large amount of energy into the young man, which should have torn him apart. The guy barely managed to jump to the side. He thought it was just crazy. Kim Jong clearly understood that if this fight with the unkillable enemy dragged on for some time, then he would definitely not win this fight, which meant he had to do something. The first thing that came to his mind was that he should change his weapon and take a completely different machine gun. It's good that he had a lot of weapons and he could experiment with firing bullets from different weapons at his opponent. He thought of only one thing, that he needed to get rid of this monster, and that he needed to do it as quickly as possible. And most importantly, he understood that this had to be done with one precise shot. He pulled the trigger. This time the bullet hit its target. He really did make a precise shot right into his head. The monster that was right next to him started falling down. And after some time, this monster was lying on the ground with a hole in his head from which green blood was flowing. At the same time, the young man received another skill. It was sighting. He succeeded and was able to improve his shooting skills. Now he needed to figure out what to do next. He listened and heard more noise from the monsters. The young man thought that the noise of the shot seemed to have attracted the monsters and they were approaching him, but it was simply impossible for him to fight several at once. He thought for a bit and said that although he had one idea, he was ready to implement it. In order to realize this idea, he stood up and hid behind one wall so that he could not be seen. To begin with, he decided to just wait. He needed to use two skills, pretend to be dead and stealth. After which he heard the monsters approaching the place where one of the same monsters was lying. All these monsters that were approaching, They had to approach that monster that was already dead. They had to be interested in him. When the young man saw that they had all come, he thought that now his time had come, and he took out a grenade. He figured he could finish them all off at once when they gathered. Taking a few steps from his hiding place, he threw a few grenades to the side. All the grenades reached their targets and began to explode as they hit their target. After which the young man took out the same machine gun with which he had already hit and shouted that he was ready and they should approach one by one. Without waiting for them to approach, he started shooting at them. When all this died down, he saw that there were pieces of these monsters' bodies lying on the ground. Come closer, he told himself that he did a good job, and that's what it means to work with your head. But he still heard the noise. He stopped and concentrated his attention. He looked around and was simply shocked because there were a large number of these monsters and they were all heading towards him. He did not notice the new monsters. They were moving too quietly. He didn't understand if they weren't mutants, but simply vengeful ghosts created by a necromancer. He was even a little scared because there were so many of them that he didn't understand what to do with them. One of these mutant ghosts addressed him as a superhuman. He called him sir and asked the young man to talk to him. Kim Jong didn't understand what was happening at all. He didn't know how a ghost could talk to him. They were getting closer and closer to the young man, and one of them said that he wanted to talk to him. Then these monsters came closer to the guy, noticed some devices that were located on their bodies. Now he saw that the monster had speakers attached to it from which sound was coming. He realized that it wasn't this monster talking to him, which meant that it was the necromancer talking to him. He wanted to ask what kind of fuss he was making here. The young man asked again what he meant. He actually understood that this place could really be called his. Then something dawned on the guy and he remembered something. The Cleaners Association specializes in cleaning places from contaminated magical power, but funny enough, they are also one of the most evil organizations in the game. The cleaning they did was just a cover for their true task of carrying out dirty tasks to increase their own power. He thought that the cleaners were also behind this incident that happened to him. They increased their influence by creating a situation where the state itself turns to them for help. Officials who are hostile to the association probably thought about how to exploit this problem by finally getting rid of the cleaners. He heard a voice that told him that since they had no reason to fight, he had some suggestions. He considered him very strong, so he asked if he wanted to join them. The young man asked if he was really offering to join an organization that creates mutants in landfills. The voice answered that he was speaking quite seriously. With his incredible skills, they could achieve success. Then the young man showed him one finger and sent him very far away. He said that their name, that this place he does not like at all. Then this voice said that the guy was not at all compliant, and if he really didn't want to join them, then he is ready to offer him to become one of these mutants, and all the mutants, as if on command, rushed to attack the young man. And he in turn opened fire on them, not towards him, throwing grenades at them so that their bodies are torn into small pieces. When the attack was over, the young man thought that this was completely unexpected for him. He lowered his eyes and saw that some of these were still alive and could restore their affairs. It seemed that they were mutating right before our eyes, becoming even more terrible, but ready for the next attack. Then the guy thought that the weapon he used against them was useless. He decided that if he couldn't defeat them with weapons, he took out his sacred sword, which he had received as a gift. For the dark force will always find light, he thought. The voice was very surprised. Did he really have a holy sword in his hands? The young man did not wait long. He swung and struck the first blow at his opponent. The voice was even more surprised because he considered him an ordinary shooter. Kim Jong, when he struck again, he thought that this guy was really talking and he was ready to just kill him. Fighting off the attacks of these monsters, he destroyed them with the help of fencing and the holy sword that was in his hands. The fight itself wasn't that difficult due to his superiority over the monsters, and yet he felt that there were too many of them, and he needed to change his strategy because he couldn't destroy them all at once. He thought that if he added the skills of the artifact to the skills that help withstand attacks, he would get 9 skills, which would be enough to hope for a good outcome. He did just that, and then he jumped up and moved forward. He needed to finish this fight. The monsters that were in his way simply flew away in different directions. None of them could attack the guy. But still, the young man was dissatisfied. He believed that the effect should have been much stronger. So he tried to repeat it again and apply as much force as possible. He swung his holy sword and attacked all the monsters that were near him. When he stopped, he saw that the next row of monsters was approaching him again. It seemed that there was an endless number of them. He decided to take a break because his head was just spinning from this attack. He thought that he needed to use his power better. So he took a few steps forward in order to attack those monsters even more powerfully and acquire a new skill. He needed to do it as quickly as possible and with more force and speed. When he accelerated very strongly at that moment, he acquired another new skill. This skill was acceleration, and one was needed for a certain distance to inflict damage on his opponent. He was glad that he succeeded and he received another skill, acceleration. Now he understood that with the help of this skill, he would be able to very quickly deal with the monsters that were in this place. Now he decided that he needed to test his new power. He felt that there was indeed acceleration in his legs. And by making just one move, he acquired another skill that he needed for this battle. It was the skill of being able to jump. The young man was very happy because he had two new skills, acceleration and jump. He thought that there was no better combination of skills to avoid being surrounded. Now with these two skills, he decided that he could bypass all the monsters that were trying to surround him from all sides. He jumped, dealt them damage, and with the help of acceleration, he was already in a completely different part and was already dealing damage to another monster. There were only minor obstacles. After a while, he realized that all the monsters that tried to attack him were dead. He could rest a little. The young man thought that it seemed like there were no more monsters, but he was very tired. The voice that came from the speaker of one of these monsters' heads kept saying that it was very interesting and that he was a real Paladin. This voice said that he wanted him even more than he wanted before he met him. Then the young man told him if he was so confident in himself, then he could go out and fight him. He heard the answer that no Mac would fight a warrior one-on-one. And then he added that it would be better if he sent him a present. At that moment, a dead soldier with a shield appeared in front of the young man. It was a second-level undead. At that moment, the young man thought that this was not suitable for him at all because he had not yet fully recovered from the previous attack. This huge soldier didn't think long. He swung and struck the young man, who managed to dodge the blow at the last moment, after which he fired a fiery arrow towards the young man. Kim Jong managed to set up a shield at the last moment so that the fire arrow did not hit him, but he hurried to run away. When he stopped, he looked at his opponent and thought it was a double attack. The voice from the speaker said that the guy moves well, and he will become a beautiful dead soldier. The young man thought that there is one ironclad rule in this game. It's good that he remembered it at that moment. When you're dealing with a necromancer, you don't need to waste time on his subordinates. So he decided to immediately strike the huge soldier with his sacred sword, breaking his shield. He also used acceleration and jumped over this dead soldier. He shouted for the necromancer to come out. Kim Jong did not want to fight with any of his subordinates, so he demanded that he come out himself. He looked around and did not see anyone come out. He turned his head and noticed some light. Looking closely, he saw a man standing on top. It was the same necromancer who was very surprised that he was found. The dead soldier approached the young man. He shouted that he would get him now. At that moment, he used his jumping skill. With the help of the jump acceleration, he was already high up, almost where his opponent was. The young man was now taller than his opponent. He considered him a vile bastard. And now he can send him to hell himself, just like he wanted to do just recently. The necromancer answered him that he was still a snot-nosed brat, and that he didn't think at all when he spoke. The guy knew his face very well. He was a high-level necromancer. His name was Karen. He was one of the representatives of the Cleaner Association and the current head of the landfill necromancer superhuman of the 3rd level. Karen asked the man, Modu raising his upper hands, lived. He thinks that everything will be as he wants. At that moment, the paws began to approach the young man's body, and it seemed that they were about to tear him to pieces. At that moment, he was a little confused and didn't understand what to do. These paws grabbed him by the arms and legs, restricting his movements. The necromancer shouted that the young man would never defeat him. He was completely confident in his powers. The next moment, the necromancer pulled his ropes and lifted the body of the young man so that it was in the air. At that moment, dozens of arrows pierced his body. The necromancer shouted that he really liked listening to the screams of the young man. He had to agree to the offer. At that moment, Kim Jong had a plan. He understood that this was Charon's last move. He decided that he had to use the explosion of darkness. Karen raised his hand and said that this was the end for this guy. He was completely confident that he was much stronger and could handle him. The young man answered him that he was right and that this was indeed the end. Karen thought he had nothing more to say, and he thought it was very sweet what he was saying during the last battle. Kim Jong answered him that he is not a moron at all who will be on the face. When the boss uses his last trick, he selects the necessary skills. Now the most interesting thing will begin, the guy thought. Now he really needed to pick up the skills he needed to deal with his opponent. Karen said to the man that he had enough of talking because his end had come and directed his power towards him that was supposed to destroy him. It seemed that for the young man everything was already over. His arms and legs could not move, and a little more and he would die. Kim Jong thought completely differently. He was waiting for the right time, and when his opponent started to attack, he thought that now was the time. He chose 3 of his skills to form a trinity, the ball of the heart of mana, and the power of this technique that only appears in the face of death. It allows you to destroy any material or immaterial object. She had a ball skill. Kim Jong freed himself from the force that held him and did not allow another force to destroy him. When Karen saw this, he shouted that it was simply impossible. The next thing the young man used was a flash that exploded right in front of his opponent. Flash was the highest art of fencing that could only be mastered by someone who had reached the peak of his abilities, and it was with the help of Flash that he cut his opponent's body into 2 parts. When he used this flash and the body was destroyed before the explosion occurred, Kim Jong managed to jump away from that place at the last moment using his abilities and acceleration skills. When he fell, he thought that he could have died at that moment if he hadn't had time. The only thing that calmed him down was that he had grabbed a 3rd-level superhuman and was able to destroy him. Even in the game, to catch someone of the 2nd level, you had to join a community, and even at the 3rd level, it is impossible to cope alone with full equipment and good characteristics. This victory was only possible thanks to the 10,000 hours of play he spent. Now he wanted to see what he got. He was in anticipation of victory. After some time, when he returned, he went to Director Choi's office. The director said that he really cleared this place of monsters, and he really is a very big Superman. The guy was proud that they say that about him. After which, the director accidentally touched him on the shoulder. The young man jumped up and said that he had it too early. The director asked him for forgiveness because his body was priceless and it could not be injured. The officials who ordered the cleanup of the monsters said that they had done a great job and thanked them for catching so many mutants. The director responded that they themselves had asked for this. The young man interrupted them and started talking about how when he came to the dump, something different from what they were talking about happened. He placed in front of them a lot of speakers that were on the heads of these monsters and other video cameras. One of the officials shouted that this was a magic chip that creates ghosts, and Karen was the head of the landfill and used such a device. The young man said that he was absolutely right in what he was saying, so what happened was not a natural disaster, but a man-made one. The official was very angry at this association. The young man asked if they really had a bad relationship. The officials started saying that every time something happened, they offered an inflated price for their services and put them in a terrible position. There really was a conflict between them, but he didn't even have the slightest idea about turning innocent people into mutants. And the man wondered if it was really the official sitting in front of him who didn't know anything, although in the game the details about the Cleaners Association are revealed when the tasks at the dump are over. The official said that they were ready to apologize because of them. The task he could have been exposed to danger, to which he said that he was just getting rid of the bad people. After which the official put the briefcase in front of him and said that this was the promised reward. The guy asked again why there were 2 suitcases. The official said that in one suitcase there was a magical weapon and a gift from the heart, so he did more than they agreed on. The young man thanked the official. In one of the suitcases there was holy water. He was already planning to buy it in the temple, but he got it for free. He thought it was just great. The official once again asked him for forgiveness. He said that he was going to report what the Cleaners Association had done, which used the evidence he had provided. At that moment, the young man asked the official if he really thought they would take revenge on him. The official replied that it would be impossible to hide the details of such an incident. Then the guy told the official that he thought everything was fine and he could deal with them. After this conversation, the director and the young man got into the car and drove away from these officials. As they were driving in the car, the director told the gentleman that he most likely needed to hide for a while to avoid the association. The guy agreed with him, but he said he didn't know a good place to hide out. Kim Jong thought that in the game, when the quest at the dump ended, another one connected to it immediately appeared, so the player would inevitably come into conflict with the Cleaners Association. Having finished with Karon, the head of the dump was the only correct option, because as he created too many problems, it was important to note that the quest at the dump is divided into several stages, and there was freedom of action in it. He thought that the worst option for him now is to do nothing, because after the storyline of the chairman of the association and the management, they invaded the player's house with a bunch of super people, and the best option for completing the task with a low level of difficulty was for him to hide. So he asked the director if he knew the area of Kanabon. The director replied that yes, of course, it was a restricted area south of the area where they were. There is a large poppy farm there, so if you enter this area, you can forget why you came. In fact, these were the properties of the Cleaners Association. The director did not understand why the association needed so much poppy and why they were growing it. It wasn't just about the poppy they grow. They experiment on people there and even trade them. It was a real criminal organization. The director couldn't even imagine this. He didn't understand what kind of idiots these guys were. The guy said that they first needed to go to Kanban. Therefore, the director very abruptly turned his car around and drove in a completely different direction, exactly in the direction the young man had told him to go. After which the guy told the director that he would need a lot of things and he had to prepare them. One of those things was an electromagnetic bomb and a claymore. The director wanted to clarify with the guy whether he was really going to start a war. The director turned his head and said that he would have to spend at least $100 to buy everything he wanted. At that moment, the young man interrupted him and told him to forget about the money. It was his problem. After which he gave him the weapon that he had left after the fight with the monsters at the dump. He told him to use it too. The director said that in that case there should be enough money, but no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to cope with this association alone. The chairman of the association was a fourth-level person, and the rest were not lower than the third. The young man lowered his head and said that he didn't say that he would be alone. He looked at the director and said that he shouldn't worry. He just had to prepare everything necessary. 2 days later, in the Konuban shelter, near the very field where Mac was grown, there were 2 guards. A hand approached one of these guards. He didn't even have time to react and feel this hand. Then this guard felt a strong blow. He only managed to make sounds, and after that he fell. The second guard turned towards him and asked who was there. He got ready to shoot. But it was too late because someone shot at him and hit him right in the chest. The young man was able to destroy 2 guards who were supposed to detain him without much noise. He used the skills he had. For him, the most interesting thing was penetrating the territory. He stood in front of the building realizing that he had already removed the guards who were lying on the ground. He decided that he needed to go inside the building and check the basement. This time he really wasn't alone. He was with a support group that protected his path. In his support group was the leader of the Iron Fist group. He agreed to help him by clearing the way. He said that the young man could easily get into the basement. In addition, the leader said that these guys really were ordinary pieces of shit. They became like this when they decided to kidnap people, change their bodies, and then sell them. When they went down to the basement, they saw mutating bodies of people. The young man asked his partners if they had really checked. He heard the answer that this was indeed a real factory for carrying out modifications on human bodies. When all this ends, their power will increase. This is what was offered to them. The leader who helped him said, "Is he really sure that he can cope with the association?" He was worried that his iron fist would not be damaged. The young man replied that no one had ever seen him act thoughtlessly. This place was a refuge feeding this association, and it had such weak security. That's why he made this decision and didn't doubt it for a second. This place was just perfect for declaring war on this association. Already on the morning of the next day, the news that was about the attack of a young man on this territory reached the headquarters of the association. The assistant ran and tried his best to report on the progress of events. From behind the office, he loudly shouted to the chairman that they had an emergency. This guy told the chairman that Konoban was attacked. The chairman stood with his back to him and looked out the window. After a moment of silence, he asked Asuka, his assistant, what he meant. The guy who escaped began to explain that the young man who killed Mr. Karen had also captured Konuban. The chairman turned sharply and hit the train with his fist with all his might. He was so angry that it seemed like sparks were flying from his eyes. He did not understand who could dare to attack his territory. It was the chairman of the Cleaners Association, a 4th-level Superman. The guy who ran into his office said that the one who attacked gave the chairman this and gave him a photo. When the chairman took this photo and looked at it, he became even more angry. He did not understand how this Demir could be in the poppy field. The representative of the Department of External Cooperation stood in the middle of a field, which until that moment had been planted with poppies. Their commander was loudly indignant. Did he really burn the entire poppy field? He shouted that this Kim Jong was a complete idiot. He said that they had to catch this abnormal person. For this, they had to quickly penetrate inside and destroy him, after which they would celebrate the victory. They needed to show the chairman of the association the full power of the External Cooperation Department. Immediately after these words, they went. The commander ordered his guys to be careful because he could shoot from the building. One of his subordinates answered him that they understood everything. Taking a few more steps forward, one of them noticed that a rifle was visible in one of the windows. The attacking guys thought that this was great, and he was caught so quickly they could destroy him. Therefore, Those standing below opened fire at the window where the rifle was visible, but there were no return shots. The captain, watching everything, said that he thought so, and his assistant laughed with him. At this moment, the attacking team was all concentrated in one place and they heard an incomprehensible sound. But before the VNA could react, a very strong blow occurred, and then the explosion threw all these guys aside. The captain and his assistant started swearing loudly. They didn't understand what to do and what this was all about. Raising his head up, one of the guys shouted to the captain that it was most likely a rocket bomb and it was approaching. The captain only managed to raise his head up to see that it really was a missile bomb. This was his last moment. Chan, watching the monitors, only saw how a strong explosion occurred. He was convinced that he was able to destroy them all. He was happy because he thought that it was not in vain that he had worked his ass off all night for this moment. And also, with the help of the trap, none of the attackers could find out where everything was. It was an amazing skill. The voices of the survivors were coming from the monitor, and they were shouting that they had to leave and that there were mines there too. Chan thought it was stupid to fight everyone at once. He decided to just kill them from the control room in the basement. Although many of the attackers were destroyed by the missile bombs and mines launched, some hid behind the protective field. Only the voice of the association chairman could be heard saying that this guy was better prepared than they thought. He also believed that something similar should have been expected for an open provocation. One of those present at the place with the chairman of the association said that this guy should be left to him. It was a cyborg superhuman third-level class vice chairman of the Cleaners Association. He thought he had already studied the guy's strategy. The chairman of the association looked at the cyborg and said that he should bring this abnormal person alive before he dies. He should do a good job. After which he threw one grenade into the hall and threw it right in front of them. The grenade fell to the ground and exploded. Then he said that this place was safe and they could move forward. He also ordered his men to continue throwing grenades, checking for mines, and making sure the route was safe. But after taking a few steps forward, they saw a bomb approaching them from the air. The fighters from the Cleaners Association escaped from this attack at the last moment, and the bomb exploded very close to them. The cyborg asked his assistant if he saw where the bomb came from. He replied that yes, from the right side of the roof. After which they tried to strike precisely at this part of the roof in order to destroy the launch device. An explosion was heard. Once they had destroyed all the shells that were being launched at them from the right side of the roof, they were able to move on. Cyborg ordered his men to follow him. They're going down now to the shelter where this guy was. They wanted to show him what hell is. Cyborg was pleased that he would now go down to the shelter and be able to meet this guy. After some time, the cyborg and his team went down to the shelter where, in their opinion, this guy should be. Chan sat in front of the monitor, looked at everything that was happening and thought, is it possible to act so inhumanely, even if he is a cyborg? At that moment, the red alarm light went off and Chong jumped up from his seat. He thought that they came faster than he thought. The guys from the Cleaning Association are also new to the quest. Then several shots were fired at the door. All this was necessary in order to go inside. After which the door began to open very slowly, and it was still unclear who was standing behind this door. Two girls came into the room and started shouting that he was hiding in the basement like a rat, and they were ready to have fun with him. They were Zavoni and Pyler, third-level superhumans, Class R, the leadership of the Cleaners Association. When they entered the inner chambers, they were very surprised because there was no one in the room, and they did not understand whether he had really discovered them. He was able to use two of his skills, stealth, and the second skill, pretending to be dead. Having arrived at these two, he was able to leave this room unnoticed, and then he understood everything. That there was such a noise in the street as if there was a full-fledged war, but the association's plan was for the leadership to attack him with a back. He understood their plan perfectly, and it seemed very trivial to him, and he was able to leave unnoticed. But when he left, he threw an item from his skills toward the two leaders of the Cleaners Association. There was a loud explosion, and the two from the Cleaners Association couldn't see anything because they were blinded. One of them shouted that it was a trap and that he was waiting for them and was prepared for them not to attack. When Chan left this room, he shouted to them that they really guessed everything correctly, but he had a lot to do, and he was running away. These two leaders were furious. They shouted that he was a monster and didn't even know what they would do to him when they caught him. The guy understood that these two were murderers, and they would go after him. He also understood that he needed to get away from this place as quickly as possible, otherwise they could catch up with him. The very next moment, he heard several shots. He ducked down, understanding that they had already caught up, and he would have to defend himself first. To do this, he decided to use his two skills, Magic Shield and Defense. After he used the skill Protective Shield, all shots aimed at him were blocked. He shouted to the two who were chasing him to just say how many more times they would shoot. He would block everything. One of them, when she heard the guy, asked again if he would really be blocked and if he really thought he could do it. After which she took out another gun and fired from it. His protective field was broken. He understood that he would not be able to hold out any longer, and he needed to get out of this place as quickly as possible. His protective shield was destroyed into small pieces, and the guy started running away with all his might. One of his attackers fired a shot directly at the guy, and he couldn't stay on his feet and fell. After which she asked the guy if he liked it because it was a logical bullet with an explosion. Chan was a little upset that he couldn't fully calculate everything that would happen, but he had to do something. The second of the attackers shot an arrow and shouted at him to catch the dessert. It seemed that the arrow was just a little bit away from reaching its target and hitting the guy. He only felt a strong pain in one side, but decided that this could not be the end. Then one of the attackers said that she did not advise him to switch off now. Their plans were to torment him for as long as possible. Chan told them not to worry and called them little brats in latex, after which the two became very angry. One of them was furious and shouted that now they needed to get rid of him so that he would finally shut up and kicked him. Chan was not able to escape this blow and was thrown back. When he fell, he caught the clock standing behind him. Chan was lying on the ground, and these two were asking if he was already dying from pain because this drug acts on the arteries, and it is difficult to resist it. One of the attackers approached him, grabbed him by the jacket and tried to lift him up. Holding it, she told the guy that it was time to see their chairman. When the young man heard about this, he smiled. It turned out that this was exactly what he needed. After which he stood up on his own and said that they were already there, and then added that it was very difficult to be an actor. Then the young man added, "Don't they think the ticking of the clock is too suspicious?" The two of them didn't understand what he was saying. Then the young man said maybe it wasn't a clock ticking at all, but a giant bomb. Using another skill, he tried to escape from this place as quickly as possible, leaving them there. As he ran away, he shouted to them to stay safe, and with the help of acceleration, he disappeared. These two, Zavoni and Piper Settled, were comparable to Karen. He understood that he had no chance to defeat them one-on-one, and after removing all the skills, he just had to force them to come to this clock. Since he installed more than 1 billion magic projectiles in the watch, this was his plan. He ran to a safe distance, pressed the start button, and wished the girls good dreams. The two who fell did not understand what was happening. They began to scream. Was this really a trap, and could this creature defeat them? But it was too late. A loud explosion sounded, and the two were destroyed in an instant. Chan was able to leave this place and watched everything that was happening from another part. He was able to rest. He thought that he had managed to deal with part of the management without consequences. There were still several leaders of the association left, so it would be good to quickly restore his physical strength, especially considering that he never knew when these opponents of his would strike him next. He looked ahead and saw a cyber with his people approaching him. The guy thought about that. Remember the shit. Here it was. He meant the cyborg and his people. Chan was in the corner, and it seemed like he had nowhere to go. His opponents were standing right in front of him. Cyborg was furious because he thought he had to destroy this guy as quickly as possible. He wanted to check with the guy if he was the one who destroyed Colin Piper. If that's the case, then he'll tear him to pieces. Chan smiled and said that it was he who did it, and was ready to give him the same honor. The cyborg replied that even if he didn't think he would die quickly and painlessly, he would torture him until he begged for death. Then the young man told him that everyone has their own preferences. The cyborg stopped him and said that he would finish him off. At that moment, his boyfriend pointed his gun towards the young man and was ready to strike him. Chan looked at the cyborg and said that he was really glad that he had changed his body so much. The cyborg did not understand what he meant. Then the young man said thank you very much and pressed the red button and said goodbye to them. The next moment, they were all at the epicenter of the explosion, and each of them did not understand how he managed to do it. After all, the explosion was so powerful that they could not resist. They had only one question: how did it happen? To which the young man told them that this bomb costs a whole 1 billion, and for such machines, the combination of a shotgun and electromagnetic projectiles is a real pleasure. After which he fired the entire clip that was in this weapon at his opponents. But what was the surprise of the young man when he saw that the cyborg remained undamaged, unlike his guys? The only one who survived this blow, and after he fired the clip, was the cyborg. Chan asked him how much money he has for his body, that it remains undamaged even after so many blows. And the most interesting thing is that even the bombs could not affect him in any way. Chan is surprised. The cyborg told the young man not to count on anything. Nothing would work out for him. He should prepare for death. As soon as the cyborg got closer to the guy, he tried to hit him, but he defended himself. Cyborg asked him again if he was only going to defend himself and not attack him. At that moment, Chan thought that this guy who was attacking him had very great strength and most likely he would have to compete with him in speed. Taking out his sword, he tried to strike his opponent, but this blow passed through the scythe and did not cause any damage to the opponent. Chan then told his opponent that everything except his eyes was fake and that he was just an ordinary swindler. The cyborg asked him again what he was going to do with that toothpick, the sword. Cyborg turned on the power in one of his legs in order to strike the guy. He told the young man that he didn't even feel ticklish when he struck and kicked him, throwing the guy aside. Chan landed with a bang. It seemed that this was the end because he had a strong enough opponent. Chan understood that this was crap, and his opponent's body was surrounded by magical energy, which is why the weapon didn't work. And Barak practically celebrated his victory. He was very close and ready to deliver a few more blows. The cyborg then asked the guy again if it was really so good for him to live with such a weak body. Chong resisted with all his might. He understood that this bastard was an ordinary damn machine, a mechanical body, my fifth magical energy. Then the cyborg answered him that he would cut off his hands and put umbrellas in their place. He had already swung to actually cut off his hands, but at some point he stopped. He saw that the guy had a gun in his hands. The cyborg did not understand what kind of weapon it was and laughed. Then the young man said that looking at his disgusting body, he had come up with something. The cyborg answered him that he probably forgot that the bullets would not harm him. The young man confirmed that bullets from a regular pistol will not harm him. This is true. But in this case, it is not the black flame bullets that are in this gun, and pulled the trigger. Cyborg was in shock because the pulse with the black flame could really destroy him. He was confused. After this bullet reached its target, his body began to change and become normal. After all, his body is made of magical power, and the black flame technique burns magical power. And if he is engulfed in black flame, he will not be able to extinguish it. After which the young man said that this guy's skin would soon be thoroughly damaged, and he would not be so invulnerable. His opponent writhed in pain, realizing that he was becoming weaker and weaker with each passing minute. His magical power was fading. Chan came closer to him, pulled out his sword to strike, and wished him a safe journey. After which he dealt him the final blow, destroying his opponent, who only managed to make his last sounds. The young man turned around and saw that the guy's blood was green. He decided to leave this place as quickly as possible. He understood that now he only had one last task left that he had not finished. He climbed onto the roof of one of the buildings and began to destroy everyone who was below. He moved forward to destroy the Cleaners Association, and this was his last job. By destroying the Cleaners Association, he realized that he had already dealt with the management, and all that was left was a rabble. Some people below were shouting that he needed to run away as quickly as possible, that it was all hopeless, but they were definitely falling from his bullets. Chan caught himself thinking how much he loved the screams of people running below from his shells. The next moment there was a very loud explosion. The young man covered his bruises, realizing that it was too loud for him. The young man understood that this was most likely a battle cry, and had he really come to? Looking closely, he saw red eyes like a tiger. It was definitely Pak Sep, the chairman of the Cleaners Association, a fourth-level Superman. The chairman of the association shouted at the guy to stay put, after which he pushed off and tried to jump. This jump was made with such great force that the chairman of the association was able to jump onto the roof of the house. And the next moment, he stood in front of the young man ready to attack him. Chan was very surprised because it was possible to go crazy how he jumped onto the roof of a 5-story building. The chairman of the association clenched one of his fists and said that he had never been so humiliated and that he should pay for the attacks on the Cleaners Association. He is personally ready to punish him. The next moment, the chairman of the association began to attack the young man. Trying to punch him, the guy quickly turned around and tried to get his sword. But he didn't have time to do this because the chairman of the association delivered his blow and threw the guy to the end of the roof with all his strength. The young man thought that if he didn't increase his defense, it would only last one more time, in which case he could only defend himself. Chan draw that he needs to land at least one hit on his opponent to stop him. After he hit the chairman of the association, he said that this guy has very interesting things. Chan took out his black flame pistol and shot him, asking him how. Then let him try this too. His opponent put up a protective field and all the bullets were repelled, but the association chairman said that his abilities were quite good. Chan then thought that the flash of light and the black flame did not affect him. He was able to neutralize them so easily. While he was thinking, his opponent decided to attack the guy again. He was very close and ready to strike him. His opponent acted with such speed and dealt him one blow after another that the young man was unable to defend himself. Chong, when he was thrown back, he thought that his enemy was incredibly populated. The chairman of the association, clenching his huge fist, said that, for the young man, this is everything. Jong thought it couldn't be that Park Taeyong has SR status. He is a stormtrooper, a 4th-level superhuman. This character originally has the body of a warrior. And the difference of even 1 level is too noticeable, let alone 2 like they have. The chairman of the association looked at the guy and asked what else he wanted to show him. Chong answered him. Does he know how he defeated the other leaders of this association? The chairman asked again what he meant. Then the guy said Call and Piper with the help of white phosphorus and the cyborg he prepared an electromagnetic bomb. The guy smiled and said that his opponent was sure that it was impossible to defeat him, but the young man asked again if he was really sure. The chairman of the association looked at the guy, not really understanding how he could defeat him. But he didn't even imagine what would happen next. The young man's body began to change before his eyes. Indeed, how can the 2nd level defeat the 4th level? It is simply unrealistic. So he activated the mutant body skills and mutant muscles. His body was transforming before our eyes, and he was increasing in size several times. His muscles were becoming like those of a mutant. He didn't look like the guy who stood in front of the chairman of this association. He became like a mutant, many times more capable than his opponent. The chairman of the association froze, because in front stood a mutant several times larger than him and much stronger. This was the skill of mutant Kim Jong, and this was the only way to win. The chairman of the association, when he saw him in the mutant's wig, he did not understand what was happening, and did he really become a mutant himself? The mutant who stood in front of him was simply furious. He made only one growling sound. At that moment, the young man only felt that a little more, and he would lose consciousness despite his menacing appearance. But he caught himself thinking that he had acquired something to resist in such a situation, and it was those very berserker glasses. It was an item that added madness for a certain period of time. If he uses this skill, then these glasses will give him the necessary other skills. Using these glasses, he acquired another skill. This is madness. His appearance was even more frightening. The character gets rid of all unnecessary thoughts and focuses only on the battle, demonstrating his strength and overcoming limitations. At this moment, his consciousness cleared up. He felt blood and death in his head. Now he had only battle, and he began to attack his main opponent. The very next moment, he struck his first blow at the chairman of the association, putting up a defense here. The chairman of the association shouted at the guy that he doesn't know what technology he uses, but their battle is getting more and more interesting. The chairman of the association also said that he was also ready to use something and use the rage skill. He believed that in this case they could play even more, and it would be much more interesting. The guy in the mutant case said that he was on it, and hoped that his opponent did not give up the first time and continued his attack. They took turns striking each other. Some of these strikes reached their target and caused damage. The chairman of the association shouted after a few accurate blows that it was not enough for him. Chan in the mutant body answered him that he agreed with him. Indeed, it was not enough for him either. After which they exchanged even more blows. Neither of them was going to give up. The mutant struck his opponent with all his might, and it seemed that the mutant enjoyed doing this. The chairman of the association did not give up. He also fought back and struck blows at his opponent. At some point, a warning popped up for the guy that the joy of fighting was clouding his consciousness, and he acquired 2 more skills, armor and strength. The mutant said that he would like to fight like this for days on end. The chairman of the association admitted that he had not had such a glorious fight for a long time. And then he added that, however, everything should end with his victory. He does not intend to lose this fight. Chan in the mutant's body responded to him by striking that he was just bluffing, since he had no trump cards in his hands. The mutant at that moment was happy only because he was able to deliver a few more strong blows. His opponent said that he would win because the mutant just hits like crazy. After which he dealt the mutant one of his strong blows and added that he had no basis for a fight. These words made the mutant even more angry. He said that his opponent was a creature and struck the enemy with all his might. The chairman of the association held his fist naked and tried to explain to the guy that he didn't know martial arts. After which he struck another blow from below. They say that here he clumsily swings his fists, relying so much on his strength. The mutant really couldn't withstand this blow and was thrown back, after which he lost his footing and fell to the ground. The young man thought about what a curse it was. Would he really lose in close combat to a martial arts master? He also noticed that the effect of madness was gradually decreasing, and he again had the same feeling as before. But despite all this, he still stood up, realizing that he was nevertheless obliged to bet on victory. He decided first of all that he needed to give up close combat and also use iron armor, resistance, and the Einherjar technical school and magical power. The chairman of the association looked at the guy and said that no matter what trick he would pull now, after which he began to attack him. He thought that he was ready to finish him off at one moment. But when the chairman of the association approached the guy, his huge hand grabbed the chairman's hand. Chung held his hand and said that he admits that when it comes to fighting, the chairman is definitely better than him. After which the young man said so that his opponent would understand that he really is not a fighter, he is a warrior, an idiot. The next moment his body began to change again and take on completely different forms. When the chairman of the association saw this, he didn't know how to react to it, because this Tata no longer had a hand, but a weapon. After which there followed a very bright flash that transformed the mutant, and once again, it seemed that it was unbearable to endure, and that the end had come for him, but this was far from true. The chairman of the association did not understand that his opponent in this situation was with one hand, and how he withstood this outburst. The mutant answered him that it was a good battle and he was ready to continue it. The chairman of the association wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. The chairman of the association only managed to say that in front of him was a vile monster. And the next moment he just collapsed after the injuries he received. He couldn't withstand them. At that moment, Chan wondered if he had overdone it. He received a signal that he had noticed changes in his body. He felt a lot of tension but didn't understand what changes were happening in his body. Then he felt unbearable pain. It seemed that a little more and he too would not be able to withstand this pain. These changes seemed to be sleeping from the inside. He even fell to his knees in pain. But after a few minutes he felt relief throughout his body. It seemed as if he was simply weightless. And the most important thing is that he felt great and understood that these were just ordinary changes. And he also understood that he, Kim Jong, had moved to the next level, the level of a third-level superhuman. He thought that it was just great that he had raised his level in time. He even caught himself wondering if luck was on his side, after which he closed his eyes from fatigue. So he lay on the ground with his eyes closed, moved to the next level and destroy the enemy. From the outside, it seemed as if he was just sleeping because he was very tired from the last battle. He opened his eyes and saw the ceiling of his apartment. It seemed to him as if he was in a dream. Then he felt that he was lying in water, and he really saw the ceiling, the one he had at home. He didn't understand how this could be. He was in his bathroom, in his bathtub. How did he get there? The only thought that was in his head was whether he really had a man approach him at his home. It was the director who pounced on him and said that he finally woke up. The guy didn't understand and asked Mr. Choi what happened. Mr. Choi replied that he already thought that the guy was dead because he destroyed the entire Cleaners Association and disappeared with them. Chan thanked them for bringing him home. Choi replied that the guy was barely breathing, and he wrapped him in magic cloth, and he still tried to be unconscious for a whole week, was glad that he woke up. Choi was talking about how he really is incredible. He wiped out an entire association of cleaners, and the phone was ringing off the hook all week. Choi thought it was just great, and the guy thanked him again. Then the director said that he had organized a trophy collection instead of a battle, and if he needed anything, just let him know. The young man said that first he needs to restore his body, and then with his third level, there are many places he can go for a walk. A week later, when he was really in good shape and could move on, he decided that he should take advantage of the fact that he had reached level 3. He understood that now he would be able to pass certification and receive various perks to become stronger. He saw a girl who told him that he was a good man and that he was the master who had overthrown man. The girl said that he was raising his level very quickly and that he was not accidentally going to establish a new state. At that moment, Chan was only interested in one question. Could he get a certificate of his level? The girl answered that, of course, and told him to follow her, after which she handed him the certificate and congratulated him again. The guy thanked her for the certificate. The girl said that she envied him. The young man did not understand why she envied him and why she told him this. Then the girl said that she just really wanted to be as strong as him. The guy thought that she looked like an ordinary player, but in the game she was completely different. If you look at her in the game, Baek Soren, the character in the game, looks completely different. At that moment, the young man caught himself thinking that at that moment, he had nothing to do. So he asked the girl if it really means that she wants to become a superhuman. The girl replied that there is no one who would not want this. Then the guy asked her again if she wanted to learn such skills from him. And then, without looking at her, he said that if she wishes, he will make her a superhuman. The girl asked again why he suddenly made such an offer to her. The guy tried to explain to her that she could trust him because she had potential. The girl was very embarrassed and asked again if this was true, and if it was really possible. The guy knew very well that she was one of the 3 commanders of the warrior class, and of course anything could be done with her. That's why he extended his hand to her and asked her what she thought about this topic. The girl sat silently for a while, really wondering if this was possible. After which she agreed and said that she thought the young man could be trusted and extended her hand to him. At that moment, Jong was pleased with himself because it was a damn right choice, and it was the beginning of the education of the 1,000-year-old Baek Soren. The young man holding her hands in his said that this was a damn right choice. He also added that he would not charge tuition fees, and that she would be able to pay him back when she became a dethroned person. Mishka then said that her powers had not awakened, even when she was taking classes, and that her training would not be easy for him. The guy told her not to worry and just trust him because he knew the story of the awakening of Baek Soren's powers. That's why he behaved that way. Unlucky star is a characteristic that means that the whole life will be stained with blood, and this skill is a trait of the first level of becoming Baek Soren Bexer. It is, at this point in her recovery, that her age's combat power level is 100%. Although her combat experience increased significantly, there were also downsides, such as receiving psychological side effects, such as becoming a war-obsessed psychopath, but acquiring this skill was the beginning of Baek Soren's development. The young man looked at the girl and said that she needed to make a decision. She doubted, and said that a lot of money would be needed. Then the guy tried to explain to her again that she didn't need money. She needed spiritual strength. Their conversation was interrupted by another girl. She said that someone was calling the gentleman and he needed to go with her to the reception area on the 5th floor. The young man was very surprised why he needed to go to the 5th floor. But he didn't resist, so he followed the lady who called him. When he was riding in the elevator, he thought that the center of superhumans is divided into levels, and if he was invited to the 5th floor, it means that this invitation is from the overthrown person of the 5th level. When the elevator stopped on the 5th floor, he caught himself thinking that absolutely no one came to mind. When he got out of the elevator, the only thing he thought about was the teacher. He took a step forward and turned his head. In front of him stood So Woo-jin, the chairman of the security center, a 5th-level superhuman. He couldn't believe it. Seo Woo-jin said that he congratulated the young man on moving up to the 3rd level, and he also added that he was glad to see him. Chan thought that he was born into a rich family. Of course, this gives an advantage, but to overtake even him so quickly. So Woo-jin handed him a gift on the occasion of moving to a new level. The guy did not understand what kind of gift it was and for what. He opened the box and saw a belt in it. It was a new skill of the object of concentration of magical energy. He thought how cool it is to have a rich friend. Chan said that if he was given such a gift, he couldn't refuse it and thanked him. Seo Woo-jin told the guy that, to be honest, he didn't just call him for no reason. He wanted to ask him for a favor, after which he began to say whether Kim Jong could help his friends who, like him, were suffering from the sacred heat. Chan asked him again if they had already become victims of religion. He understood correctly. Seo Woo-jin answered that yes. 4 of his friends have been suffering since childhood. Chan was very surprised that there really were 4 other people who were suffering from the same thing as him. He collected all his thoughts and imagined these 4 and whether he was really talking about them. If so, then this would make his task easier. Jong said okay since he can't pass by such a serious problem. Cho Woo-jin thanked him. Chan asked his friend if he could meet his friends first, to which he replied that of course he would bring them. After some time, they were standing near his house waiting for these 4 friends to come. Seo Woo-jin introduced his teacher to the 4 friends standing in front of them. When Jong saw them, he immediately thought that he had guessed these were the 4 lieutenants who helped Cho Woo-jin cope with the sacred heat. All of them are children of high-ranking people under the influence of the religion of the ancient father. That's why all 4 of these suffer from the same addiction as Seo Woo-jin. Without thinking twice, Chong immediately asked these guys if they were all forced to accept the faith. All 4 of them answered in one voice that yes. They just wanted to know if he could really help them. Then the young man tried to explain to them that the treatment was very painful, but if they endured it, they would be able to wake up like Seo Woo-jin. After which he asked them if they were sure that they were ready to cope with the difficulties that they would have to go through. Everyone as one began to say that they would do absolutely everything to get rid of the sacred heat and asked for help. Chan was surprised by their unanimous desire to get rid of this sacred heat. After he heard this answer, he said that then they should start and not put it off for later. A week after they started their classes, the first changes were visible. They were happy only because they started to succeed in something from what they were taught. The young man only thought that it seemed like they had succeeded only because each of them was born into a rich family. They thanked him for being able to help them here and save them from the sacred heat. Chan answered them that they themselves had worked hard. After which, as a team, They turned to the young man as their teacher. They thanked him again for being able to help them in such a difficult matter. They said that although it was little, they prepared gifts for him from the bottom of their hearts and placed these gifts right in front of him. The guy was a little embarrassed and started saying that he shouldn't have done this. He thought that the Sarikians and their ancient father converted to the religion of only the rich and that it was luck. At that moment, he felt like he had won the lottery. There were so many gifts in his hands. I opened one box. He saw iron speed boots, and there was also a helmet with the detection skill and axe, with the rage skill searches with the strength skill. All these were magic items he needed. These guys said that they tried very hard and prepared gifts for him so that he would like them. He sincerely thanked them for these gifts and very quickly disappeared from their sight. He thought that luck had struck, and he had new subjects with the necessary skills. The young man also thought that now was the time when he had to do something else. It was time for him to go for the real reward, and he shouldn't hesitate. The director asked him if he had any other wishes. The guy replied that he had something to talk about. Then the director came closer to him and said that he was listening to him carefully. The guy started talking about how he would like to visit one of the basements of his Galaxy Shopping Center branch. The director didn't understand why the basement. He immediately replied that no, they don't have anything like that there. Then the guy said that the wall is between sections A1 and A2 on the 8th floor of the underground parking lot. The director pretended that he didn't understand how the young man knew about this, but even if he knew, there was no way he could get in there. Chan replied that he promised that everything he saw and learned there would never be passed on to anyone. The director thought about it. The young man was persistent and said that it would only take a day and everything would remain a complete secret. This is the very place between the two walls where he said the guy went down with his student. They came to that very place between 1 and 2, and they needed to go further. Having broken this wall, they actually saw that there was complete emptiness behind it. Chan told her that she would train in this place and try her strength how much he had to suffer to find this place. The girl was very surprised. Would she really have to train in such a backwater? Chan answered her that the training would be very interesting. After all, it is impossible to awaken a character with an unlucky star in the usual way, and it is necessary to fight for your life in extreme conditions. And this dungeon is unknown to anyone. I will soon become the place of awakening. Bake Soren, the girl said that their place is too dark and the smell is strange. She is anxious. The very next moment, one of the monsters moved straight towards her, ready to attack her at any moment. After this monster tried to strike once, the girl was unable to stay on her feet and was thrown back. She started screaming for the gentleman to help her. Tears appeared on her face. But instead of the guy protecting her, he threw her his sword, which she was supposed to defend herself with. After which Chan answered her that the training had started. The girl did not understand what he was talking about and what was happening. Then the young man answered her that her only task at the moment was to catch a zombie. She asked again in what sense. Then the guy told her that she had no choice but to fight for her life. This is the only way to wake her up. She didn't agree and didn't understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about, but the zombie was very close and ready to attack. The girl turned her head and looked at the zombie. At that moment, she raised her sword. And she struck and shouted for this monster to leave her behind, cutting off this monster's head. Chan thought that she was quite a strong girl. Despite her lack of sword skills, she cut off his head with the first blow. He also understood that Bake Sorim, who was standing in front of him, was much more talented than he thought. When Chan saw how she acts, I shouted that she is great and this is a good start. The girl screamed that this was too much because he told her to fight with all her might. But the guy answered her that it was still okay. He understood that even if she had not yet awakened, her character was worthy of being one of the 3 commanders, and when entering battle, she turned into a warrior killer. She behaved for a long time in the bay. It was clear that she was a real warrior despite the fact that she had not yet awakened. The girl asked Chan again if she really fought herself, to which the guy replied that she shouldn't worry, he wouldn't let her die. Then she became even more angry because she thought that these words did not encourage her at all, but despite this they moved on. A few meters later, she cut off the head of another zombie with another swing of her sword. At that moment she turned into a completely different person and she was not a modest girl, but a warrior. Chong asked her again if she had really taken courses for superhumans. Fencing is also taught there, to which she replied no, she had not attended such a course. Then it became clear that she had a talent for this, and many would give everything for such abilities as hers. The girl said that this place is much deeper than she thought. There is no end in sight. It is unclear how much further to go. Then Chan told her that the exit is on the opposite side. In fact, they will go to that couple until she wakes up. Seeing another zombie that wanted to drill through her, she thought it was just fucking crazy. She was so surprised that this zombie really had a real drill in his hands. The guy thought that zombie with an electric drill was the most annoying thing in the game, and he didn't understand whether he should interfere. But the next moment, he realized that he shouldn't do this because this zombie didn't have a hand. The girl shouted, if he is a zombie, then he should attack like a zombie with his bare hands and not with a drill. She didn't understand where the zombie got his weapon from and dealt blow after blow, destroying one zombie after another. She broke the zombie into several pieces so that the body was separated from the legs and arms. When Chan saw how she dealt with this zombie, he said that it was a clear victory. The girl said that her body seemed to move automatically. At that moment, the Tooth's hand tried to grab her leg and hurt her by biting her. The girl threw him aside and shouted that he was a damn persistent creature, but her leg was injured. He ran up to her and looked at what was there and said that usually if someone was bitten by a zombie, that person becomes a zombie himself. Then the girl said that it was bad and asked him to kill her before she turned into a zombie. Chan raised his eyes to look at her and told her not to worry. After which he told the girl that he had grabbed something there, and it was holy water. There is a way to cure the zombie virus in the game. When they treated the wound with holy water, they decided to rest a little and sat down near the rock. Then the girl said that at some point she had already decided that she would turn into a monster. Chan told her that the world is cruel. She thought that these zombies were strange. They were dressed and used weapons. She had the impression that someone had created them. Chan confirmed her suspicions. The Galaxy Shopping Center was built quite quickly, although it is huge, all due to the large number of workers. They said that due to overtime, many people were injured and even died. But according to the official version, there were no casualties. An unscrupulous construction company simply buried many workers in this place. Later, the head of the shopping center was told about this. If such a huge blunder becomes known, they will never be able to wash it off. That's why they keep it quiet. So this secret and this closed territory were left in Tanya. It was an abnormal world. The girl said that now she understands what an ugly truth this place hides. She asked the guy again how he found out about this. He didn't know how to explain it to her. After all, he knew that in the future the church and the ancient father will release a monster to capture Seoul, so he knows perfectly well where they will take it from. Chan answered her that let's say he has some abilities. The girl was delighted because he had so much talent. Zhang understood that in the game, Baek Soren, being drawn into a zombie outbreak, awakened her abilities, and it seemed to him that if he brought the girl to this place, she would awaken. But in fact, nothing new happened, and she sat and talked about how these people suffer even after death. After which she stood up and said that the only thing they could do now to ease the suffering of the former people was to kill them. Chan understood that her willpower had awakened. The girl said that she looks like that, and it's very strange for her, but she wants to fight even more. Chan replied that this was not bad at all, and they should move on. He understood that he was slowly but surely moving in the right direction. For some time, they just walked in silence, he in front and nothing happened behind. The only thing she felt was that for some reason, it suddenly became very cold. The guy said that he had a bad feeling and she should be on the cheek. After some time, they approached a room where the door was open, and from that very place, the cold was coming. Hearing sounds coming from inside, they decided to go into the room and saw an old tape recorder working. This tape recorder was turned on, and it was said that in the hut lived 3 bears, a daddy bear, a mommy bear, and a little bear cub. The girl looked at the tape recorder and said that it was some kind of fear and asked again what it was. The sound was so disgusting and constantly repeated the same thing that you lived in a hut. 3 bears chewed the tape. It was unbearable to listen to. It was because of this sound that they covered their ears with both hands, not understanding what it was. After which, the young man saw an ice cliff approaching them that was about to fall right on them. He shouted at the girl to watch out and jumped to the other side. The girl asked Chan how he was okay. He saw that his shoulder was injured. He thought that it was a sudden attack. It could not have been predicted. Raising their eyes, they saw the ghost of the conjugation. It was the boss of the forbidden zone of the shopping center Galaxy mutant of the 3rd level. The young man told the girl to run away. This enemy was too tough for her, but she wasn't going to run away. When the enemy saw that they had discovered him, he went on the attack and threw many more ice arrows in their direction. Chan also started to kill this one, so he said that this mutant can eat his own shit. After the first attack was over, the guy raised his head. He needed to understand the situation. A 3rd-level mutant was approaching him, and a very bright glow was coming from it. The next moment, this mutant directed a bright light towards the young man, trying to blind him. The blow was so powerful that when it reached Chong, it knocked him back. The mutant hit the young man with a huge ice pillar that was supposed to capture him. The girl ran up to Mr. Chan and asked what she should do. The guy told her to run away, and he would stall for time. She didn't understand how she could leave him in such a situation. The guy explained that at least one of them had to survive. Then she said that she couldn't do that and she got very upset and even started crying. Zhong told her that the reason he was confident in her talent was because of her skills. Unlucky star. When the girl heard about this, she thought what kind of skill it was and did she really have it? The guy tried to explain to her that if she could believe in herself, then she would be able to wake up at that moment. The next thing he said was, look at the mutant. Maybe you should finish her training. Mutant Wee at this point approached the young man and fired hundreds more ice arrows at him. These ice arrows were supposed to destroy not only the guy but also the girl who was standing next to him. She stood and thought only about the fact that maybe she really needed to believe in herself. The ice arrows were very close. She didn't understand how to do it. She watched as the ice arrows fell to the ground and broke into small pieces. But there were so many of them that it seemed like one of those arrows could hit her at any moment, so she didn't wait for that to happen. At that moment, Chan realized that an awakening had occurred and that she was truly able to believe in herself. She stood holding a sword in one hand, repelling the attack of an enemy who was several levels higher than her. At that moment, she realized that she really believed in herself and she woke up. After which, she looked at the young man and said that she believed not only in herself but also in him. There was a fire burning in her eyes at that moment, and the girl told the young man that he should not give up. When Choni saw her like that, I realized that she could do it, and she really did it. After which she struck several blows at the huge block of ice that was holding the guy. At that moment, she freed him from the ice that was holding him and preventing him from moving. Now it was clear that she had awakened, and it was Baek Soren, a warrior of the first-level superhuman. The video of her fighting immediately showed the strength she had possessed up until that moment. She thought that it was amazing that she really woke up, but she couldn't believe it. At that moment, Chan decided that he shouldn't stay on the sidelines either. He decided to help her. The girl turned her head and looked at him and was a little surprised at how he was fighting. Then the guy answered her that now he doesn't have to pretend because she succeeded and she has already woken up. The girl stood there not understanding what it meant to pretend. Chan explained to her that the life-threatening battle was necessary to awaken her skills. Her spiritual strength must be at its best. Then she asked again if he really intended to put them in danger just so that she would wake up. The young man answered her that yes, and now it was time to fight for real. He addressed her as Baek Soren, the owner of an unlucky star. He thought it was a good job, but they needed to fight for real. They heard from the mutant Wild Arev. It was clear that he seemed angry with them. The young man told her not to worry. If they hit before he touched her, it wouldn't hurt as much. Chan dropped the bag he had on his shoulder and began to fight off the many ice arrows. When that orbit was, he asked the girl how she was and turned his head to look. But he saw that she was completely covered in ice and standing like a statue. He asked again if she was okay. He understood that she had just woken up, so there was little she could do on the first level. When the girl was freed, she told her teacher that he was right, and it was not so painful. He thought that upon awakening, she was getting her first skills of her body's resistance to various anomalies. The girl thought that deep down, she thought that she would die much earlier than her awakening would happen as expected. From the cunning character Baek Soren, she gained fortitude at level 1. Chan thought that he needed to awaken one after another until he received insight, which allowed him to see the skills of other characters. This is an ability for a cunning character. At that moment, the girl said that she would not be able to help her mentor. He told her not to worry, after which he looked at her and said that, by the way, shouldn't they start training to get an unlucky star? It was at this moment that hundreds more ice arrows were fired in their direction. But despite this, the young man and his student decided that they should begin their attack. When she started running, she gained a new skill. It was acceleration. Chan told her that it was great she got acceleration, and the amount of her skills increases during the battle. The growth level is amazing. The girl said that her body seems very light. She wants to fight as long as possible, but come closer and she froze. It stopped along with its teacher as it was very close to its icy opponent. Their opponent decided that he could stop their attack once again with the help of the freezing ability. Chong shouted to his students to stop and wait for him in this place. He will destroy this monster. The girl replied that everything was fine, after which she made a big jump. This was another skill that she had acquired. After she landed from such a jump, the young man turned and looked at her. He told her that she was great and she had acquired another skill. The girl said that she felt as if she had learned to fly. Zhang caught himself thinking that the same thing was happening to her as to Xiao Wu Jin. The girl wanted to know what happened next. Then the young man told her to distract the monster using her skills, and he would deal with it. Although she agreed with her mentor, she thought that thanks to the lessons, she would be able to cope with him herself. After which she took a step forward, pushed off with all her might and jumped in order to attack the enemy. It moved so fast in the air that it was unbearable to follow it. The girl shouted at the monster to try to attack her. At this point, she also had two skills, movement speed and breakthrough, and these skills suited her very well. Chan said if he made a big contribution to the development of PJK Soren, then it was time to put an end to this matter. He prepared his fire sword, after which he pushed off and swung to strike his opponent. As soon as he struck the blow, a very bright flash came in and everything in the room seemed to be under the influence of this flash. The mutant who tried to attack them could not withstand this fiery flash and was destroyed. The young man struck again and destroyed the mutant so that no trace remained of him. There was just one more flash that was several times brighter than the previous one. The girl, when she watched everything that was happening, was delighted and said that it was very cool. The only thing they saw was that an object that strongly resembled a smartphone fell from above. When they got closer, they picked up the object and Chan said that it was his magic core. The girl didn't understand because it looked like an ordinary smartphone with a broken screen. Chan answered her that this often happens with this type of monster. When they turned on the phone, they saw that it was playing a video of a little girl telling a story about three bears. Most likely the worker who was left in this place to die until the last moment looked at his daughter. It is unfair. Tied the smartphone to the magic core. The girl saw this on the phone and said that she hopes that the worker's soul is now at peace. Chan replied that he thought so too. The very next moment, the smartphone that was in their hands slid up and a bright light appeared around it. Then two crystals appeared. One was clear and sky blue, and the other was dark and black. Chan thought the crystal, if you use it correctly, you can get a weapon with useful properties. This is an excellent reward that can be obtained by defeating the boss of the Forbidden Territory Galaxy. They stood for a while holding two crystals in their hands, but suddenly small stones began to fall from above. The girl didn't understand what was happening. Then the guy told her that after the destruction of the boss, the territory is always destroyed. They had to decide what to do. Then the young man said that they could use the movement skills she had acquired. Chan then added to her that the most important thing is time. If she doesn't want to die, then she needs to run as fast as possible, and he ran himself. He moved very quickly forward, warning the girl that she should run as fast as she could. If she didn't make it, it would be the end for her. Of course, she couldn't keep up with him because she didn't have that level of skills, but she still tried and ran. At some point, she shouted that this was her maximum and she couldn't run faster. At that moment, Chan, seeing how far she was lagging, thought that the exit was still far away and something needed to be done. She had to go beyond the limits of possibility to save herself and get out of this place. At some point, she tensed up, concentrated, and said that she could. Her face was completely different. Her speed was even greater. She screamed that she would be able to wake up and would not die such a stupid death. Behind her, everything was collapsing. At the last moment, she made a jump. This was another of her skills with acceleration to escape destruction. Chan stood near the exit and showed her where to go since that was where the exit was. He understood that he couldn't help her, and Baek Soren already had all the necessary 3 skills that made her a captain of the warriors. Her unlucky star develops faster in combat speed defensive trait that allows to effectively block mental debuffs from unlucky star. The girl made one last leap with all her might to escape the destruction that was behind her. Despite her efforts, one of the fragments hit her on the shoulder and caviar splashed out, but she did not stop and continued moving. After which she landed because she had taken damage and needed to regroup. She stood in the middle of the ruins where everything was collapsing and falling. Holding her shoulders, she was not going to give up. She set herself up in such a way that she would survive no matter what, and made another jump. She understood that she needed to move only forward. At that moment, she discovered another skill, locomotive racing. It was thanks to this skill that she was able to slip past the stones that were falling on her head. Chan watched as everything around him collapsed and thought only about the fact that for some reason, he still didn't see her. For a moment, he even doubted and wondered if she couldn't and wouldn't get out. But the next moment, he saw her approaching him, and all they had to do was go out. At that moment, she approached the young man, hugged him, and shouted that she was coming and that we needed to be careful. He felt something special that he had never felt before. It was at this moment that everything happened. This place was completely destroyed, and they began to fall into the abyss, going down lower and lower. It was at this moment that they developed another skill, near death. They were given a second chance at life on the brink of death. After this skill, they both woke up in a shopping mall with many people standing around them and looking at them. Nobody understood where he suddenly came from, and what kind of things he was and why he suddenly appeared in this place. Chan, wiped under both, told the girl that it was a great job. and he knew she could do it because she had collected all three basic skills and even received a near-death experience. The girl turned to him as a mentor. He looked at her and saw that something was wrong with her. So he started asking her how she was. She should be much more careful. The girl, without raising her head, said that she was fine. Chan asked again what fine meant and why her face was so red. The girl did not raise her head. Not only her face was red, but even her ears. She asked him to let them sit like this for a little while longer because she wasn't feeling very well. She said that she wanted to stay in his arms a little longer. That's why her face was red. She was embarrassed. The girl suddenly moved away from him and said that she thought she needed to unbutton her blouse and began to unbutton it. At that moment, she saw that her blouse was already unbuttoned and thanked him. He said that it was nothing because she had scared him very much. The girl said that it was a dangerous adventure, but she was glad that everything ended well and they were not saved. The guy thought that even after waking up, she continued to laugh, and it was different from the game. He thought that it could be because he didn't wake up during the massacre. It should have been according to the plot. He told her that they now needed to get out of this annoying mall, and they headed for the exit. As he walked out of the mall, he handed her a white crystal and told her to hold it. The girl was a little scared and asked again if he was really giving her the crystal that they had received. She didn't understand because this crystal cost tens of 1 billion. He agreed that the price of these things is growing very quickly. The girl held the crystal in her hands and thought that it was a very valuable gift. She didn't even know if she could accept it. Chan was pleased with what he had done. He told her not to worry because she would soon pay for him. The reason for his favor in waking up Baek-soren lies in Mars Gladiator in the game is one of 3 fencing techniques. It increases the growth of opportunities as soon as you get used to it. Only Baek-soren can use it, but this technique can be mastered even if you have Tilshare the data chip. The girl took the crystal and thanked her mentor. He did it this way. In response, he said that everything was fine and she should not think about it. The next day, early in the morning, one of his students woke him up and asked him to go outside. As he walked, he thought of only one thing. He wanted to lie down and sleep a little longer. So early in the morning, he was waiting in the car, and his student Chan thought that the world of this game was not leaving him alone. When he sat in the back seat of the car, all he saw was Seo Woo-jin. He asked the student how long it took him to get to this place. Seo Woo-jin told his mentor that he was happy to repay his friends for helping him. The boy thought that he was going to tell him not to come, but I told him that the armor master had a busy schedule, so he was waiting for them. He understood that he couldn't refuse. It was a reward. In fact, it was a world where good items become power for the player, and the work of a master who can make high-level items is scheduled down to the minute. Ujin said that the master he turned to would be able to create level 7 armor. The guy was very surprised. Really? Level 7? So he immediately said that he was ready to go because it was just cool. When they arrived at the master's house, the young man was very surprised by these apartments. It seemed that in this house lived not a master at all, but a rather wealthy and rich man. When Chan saw all this, he asked her if she was really serious about the master living here, to which his student saw that he was quite famous, so the house corresponded to his status. Chan asked his student again if he knew what religion he adhered to. Ujin was surprised why he suddenly asked. Jong replied that just like that, considering the poor treatment from the church of the ancient father with Ujin, he may well not know, but this is the house of Master Cho Chul, who works specifically for this church. And those who will be fiercely holding the faith of Cho Chul in the future will lead the war. He will be called the Master of Death, Cho Chul Episode 3, the boss of the middle level. The young man did not understand after all. He had saved him from the holy flame and what Ujin was thinking about when he negotiated with him about the armor. As they approached the entrance to this house, a huge hand appeared in front of them, and someone's voice said insto. It was a man dressed in full armor. He told the young man to hold out his hand. He would check the identity. It was amazing identity check. The man at the entrance asked Chan to show him the black flame by holding his hand very tightly. Chan didn't understand why he suddenly demanded this, but he followed his order and showed the black flame. The man who was the whole election did not let go of Chan's hand. He squeezed it even more. Ujin was outraged and asked what he was doing because they were clients who had booked a time. At that moment, the owner of the house appeared and said that it was enough. The young people turned their heads and looked at him. The owner of the house was Master Cho Chul, a 6th-level superhuman. He asked who treats visitors like that. His guard silently let go of the guy's hand, lowered his head, the master said, looking at the guy. He rejected the appeal and found Blackfire quite brave. Chong answered him that it became clear to him that this is how he treats such personalities. The master asked for forgiveness for the mistakes. And then the master added that he believed that the light and savior was recognized as a saint. When Chan heard that the light and the savior, as he said, was a recognized saint, all this was ordinary nonsense. After which the master told the young men to come in, and he was ready to discuss their uniforms. Chan thought it was very strange, but decided that he should go in and talk to the master. When he went inside, the master said that his specialty was to finish him off, and there were several mannequins with armor near him. He showed this armor and said that he ordered it sacredly. He can make exactly the same for them. Chan looked around for a while. He needed to decide what he wanted. After which he said that he had already made his choice. Everyone was interested in what he had decided on. Chan approached one of the dummies. I didn't know any reinforced body armor and modern equipment. The master was very surprised and shouted that he really had made his choice on this. The young man replied that it was just his. Then the master said that it is impossible for such armor to be magically affected for change. It is practically impossible to forge twisted armor from it. Chan answered him like this, and he doesn't need holy armor. He's just a master and needs to add the giant and extreme characteristics to his existing equipment. Holy armor is a paladin armor that has excellent characteristics for crows who prefer defense, but the cat of such armor has a huge drawback. A large amount of holy power is required for proper use. Otherwise, they say that in order to use it, he will have to convert to a religion from which he recently fled. The master pretended to be a prophetic figure who makes excellent armor, but in fact he simply pushed it to churches. Chong approached the master and thanked him for his hand. Leaning back, he wanted to leave. After some time, the masters did not leave the house without receiving that very consecrated armor. Ujin asked his mentor if he didn't feel sorry for him. The guy replied that no, he even liked it. The security guard standing at the entrance watched the young people leave the house. The master sitting in the chair said that this guy probably only has a few skills, and his guard asked if he would really make the armor he wants. The master said that he could not refuse the order of the saint. She said that he was the light and savior of their church. The guard said that it was hard to believe. His fists clenched because evidence was definitely needed here. After which the guard will leave and no longer argue with the master who insisted on making the armor. A week later, the young man met a merchant on the street and he addressed him as Sir. After which the merchant gave him the mandrake elixir, which the guy drank immediately. He believed that it was impossible to consume such a quantity at once. When Chan drank this elixir, he said that it was simply incredibly tasty. The merchant asked again, was he okay? To which the young man replied that, of course, besides the fact that he was in a great mood, he also acquired the necessary skill. The young man thanked the merchant for giving such an expensive elixir for free. The merchant said that thanks to the guy, their market started working and he couldn't help but repay. Chan said that he understood why there were so many people at that moment. Another guy came up, lowered his head, and greeted him. It was the same guy from the Iron Fist who suffered so much back then. Chan asked how he was doing. This guy asked Chung if he had a minute because his master asked him to bring him. This guy said that it was better not to discuss such things in front of strangers and that they needed to step away first. Chan agreed. After some time, they were driving through the night city in a nice car. The guy told Chan that they had prepared a high-end bulletproof car for him and asked him if he liked it. When Chan saw where they were going, he thought it was strange. Isn't the main headquarters of the Iron Fist in Morima? After all, this area had the worst level of security, and the people who lived there were corresponding. In other words, it was a cluster of the dregs of society. The guy driving said they were running low on gas and needed to stop at a gas station. Chan raised his head and saw an inscription that said that he was not mistaken, and he really was in Morim. It was very strange for him because they were at a gas station in that area. The guy stopped and started getting out of the car. He was happy with everything that was happening. He looked at Chan and said that this is where he could take a break, and at that moment he opened the car door. Only when this guy started to come out Chan is his task, and it was actually just a trap. He felt that there were a lot of explosives with a remote control in the trunk of the car. At that moment, Chong grabbed the guy by the hand and said, "Does he really think that he really looks like a moron?" The guy was a little confused. The next thing the young man did was open the car door and jump out of it as quickly as possible. When he was already standing next to this car, he realized that he was already in a safe place. So he told this guy that he himself would stay in the car with the bomb he made. The guy sitting behind the wheel was in shock because he didn't have time to jump out of this car, and the bomb was really nearby. He only had time to shout no. After which, a loud explosion sounded and the car was blown to pieces. Chong was able to escape from the scene of the explosion with the help of acceleration. When he was in a safe place, he thought it was hard to believe that such an explosion was caused by just a hand grenade. And it was also hard for him to believe that this guy turned out to be an ordinary traitor. All that's happened to him lately is that he was in a fancy bulletproof car, which was heading to the Morim area, and the destination was a gas station. The fact that they drove up to this gas station, or what was happening, seemed to him like déjà vu. He thought that this was a future plot from the game when Kim Cho-kwon was betrayed to his own people. He just didn't understand, and it was very strange why the traitor of the Iron Fist had given him. At that moment, multiple shots were fired in his direction. He only managed to jump to the side. He turned his head and saw a crowd of people approaching them. They were shouting, "This is who they saw at the market." One of these people laughed and said if they catch him, they will get a whole 1 billion. Others thought they needed to get their hands on this guy as quickly as possible and make some money. At that moment, Chan thought that he could have guessed that one grenade would not be enough here, and there would be a continuation. The guys who were approaching him were aggressively disposed. Each of them fired multiple bullets in his direction. That is why the young man decided that the only way to stay alive was to hide behind the very armored vehicle he arrived in. He thought there were too many of these guys, and the car might not be able to withstand so many shots. He needed to find better cover first, so he pushed off and jumped forward. Using his jump skill, he found himself on the roof of one of the houses. He thought that his opponents did not expect this. The guys started shouting that they needed to shoot him from above. They all had him at gunpoint. Chan thought that this was really a threat to him, and he needed to do something more substantial. So he decided to use another one of his skills, a magical defense that was supposed to hold back this onslaught. The only thing he didn't understand was that they weren't superhumans. So why did they react so quickly? One of the main people who attacked him shouted that all the targets of the center had to be finished with him. The attackers did just that. They all aimed at one place in order to break his protective shield. Chan didn't understand how this could be because despite being at a great distance, they were hitting him straight away. He didn't understand what kind of nonsense this was and why these people who were attacking him had such marks. In order for him to survive, he realized that he only needed to dodge these attacks. Well, when he dodged, one of the bullets damaged him and blood spurted out on his hand. The young man thought that it was not as easy as he thought to dodge the bullets. He held his hand, and he also thought that he was very sorry to use it at this moment, but he had no other choice. So when he got it out, he threw a grenade at them and shouted that they should get what the freak deserved, after which he threw a second third. When these grenades fell to the ground, gas began to come out of them, and the attackers froze in anticipation of what would happen next. But none of the attackers fired since there was nothing but gas around them. And the most terrible thing is that it was tear gas, and these people could not see anything. Each of them tried to protect their face. The commander of the attackers shouted that they needed to catch this guy to get the antidote for his head. Chan was pleased with his work. As soon as he saw that these guys were no longer shooting at him, he realized that he needed to get out of this place as quickly as possible. He moved so fast that after a while he ended up in one of the residential areas. When he was standing on one of the streets, he decided that he shouldn't run so fast anymore, since he was at quite a large distance. And he was already far enough away from the attackers so he could take a rest, as he thought, on one of the roofs. The only thing he still didn't understand was who these people were who were trying to attack him, and why him in particular. He had only one possible explanation, that they were using a combat drug, a special drug that increases combat abilities but has a serious side effect. He knew that given the words that they were getting an antidote for him, there were clearly drugs in this. The only question was, who could have sent so many vagabonds to this place? He had only one answer. He was a human hunter. There was no one else. He was a superhuman, level R. He was a master of vile and cowardly combat. He operates in Morim. If this is true, then first they usually use a bomb disguising everything as betrayal. Then they use homeless people pumped up with combat drugs who attack. And in the end, he takes aim to shoot. At that moment, Chung thought that he was definitely not safe. Raising his head, he saw that something bright flashed on the opposite roof. Most likely it was him. The bullet had already flown out and it was getting closer and closer to Chan. The guy realized that this was what he was thinking about. He needed to get away from this bullet at that moment so that it would pass him by and not inflict any damage. Chan thought if he hadn't reacted in time, he would already be a corpse. Well, look around, he decided that the game is definitely worth the candle and he should join this game. After all, now he knew where his shelter was, since the place where he was all engulfed in flames. Chan watched this from the sidelines and now he had to decide how he would act next. If he knew where this hunter was, he could easily figure out this place, so he decided to jump down from the roof. Chan understood that this guy was caught and a little more, and he would already be in his hands. Using his speed skills, he approached the very place where this hunter should be. The only thing he was thinking about was whether he would be able to catch a hunter who only shoots from afar. Well, he also understood that this was the only way to stop him, and destroy him. So he had to go through all that fire at high speed. Despite the fact that his whole body seemed to be burning, he needed to hold on due to the skills that he had: fire stoichev, stamina, jumping technique, and speed. After all, the smoke will block the view and it will be more difficult to shoot, so he definitely won't be able to hit it because he won't be able to see the target accurately. He also understood that in order to confront the shooter, several conditions had to be met. At this moment, the young man went through all this fire, and the fire shared him with the shooter. The first of these conditions was to determine the exact location in order to shoot. The shooter tried to aim from afar, but nothing worked. The guy's plan worked. The shooter was shocked because he didn't see anything, and most importantly, he didn't see his target. Chan was pleased that his plan worked, and the shooter did not see his target exactly. Despite the fact that he was aiming, the fire was constantly moving and becoming larger and larger, preventing him from aiming. He could only see the young man move quickly in front of his sight and then disappear behind the fire. And also the second thing is to create conditions in which the shooter will not be able to shoot and blind him. Thirdly, the most important thing is that at that moment the shooter raised his head and looked up. He didn't even expect that, because right in front of him stood a guy holding a gun in his hand ready to shoot him. The shooter screamed, "Is he really a psychopath who decided to compete with the sniper?" In such a situation, there is only one moment in which the most concentrated win and use all their skills. He decided that he also needs to use the black flame. After he used black flame and shot down the sniper, it was at that moment that he shot him himself. The sniper also fired immediately after I fired. It seemed to him that they fired at the same time. Chong managed to move his shoulder at the last moment, and the bullet passed without hitting him. The young man thought that his opponent was really good, and at this rate, he would soon be hit. However, a plan arose in his head, so he decided to finish off his opponent unequivocally. When he released the black flame, his opponent was disarmed and could not resist. The sniper did not understand what was happening to him and what this black flame was that enveloped his entire body. Chan knew that his bullet would be the death of the sniper even if they just touched him. I couldn't do anything because he just writhed and groaned in pain. The young man understood at that moment that he had won, and this time he was happy. But unexpectedly for himself, he realized that his legs were sinking and he could not move his legs. It was a magical trap. He was definitely not prepared for such a turn of events. His opponent stood opposite and poured yellow liquid on himself from above. The sniper shouted to one person not to even hope that this is the end and that this is his victory. At that moment, Chan thought that everything had become much worse than even he had imagined, and that he would hardly get out of here. The sniper practically came out of the black flame. He shouted to the young man to be afraid because he would riddle him with bullets. Chan thought if his opponent put out the black flame with holy water, it would definitely be the end for him. And he didn't think that everything could turn out like this. The only thing he needed to do and understand was first to choose whether to absorb the magic damage or stop the traps from working. He definitely did something stupid, but he shouldn't have done it, so now he had to make the right decision. He pressed his hand against the surface so that it wouldn't be pushed further, and it was a magical trap. He understood that the most important thing for him was to hold out for a little while longer to make a decision. Half of his body was already in this magical trap, and everything depended only on him how he would act next. He remembered that he had a purification skill that would help neutralize the trap's magical power. This is exactly the skill he used, but imagine his surprise when he saw the shooter in front of him. He stood right in front of him, ready to attack the young man and destroy him. The shooter told the guy if he really decided to get out. Of course, it's brave, but it's too late for him. Chan didn't understand if the effect of the black flame had already ended and his opponent could move freely. The shooter at that moment bent down to pick up his weapon and said that he had already won, after which he said that with his capture, his life would sparkle with new colors and aimed his weapon straight at him, after which he pulled the trigger and screamed that it was time for this guy to die. Well, when he fired the shot, he saw that there was no one in front of him. He was surprised. Unexpectedly for the shooter, he received a blow from the side from Chan, who was able to get out of the magic trap. Chan told him that a new balance of power is always exciting, and no one knows what will happen next. The young man realized that he was very lucky to have such a skill of grounding resistance. He got this skill at the last moment when he tried to resist the magical power. He succeeded. Chong held the sniper and said that it was not worth counting on the fact that the sniper was capable of killing a warrior. He wanted to know who sent him. The sniper said he agreed, and he lost, and he was ready to say everything, but the guy had to give him a smoke. Chan agreed and said that he was glad that they couldn't find common ground. The sniper took out a cigar, took it in one hand, and in the other a lighter, which he was supposed to light the cigar. Chan looked at the sniper, without taking his eyes off him, and so that he didn't do anything else. When the sniper took one drag, The young man asked him how happy he was. The sniper replied that he was damn happy, but his face began to change dramatically. He began to mutate. The sniper began to speak, because this is a great way to punish the arrogant puppy. At that moment, he was already a mutant. The sniper stood up to his full height and was ready to attack the guy and destroy him. But what a surprise it was when he felt one bullet go through him. The sniper asked the guy if he knew that he would turn into a mutant. Chan answered him that, of course, since he is a player with 10,000 hours of experience and is able to recognize a cigarette that turns into a mutant. The sniper tried to say that he was unlucky, but before finishing, he fell to the ground. Chan, seeing this whole picture, thought that it was a bit unexpected, but still he won. Human hunters are mostly nasty cowards who usually give up when they are cornered, but this one decided to turn into a mutant. The young man wanted to know the reason why he did such a thing. He approached him and decided to examine him, after which he found a flash drive on this guy, which he took out to see what was on it. Chan looked at this flash drive and thought he needed to see how good it was. After some time, the young man returned to the main office of the Master of Power. On TV, they reported that yesterday in the Moram area, there was a large-scale shootout, as a result of which a powerful explosion thundered at a gas station, killing 10 people. Choi saw the young man and asked if he could get out of this chaos, to which he replied that it was dangerous because he was attacked intentionally. Choi was furious. He wanted to know who the hell dared to attack him. The guy said it was a long story. The door to the room suddenly opened and a guy fell to the floor, who was clearly brought to the court to be punished. Choi, when he saw these two guys, one standing and the other half lying down, said that it couldn't be. The Iron Fist representative apologized and said he was unable to cope with his subordinates. Chan replied that he was glad that he understood this. Choi added that it was enough to break in and tear doors off their hinges. After which he asked again if it was one of them who attacked his master. They answered that yes, one of the last set. The commander of the Iron Fist said, and yet he was able to find out something from the one who gave the orders to these 6. Chan was very surprised. Wasn't it about money? The commander of the Iron Fist said that he had already guessed that the bastard simply lost in gambling and constantly used the services of the usurers. In that case, the reason was betrayal. Obviously, the commander said that the reason is not important. It is still his fault, and asked again. Chung accepted the apology and said that even a boss has a hard time keeping track of all his subordinates. Because the commander does not know that if it were not for his intervention in the plot, he himself could soon become a target and be destroyed. Then the commander said that he would take full responsibility and reveal the truth about this incident. Chan smiled and said that he already had evidence and showed the flash drive that was in his hand. Chan said that this flash drive was with the Superman who was going to kill him and asked if they knew how to use a computer. Choi said that he has a level 1 certificate in computer work and was happy that he can finally show what he is capable of. After which he sat down at the computer and tried to open the flash drive that they gave him with one finger. After which he noticed that this was a very interesting character. At the moment he had 20 kills on his account. He was called a hunter of people. They all wanted to focus on the last task. Choi said that he received this task 4 days ago. And for this task, if he completes it, he should be paid a reward of 20 billion. When everyone heard the amount of 20, they were just shocked who could pay that much money to kill Chan. The young man asked what big children, who was the real customer. Choi then looked and said that it was a conglomerate, someone from the Ascension Company. Choi repeated once again who the customer was and then turned the laptop over and showed the customer to the young man. Chan then shouted that it was crazy. Could it really be he who ordered it? After all, he saw this man in front of the master's house when he ordered the armor. He remembered his eyes when he left. They were clearly unhappy that the guy even showed up on the doorstep of this house. Looking at this photo, he understood that this was complete crap and he couldn't even foresee this. They couldn't understand why the heir to a rich company wanted to kill a Superman. Chan said that he had one thought and asked to open the genealogical tree of the Ascension Company. Choi, although very slowly, still opened what he was asked to on the computer. After which he showed, and before the genealogical tree, Chan, when he saw it, realized that he now approximately understands what is happening. Ascension in the game. Arcane is a military organization, one of the 5 largest enterprises. Lee JL was the eldest son, and it was he who should take the post of head. This is exactly what was indicated in that very genealogical tree of his family. However, he accepted the faith of his ancient father and became a knight, which greatly lowered his ranking. He became an outsider, and all that was left for him was to serve as a paladin. The saint called him the light and salvation, so he came under close surveillance. Chan refused to appeal and only made the situation worse. Apparently, the guy wanted to kill him just because he was in a bad mood. Choi was outraged. Did he really order them just because he suffered from an inferiority complex? It's not clear because he was not the son of a simple merchant, but the heir to a large company. If something were to be done to him, he could become a target for the entire organization. Choi then asked again if they would really just sit back and do nothing just because he was the heir to this organization. Chan replied that no way, and he had a great idea. The guy explained that if they were going to take on such an important person, their weight class should be strengthened. At that moment, Seo Woo-jin burst into the room screaming that fucking son of a bitch, how dare he. Chan hurried to calm him down because in fact everything was fine with him and he was alive. Jung thought that he had no stronger ally than his student Seo Woo-jin, who would also introduce the Golden Youth, who believed that it was impossible to leave everything like that and it was necessary to hire a killer. Choi did not understand whether it was really necessary to kill the eldest son of the Ascension Company. Chan tried to calm everyone down again, told them not to worry, and came up with something. Jung then said that he was going to challenge Lee Jae-yeol to an official duel. Everyone heard the word duel. They were a little shocked and did not understand because it was very dangerous. Chan tell them that it can't be any other way. If you just sit and wait, he will only hire more skilled killers. Then they said that such a scoundrel would never agree to fight personally, and instead of a duel, he would call a great warrior. Chan then said that the world is unfair when he has neither money nor power. If he wins the duel, he can get an apology and compensation. In fact, it was quite real, and those present in this room supported him. He said he had evidence that would definitely be enough to challenge this guy to a duel. And so that he doesn't put someone else in his place, we need to discuss the conditions so that the duel is closed, in which case it would be necessary to send an official challenge. They will also need a notary. Seo Woo-jin said that he is ready to help. His parents know a lawyer who was once a Supreme Court judge. Chan Po thanked everyone for participating in this, and then looked at the chair and said that it was not very sturdy. Chan looked at those present at this table, and the way they were looking at him, he said that he was not going to die, and did not understand what was wrong with them. The commander of the Iron Fist asked again, does he really think that he can win? The enemy knows about his abilities, and therefore will call a great warrior of at least the 4th level. The young man understood that it would not be easy for him during official duels. Mutant skills cannot be used. So the fight will be more difficult than with the head of the Cleaners Association, who was also on the 4th level. But he will be able to predict who will be his great warrior, and this will be one of his advantages. The commander asked again if they would really find out who he would be fighting against. The guy replied that yes, and therefore it was worth preparing a little. He asked for a sparring match with Ujin. His student said that of course he would certainly help him, and also grabbed his weapon. At that moment, Chan said that he was thanking him only so that his student would not overdo it, since he had psychological trauma from his last fight with this guy. 3 days later, there were 2 people standing on the battlefield. It was that same Dulko who was supposed to decide a lot. Ujin birthed the master so that he would go forward, and he was rooting for him. He believed that he would succeed. Chan thanked his friends. He trained so much these days that he has no strength left, but he is completely ready for this duel. He raised his head and saw who would be his opponent in this duel. His opponent was the captain of the Holy Knights in the religion of the Ancient Father, a 4th-level Superman named Oh Dushik. One of the knights turned to the captain and said that he shouldn't have come in person, to which he replied that no one allowed him to open his mouth. He also said that there is no way the paladin of the Church of the Ancient Father could lose in a duel. Parrot thought that Lee Jae-yeol was confident in front of him, but he couldn't even say a word against his captain. It was hypocrisy. The captain stepped forward and said he was glad to meet Kim Jong, and the boy greeted him back. The captain lowered his head and said that first of all the guy should let him apologize for that incident. Chan was very surprised. He didn't understand what was happening and why he was suddenly apologizing. The captain began to say that this incident occurred only due to the fault of a specific person. The saint knows nothing about it. Chong raised his head, looked at the captain, and then asked what the church's position was. The captain said, as the saint said, he is Mr. Kim Jong is the light and savior of their church. The young man heard the same thing again, and he doesn't understand why they say the same thing and what it means. The captain said that if he wins this duel, the young man must join their church. When Chan heard the conditions that he should join, he was very surprised. He was outraged and did not understand why they still could not tear themselves away from him. Were they all covered in honey? The captain said that it is all by the will of the saint and the ancient father. They only do what she ordered them to do. At that moment, a man came in with an envelope and said that it was time to start the fight. This man also offered to read the oaths in the presence of the doula aunt and the notary if the paladin Mr. Kim Jong wins to join the Church of the Ancient Father. If Mr. Kim Jong wins, Mr. Lee JL undertakes not to cause direct or indirect harm to Mr. Kim Jong, and also undertakes to pay moral compensation, after which the notary asked them again whether he had drawn up everything correctly. Both gentlemen responded that everything was indeed correct, and they agreed to such an agreement. Young T thought that in the story of the game, the oath during the duel, its magical violation, will lead to a broken heart. No matter how desperate he is, someone who values his life will not break his promises. The gentleman continued to talk about the rules of the duel, which consisted of the following. The mayfly passes according to the laws adopted by the Superhuman League. Allowed to use all existing superpowers and weapons as well as all skills. Consumables may only be used if they are manufactured in this location and by them personally. The captain said that he was ready for this duel and raised his hand to start this duel. At this point, Chan smiled and said that he needed to do something. The gentleman announced that the time limit was 10 minutes for everyone. The young man took out 3 vials of different colors which he brought with him to make a potion. He thought that with these skills he would soon become an alchemist. These 3 vials were taken from the sniper and were sniper potions for the paladin. The gentleman asked again, "This is a potion of strength, a potion of lightning, a potion of a furious dragon. All 3 are correct." Chan replied that these are the 3 he will drink now. After all, in this situation it was his necessary duty before the battle. He drank them all at once. The gentleman, after he drank, said if both opponents are ready, then it's time to start the duel. The number 10 appeared on the board. It was exactly 10 seconds before the moment when this duel was supposed to begin. 2 opponents stood on each other's chests, waiting for the moment when this duel would begin. The captain turned to the boy, saying that becoming part of the religion of the ancient father is truly an honor, and why not change his mind and join them at that moment? Chan answered him that he shouldn't carry any feelings here, he won't do that. Then the captain said that in that case he would have no choice, and he swung to strike the first blow. He told the young man not to worry about this loss that was already very close to him. He repeated once again that he should join their religion so that he would not kill him, and struck the first blow. He is a man. When I looked at him, I thought that he certainly has enormous magical power, and he definitely has a higher level. He understood that no matter how well he was prepared, if he did not risk his life, then victory would not be on his side. But the board showed the number 1 exactly 1 second later. This milking was supposed to start. As soon as the scoreboard showed 0, it was clear that the duel had begun. Now it was necessary to wait for its results. The captain was the first to rush into battle. He decided that he was really stronger than the young man and that he could easily deal with him. His magical power was so great that it seemed like the ground was simply collapsing under his feet. His first blow was so strong that it created a deep crater in front of where the guy was standing. And most importantly, Chan was a little confused because he didn't understand whether the captain had disappeared after that blow. Why did he catch himself thinking that most likely no, he just used his acceleration skill? Yan turned his head and saw the captain from behind. The captain, carrying his punch, demanded that the boy become a god. Chan didn't understand what they wanted from him, and why they demanded that he join their sect, and why he said that he should become a god.